It says we're live, and I'm going to take that at face value. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the middle of our pseudo-marathon, at least by our standards. This is possibly the finale of Ace Attorney 3. We're going into part 4-1 of the trial, so I'm guessing this is 4th day of the investigation. I'm kind of trying to figure out how to describe what happened beforehand. We have the possibility that Bitchface is running around as a possession ghost somewhere. Pearl we managed to find. Maya is still currently missing. We weren't able to solve the mystery of the 5 locks in the bottom of the training shrine. This really isn't making sense in my head as much as I thought it would.
Someone's putting the lock. So essentially what we found out is that fucking what's-her-face that you keep thinking is a dragon, who I think is a fairy, turns out she is magical. And that we were
she has the power. She has the pearl power. Oh yeah.
Dahlia Hawthorne turns out to be the twin sister of Iris.
And and
both of them are Pearl's older sisters.
Oh yeah. I don't know why I forgot about that part of it.
Who were separated from
each
Pearl
other.
And Pearl's mother. Well, yes, but first they were separated from Pearl and Pearl's mother. It seems to be stated before Pearl's birth, even when their father left because of how jaded their mother was over not being like the leader of the village.
Yes, this is
Maya and them come from.
This is a political battle for a small town of like 125 people.
Yeah, basically. So the dad, when he left Kurain village, where Maya and that is from, he took his 2 daughters with him, Iris and Dahlia, and he, for whatever reason, because his new spouse had an older daughter, he gave Iris away to the temple to be a nun at a young age.
Oh yeah, he had his own kid.
Why you need to do that? Because your wife has an older daughter. Your new wife has an older daughter that you'll be adopting.
It was just it was literally like everything. Like we never saw this character, so everything like adds up to him just being a shithead. Like everything that he did was just because he was a shitty person.
Kind of. I think he had a good reason to leave the mom.
I mean, the mother of these 2 is crazy. Like, she's insane. And also in jail.
And that's why he left her.
Anyway. I remember. Pearl didn't understand what gravely meant.
Oh yeah, we have a letter that says...
we have half a letter.
Yeah, we have part of a burned out letter, but it says, you know, gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades to bring our vengeance to fruition. Which misunderstood, so she poured gravy on a picture of the master.
Of Misty Faye.
The Misty Faye scroll. So, Misty Faye, it's been confirmed now.
She's the victim.
That Misty Faye and Elise are the same person, and that they are the victim, and that whoever killed them, it's all part of this huge ass conspiracy by her sister, Misty's older sister, who is pissed that because of how the rules work for who inherits the like head family title of their clan.
Maya's up for it, even though she's incredibly stupid.
So the way it works is whoever's the most out of all the kids, whoever's the most powerful at doing the stuff gets to be the leader. That's why Misty became the leader instead of her older sister, right?
Whoever's the best at throwing magatamas at people.
Yes, so Misty became the leader. And then by process of elimination, now the only child of hers that's alive is Maya, so Maya will be the leader. But in the event that like they all die because of lineage, it then goes to her older sister again, and then down to her kids, which would put Pearl in charge, which is ultimately what Misty's sister's goal is to put
tiny 8-year-old on the throne.
Yeah, she wants to put Morgan on the throne because of how the rules work. If in the event that both Maya and Misty would be dead, it's not going to go up back to Morgan. It's going to go over and down to Pearl. Albeit in theory it should also potentially go to Iris, but
I think another thing that we should note is that we've investigated this entire crime while Phoenix has been dying of his illnesses the entire time.
He's had a very high fever.
He is currently melting.
So high of a fever, in fact, that I'm pretty sure the translators didn't know how to properly translate the temperature from whatever, because they don't.
Probably Celsius.
Yeah, from what I assume was Celsius to Fahrenheit. Because if I remember correctly, his fever was like so high that you should be dead or on the verge of dying.
It's definitely a big problem because his fever was 102. Like, that's kind of crazy.
I thought it was like 104.
I don't think it was that high. I'm pretty sure it was 102.
I thought it was 104, but yeah. So anyway, yeah, so Pearl was supposed to enact this plan alongside Iris. Like, they were both given instructions by Morgan, who's in prison for events in the previous game where she failed to frame Maya for murder.
Apparently their paths got crossed, though, because Pearl wasn't able to do all the steps of the plan.
Yeah, Pearl failed to do a bunch of steps of the plan, but part of it, of why she failed, is likely because she misunderstood what she was supposed to do. So she ran the gravy all the way over to the thing, and I don't think she needed to do that. Like, I think going all the way to where this girl was with the gravy ate up a fuck ton of her time she wasn't supposed to be doing.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the person they're targeting the person they're targeting was both Maya and Misty. However, it from what we understand, whatever's going on with Maya is just, locking her in there so she dies. And we still don't know who's responsible for that part. But, like, assuming Pearl was supposed to actually do something to Misty was not where Pearl went. Pearl went to where there was a portrait of Misty and threw gravy on it because she misunderstood the last part of the instructions here, which was gravely roast the master and the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. And she read gravely as gravy and thus threw gravy on the thing.
I'm trying to remember.
She was also supposed to channel.
Oh yeah, I was gonna.
One of her instructions were to channel.
She was
Dahlia.
trying to do the spirit channeling, but it fucked up, and she wasn't able to do it, in spite of trying to do it multiple times throughout like a whole hour.
No, throughout multiple days.
Or that it was a really long time.
She had been trying literally since she started trying. So when the plan got enacted, she tried to. The part of the plan was for her to channel Dahlia. But, because Dahlia was executed last month for the stuff that she did where she killed, like, 5 people. And,
5, 6, 8, 12 people.
That is, but my guess is so that there was that way Pearl could be the murderer. Like, my guess is in some way, shape, or form Pearl's supposed to be the murderer and Iris is supposed to take the fall.
No, the reason why this happened was because, literally, Morgan, like, Pearl's the only person dumb enough that she could convince to do this.
I mean, yeah, but I'm pretty sure what Morgan's plan is to have, because we know Iris was in on the plan, so to say, like, Iris is somewhat in on the plan, or at least it seems that way, or potentially seems that way. But yeah, so Dahlia, she was supposed to channel Dahlia, but she couldn't, and my guess is the original plan was
simple.
Actually, maybe Iris wasn't part of the plan originally. Maybe what the plan was for Pearl was supposed to channel Dahlia so that she would look like Iris, murder Misty, and then that would cause Iris to take the fall for the murder, and then Pearl would ascend to the throne. But she stated that she couldn't channel Dahlia, and she stated one of the reasons why she might not be able to channel Dahlia, and like why a person wouldn't be able to channel them, is either their power is not good enough or someone else is already channeling them. If they're currently being channeled by someone else, then they can't be channeled. So which led me to the assumption that I think I said $5 said Iris is currently channeling and has been channeling Dahlia this whole time. Like we've been talking to the ghost of Dahlia, not Iris, because as we know in this series, when you channel someone, you look like them. Like it physically changes you.
Yes,
like
yes.
Like Pearl has channeled Mia and has grown tall and got big boobs, even though she's like an 10-year-old or something, right? She's like 10 or 11, 9. So the only person that could have channeled Iris or could have channeled Dahlia and not looked different is Iris, because they're twins. And like your body proportions change, but not like hair color and eye color and things like that. So like the fact that she has red hair to the grayer hair doesn't matter because whatever. So yeah, and yeah, that's kind of all the major elements. We're no longer playing as Miles after the obvious thing. Yeah, we're
Franziska is constantly trying to kill us still.
I mean, she whips us a bunch, but she was like on our side to the point where like I'm actively confused if she's gonna be our person we face in court today, because
yeah, that's the other thing is that we have like
all day yesterday. Like she still whipped us whenever she got mad.
We have like 3 separate people that could prosecute this case, and I have no idea if somehow they're all gonna do it.
Well, and the weird thing with it is like
Franziska is officially still on the case.
Yeah, presumably Franziska's still on the case, but it seems to have been stated that Franziska came here because Larry called her on top of calling Miles, and it might be that Franziska's helping us?
She has a horrible way of showing that, if it's the case.
Because
she's insane.
There's a couple things she said that like seem to imply that she's helping us, but at the same time she also wants to like have the rivalry thing going on. So like I don't fully know if I misread something. Meanwhile, Godot is
pissed at us like a lot in this case.
Yeah, he has a bunch of contempt for us, and I know a bunch of it got revealed kind of why, but I don't remember.
He gave us the reasons why, but nothing in context, so it's very confusing.
Well, and I don't even fully remember the reasons. Like, I think it's that we, like, failed to protect Mia. Like, he holds us responsible for Mia's death, is what I think it was. And then what we found out is that Godot basically is an android or something at this point.
He's also blind. Like,
yes, so
basically
he cannot
blind.
see without that visor, and then he also seemed to imply that he has synthetic organs. So in like a weird way, he's an android kind of. Like I don't know if the visor can come off or not. I would imagine it probably can, but then again, I don't know how deep rooted this technology even would be. Yeah, I don't know.
Because Godot is the only one who's doing this sort of thing. So it's very hard to understand because he's the only example.
We also don't have the story of how he got to that. We just know that he got to that. Like it was stated by him that, you know, Diego essentially died because he said I died once before. Like he flat out.
Yes, Godot died at some point.
Which, you know, 100% makes him Diego, but like, so I don't know exactly how it is he came back, and you know, as I said, there was stuff about synthetic organs and basically.
Well, it's because he's literally the $6 million man.
Yeah,
of anime.
Yeah, he's the $6 million man. He's in a way he's an android in some way, shape, or form. And we still don't know exactly how that plays out or anything like that. So I guess we'll have to see here what's all going down. But yeah,
Pearl was all surprised by this. She was like, I can't believe all that stuff happened yesterday. Well, she's dead, Pearl. She died.
Also, in a really roundabout way, the medicine that, like, was going to be poisoned by Dahlia in the very first case of this game, where she was going to poison, Phoenix's cough medicine to kill him, has kind of come up again because he's using cough medicine again because he's sick, and it's like really weird that like that's an element that came back because it feels really not important. But like in the first case, Phoenix was sick and he had cough medicine, and Dahlia was gonna poison his cough medicine, and now we have he's sick again and he's using that same brand of cough medicine again, And my only thought is they did that to make a look at that, look how many things this thing has in common, just to add an extra thing in common for the sake of having more things in common.
Well,
but we'll find out.
That might mean that would have meant something if they did it more than once as a callback, because it's only come up once.
Right. Well, it's only come up once. And it came up after anything, so it's not like it's gonna be important to the case.
Yes,
it's not gonna be that someone put something in his medicine, because he didn't get sick until after the murder. He got sick because he
didn't get sick until after he fell off a cliff. I want to remind everybody, Phoenix fell off a cliff because he was an idiot, and all he got was a cold.
Yeah, anyway, Iris apparently, because the only people who can do shit with those locks are members of the clan, the Terrain clan stuff. So
Iris said she would do one, but I don't know if she said she couldn't do all of them, or she was like, I'll try to do all of them.
It was essentially that she's trying to do all of them, is essentially what we understand it to be.
Okay, so Iris is gonna save the day.
Yeah. And as Pearl's labeling here, as it stands right now, while we're in court, Iris is still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall, which is both weird because she is the defendant of this case and she is not in court.
Yeah, that's a bit odd, but she's probably still in custody, so it's fine.
Well, okay, so Phoenix said no, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the Inner Temple.
Oh, Pearl's just being stupid.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
Because the police are idiots. It's Godot again!
The prosecutor's office. Hi, Miles.
So, you somehow managed to fake being a defense attorney for a day, and now you just get whisked back into the prosecutor's office too?
I mean...
Do you still have your job keys?
He didn't say that. He hasn't said, and he just said that Iris is there. It doesn't mean that yeah, see, with the prosecutor as we speak. So he's not Edgeworth isn't just suddenly the prosecutor in this case again.
This prosecutor's office is terrible. You can't prep for your case 2 hours beforehand. You have to do it days before. What the fuck are they doing? This is so behind the ball.
So Iris apparently is gonna testify as a witness for the prosecution.
Yeah, that's very bizarre. Wait, they want a confession from her on the stand?
Yeah, okay, Godot's gonna be the prosecutor, so...
Edgeworth, how do you know their schedule?
I mean, he worked there. He's probably got friends that still can feed him information. Friends that work in the office still that can feed him information.
I imagine Miles is sneaking through all the air ducts and stealing information with a secret camera. Well, it's not me, obviously, and no one else is qualified to work on this case.
Yeah, and Francisca's currently engaged in important work at the Sacred Cavern, so she's probably trying to do something with the lock.
She's just whipping Gumshoe the entire day. That's her deal. That's her important work. Oh, and if you're
Francisca's apparently been out there all night trying to remove the locks. She hasn't slept.
And if you're confused about why these locks are a super big deal, apparently these locks are so fucked up that you can lock them in 100 different individual ways. They're really fucked up locks.
They're very complicated and convoluted locks.
I'm not sure how, but it works. 3 hours.
Apparently they've managed to get through enough of them, or figure out enough that they estimate that as it stands right now, it would take roughly 3 more hours to get rid of all of the locks. So, and mind you, Francisca's been working at this all night. So she was working on it yesterday. So she's working well over 12 hours on this.
Which pretty much implies that these aren't magic locks, because I'm imagining that the police aren't throwing magatomas at them.
No, they are presumably getting lockpicked, but just very slowly.
Okay, so that's good. The police are doing their job. It's just, a shame that Maya's gonna be dead at the end of all this. Yeah, Godot is being very aggressive. You don't have to tell me that. Which, honestly, probably makes him a bad prosecutor, because he's taking everything too personally. But then again, we're in anime land, so it actually is going to help him. He's going to have his 18 cups of coffee, go Super Saiyan, and punch our head off.
Yeah, Phoenix literally said he decided that today is going to be the end of all this, so...
Oh, so we're also better because Edgeworth said we've gotten rid of our cold.
I mean, no. So he said... Edgeworth said... You were talking over it and I don't think you read it. Edgeworth said that we seem to be a lot better than we were yesterday, like, illness-wise. And then Phoenix said, yeah, I woke up this morning and, I basically said to myself, today's the end, I'll be all of this. We're going to get to the bottom of this today. And, like, I did feel better, like, essentially after doing that. So, like, kind of a power-up, right? So...
No, he just chugged his entire bottle of Cold Max.
But, yeah.
He took everything. And it killed his cold.
So, apparently Phoenix is doing a lot better today than he was yesterday. Which means the cold basically didn't matter all that much.
No, it didn't.
Yesterday, the cold didn't really mess with much.
And somehow Godot is going to have all the answers, in spite of him not knowing what a Magatama is. So I don't know how he got all of his testimony, considering we had to magically badger people. Also, is he somehow going to know about the flying person? We did figure out who the flying person was. If someone got catapulted across the cliff, somehow.
We'll find out.
I want to know, because that's like the silliest thing in this case. Like, even beyond the trick locks, the flying person is silly.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. So the trick locks are being solved. That's being solved now. It's taken, basically 24 hours of constant work on them to get them unlocked, but... I
bet Gumshoe is trying to hit them with a hammer, being like, why do lock not work? I've hit it with a hammer 50 times.
And now instead of the Canadian judge, it's...
Yeah, we're in the other courtroom. Which, again, I don't know if that would happen unless someone killed the Canadian judge. But I guess in this world it does.
So apparently...
Oh, the Canadian guy came down with a super duper cold.
Yeah, so essentially what Phoenix had got passed to him.
They're brothers?
Apparently they're brothers.
Okay.
Either that, or he means brothers in terms of, like, brothers in arms. Because the judge did say brothers, or my brother, but, it could be brother in arms in the fact that they're both judges, or it could be that they're actual brothers. However, that means they're both Canadian if they are, actual brothers by blood.
You said he had a raging fever, now you're saying he just looks a bit pale? Like, is he dying or is he kind of not okay?
Both. You can be a bit pale and have a really bad fever and stuff.
Godot once again brings his jazz quartet into the courtroom. Actually, to be fair, I think that's probably 2 instruments. No, maybe 3 instruments.
There's at least... Hold on. Well, it's synthesized because it's Game Boy Advance music, so at the end of the day, it's all synthesis sounds.
Well, they definitely redid it because, like, the Game Boy Advance sound a lot more beepy boopy. It would not be this smooth.
So there is a piano, cello, and a saxophone in this for sure, because I can hear. You have the bass, the bass lines there.
Yeah, it's back there.
That's a string instrument. But right now, the melody is being played by a piano.
Godot had to bring in the biggest instruments that exist to make this happen. Like an asshole. They had to throw out the bailiff because they had to fit in the jazz trio.
Yeah, and then the other one would probably be a saxophone.
The bailiff is playing the cello, actually. It turns out he's really good at it.
During this part, which is like the saxophone part, you can still hear the bass, strings, but then the piano is playing like a side melody to accompany the main melody. So it's a slightly different version of the main melody that can be heard under the horn. And then they pass off. So then the horn rests, and then the piano takes over at one part in the song as the lead instrument, and so on and so forth.
I also did Google like 3 episodes ago. Like, the sleeve tie things are a legit thing that I think were like 50 or 100-year-old fashion. I don't remember how old they are, but that is a thing.
Yes. No, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't. I don't think I can't remember if I've ever seen it before.
Oh, I have. Yeah. No, it's an older timey thing.
Kind of like slats.
Yeah, it's a bit of an older timey thing, I guess. I'm trying to remember like when it would have been like most commonly seen, and my brain wants to say like maybe the 50s or maybe the 30s. It's somewhere around, like it's somewhere in the first 50 years of the 20th century, but I just can't remember if it like essentially what side of World War II it would have been on. Maybe
at what time did we have fancy clothes?
I mean, we've always had fancy clothes. It's just what time would we have? That would have been the fashion, the armbands.
Godot is a time traveler. It explains everything, including his anime hair.
Yeah, it keeps your sleeve from looking super baggy. That's what essentially it does.
Yep. Godot read a book and was like, that sounds great, I'll do that immediately. And everyone was like, that's from 70 years ago, Godot, what the fuck are you doing? And then he slapped him and is like, fashion never goes out of style.
Well, I was gonna say, for the time this game came out, there would have been very distinct fashion, but I do feel like an element to today's fashion is the fact that, like, everything's on the table, because I feel like a lot of fashion nowadays is very built around individuality. So, like, there are people who dress like they're from an older era, and there's people that dress in like even crazier shit, right? You know, you think of some of the most like styling celebrities and stuff, and there's a lot of like weird shit, and then there's a lot of like bringing back old shit. So like it's all part of that kind of like everybody has kind of like their own individual thing they're doing with fashion right now. At least that's from me, someone who doesn't super pay attention to that much fashion stuff. Like, you know, I just kind of look at things and go, yeah, that looks good. So, like, what is considered height fashion? I have no idea. But, like, what is, like, the general way people dress? Like, that's how that is. I don't know what's being used on, like, what's on the runways and shit right now for, like, peak fashion. But I don't really care about peak fashion because that's just for, like, rich people who have way too much money on their hands. And, you know, basically doesn't matter because you should always dress to how you want to dress.
High fashion is someone somehow wearing a neon triangle.
Yeah, to an extent, some of high fashion's basically performance art.
Yep.
More so than it is like your everyday what you would wear.
This discussion is so much more classy when we got the saxophone backing us up.
It is true! We picked a good song to talk about high fashion over. But yeah, so anyway, let's continue the trial.
The trial hasn't even started yet.
Well, let's get into the trial then.
It's my coffee.
A trial that seems really colored and like feels like it needs to be like restarted from the top because
they keep switching prosecutors.
They switch prosecutors, they switch defense attorneys, and they switch judges. So literally all of the like raw people involved in the court right now weren't there for day one of this.
So we have to start over and cost the taxpayers $2 million.
Well, it feels like we should start over. I don't think we are.
Well, we kind of are. How do we know that Judge Beard has even read this case? I love how he has his hand in preparation of coffee, and then he didn't even get one. Just like, I always gotta get ready for it. My sidekick throws them at me randomly. Because I need to tie on my A game and have my reflexes
so
going.
Away, we're starting with Iris's supposed
confession. No, that's what you do to everyone. What are you talking about? And I like looking at the floor. There's something really shiny down there. It's a really cool penny. I have to apologize for wasting his time because I'm going to confess to the crime. Well, that's not a confession to the crime.
It's not a flat confession to the crime, it's just saying...
Well, the judge is literally just asking the question.
No, I'm not, Your Honor, but I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place.
Well, we already know that. You were trying to pull the giant sword out of her.
After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise.
Is that a part of your powers? You could just detect when ghosts... I mean, I guess you can detect all ghosts, so I guess you could detect ghosts that just recently dissipate into the ether or wherever they go.
No, what she means with that statement is once she was dead...
I put a statue on her.
Left her body, I did this thing.
I somehow did this with my tiny arms.
The crime Iris is admitting to is
just covering up the crime, tampering with the evidence.
Well, destroying, damaging a corpse, and being an accomplice.
I don't think that would automatically make you an accomplice to the crime.
I mean, depends on what your motives for why you did it. If you desecrate a corpse for the sake of just desecrating a corpse after they're dead.
Well, that doesn't help, Joe.
You're not an accomplice. You're not an accomplice.
What the fuck are you saying?
In that regard. It's not that.
Like, that was the most meaningless sentence he's ever said. He literally said everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. In this case, it happens to be murder. Well, yeah, what the fuck are you trying to say? That was not a fucking suave line, Godot. What the hell? It's like the most blunt sledgehammer sentence I've seen in this whole case. But what... Did he write down the confession and then just throw it away?
No, that wasn't this confession. There was a testimony from the other day that we had in our evidence that was Iris's. It was the one that said she rang the bell and went straight to bed, right?
Okay.
That thing got crumpled up and put in his pocket. And I feel like it's important to note that it got crumpled up and put into his pocket. And even though it did get removed from here, because the fact that it is still in Phoenix's pocket means it might just come back later in my mind.
Do you think Mia's gonna, like, somehow, like, take it out of our pocket and be like, woo woo woo, Phoenix, look at this?
No, I mean, I don't think so.
Like, the most direct hint we've gotten so far?
But yeah, my guess here, and believe it or not, this might get really fucky depending on how this works. Is that they're gonna try? So here's my.
What are we doing?
Well, no, not of what we're doing, but what's gonna happen in this day of court. They're gonna put blame onto Pearl.
Somehow.
They're gonna put blame onto Pearl, and then through a roundabout way, Phoenix is gonna find out that it was Dahlia in the body of Iris that did the murder. And then we're gonna have to, like, really flounder to, like, either just accept the fact that we're gonna get a guilty testimony because we can't prove a ghost.
Yes.
Or
Iris will Iris will confess to the crime wholeheartedly and throw herself upon the mercy of the court.
Well, no, I was gonna say, or we'll find some way of getting her found guilty, and we'll just accept the fact that she gets found guilty. Or we'll find some roundabout way to, like...
Put Morgan on the stand?
Well, guess no one did it, or no one here did it. Like, find a way to just do that and, like, weasel out of it that way, or something. Because it's going to be really hard, is my point.
I think somebody's going to go down for this crime. I just don't know who it's going to be. Because, here's the thing, like, I find it hard to believe that, well, Iris already did confess to the murder. I would find it hard to believe that she managed to murder anybody. Like, no one, even in this stupid universe, is gonna believe that Pearl murdered somebody.
Well, see, I don't know how they're gonna do it, because my brain says Pearl can fall under suspicion, because she's also part of this plan. And in a weird roundabout way, like, I don't know if they're gonna bring up the ability of the possession and, like, claim that it's a thing, but, like, I have no idea. Like, all I know is I don't believe Iris did it. I don't believe Pearl did it, but who I believe did it was Dahlia in the possession of Iris. And there's no way we can convict Dahlia for this crime. So
Well,
what do we do?
I think the problem with trying to put possession on the stand is that we can't contradict it because there's no established logic to it, so we can't throw contradictions at it.
Right. My point, essentially, my point is, I think we're gonna get to the point where, because Phoenix in his head is gonna piece together that it's Dahlia who did it, but then we're gonna fucking have to like figure something out because we can't say a ghost did it. Like, Phoenix is gonna have to like fucking do something because we can't say a ghost did it. So like, either someone's gonna like, Iris is gonna, like, there's gonna be a recess where Iris says she'll take the fall, or something's gonna happen, or somewhere something's gonna happen
or
that causes us to get an out.
Or this could be what happened. They could double down on it, and they could have a transformation happen in the courtroom in front of the judge and be like, "Wadoosh, I'm here now."
Yeah, maybe Maya shows up, and then in front of the court, Maya channels fucking like Misty
whoever
or fucking someone, and they see it all.
It's I don't know how they're gonna play it, but it's. I mean, Pearl's part of this is definitely probably going to be the second testimony.
Iris is now saying
she's the daughter of Misty, or Maya.
Wait, she's claiming Maya did it?
Huh? Okay.
I think she's just claimed that she helped because Maya's the leader of the family, and she can't go against the family. And so I guess they're throwing Maya under the bus again.
That means we're gonna have to go investigate again because we can't get Maya back in time for court. Well, considering there's only like 6 people there, it's not like there's not a lot of suspects.
Not necessarily, Jeff. If we're able to like point out some flaw or prove some bullshit right now to get the deflection off of Maya quickly, then we don't have to get Maya.
We can totally contradict our way out of this. This is gonna be easy.
Yeah, my guess is we're gonna contradict our way.
Also, we can contradict this right now because of the gravy. That's not an objection. You can't just say that's ridiculous. But that's what we do all the time. You let the prosecutor just say whatever the fuck they want all the time. Okay, let's get the story. I mean, to be fair, I did not see that coming.
Yeah, so apparently now they're trying to throw it on Maya. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it happen in the garden.
Okay, we can definitely get some proof of this. We were in the garden.
Well, we know that the garden's likely,
the second murder scene.
The actual murder scene, and that where the body was found, and what we thought was the murder scene on the first day wasn't actually the murder scene. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff.
We can contradict this because we know about her staff sword.
While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved into...
Wait, Elise was trying to kill Maya, and then Maya struck back?
Yeah, so apparently Misty's trying to kill her own daughter for some reason in this narrative.
Well, she just went crazy. She was there too long.
Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So yeah, apparently, according to Iris, Maya killed her own mother in self-defense without knowing it was her mother at this point, I guess. Because...
I mean, Iris is trying to get out of the whole case, but this is also really dumb because we're just throwing it on to the person who died.
So...
It's not as clever as what Iris thinks it is, because we're just going to be able to poke holes in this all day.
Wasn't there another self-defense murder, though, that, like, did end up with someone going to prison because of it?
I can't remember. I can't remember it.
I don't know. I just thought there was a self-defense one. But anyway, as I state, I still believe this isn't Iris, actually. I think this is Dahlia talking. So Dahlia's spinning bullshit. Because, you know, she is just a person who spins bullshit all day.
Huh. it's not a good story because Godot is totally going to just trash her whole testimony, and we're going to have to spin our way out of it.
Yeah, so apparently it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the Inner Temple that night.
Maybe that's why. Maybe you're right.
That's right. Hold on. We had evidence from yesterday proving that Iris was in 2 places at the same time.
Yeah, probably.
So that means someone else channeled Dahlia, not...
It was Morgan. She got out of jail. Except she didn't.
I mean, my only thought is Maya. I don't know how that works, or why that would have happened.
I have no idea. We need to start fitting these puzzle pieces together. This is getting kind of ridiculous.
Once again, if Maya's possessed by Dahlia and Dahlia's still our murderer, then we end up with a problem where now
yeah, Maya still did it.
Maya would be the one that technically did it, and so Phoenix has to choose between protecting his friend or protecting his client. Because if that's how it ends up coming down to with the whole, like, remember how I said there's gonna be some bullshit in the end where, like, we can't convict a ghost of a crime, but Phoenix is gonna piece together that it was the ghost that did it.
And that's when he throws his Magatama in the trash. He's like, you let me down. Anyway, let's contradict her on the staff because we know that it had a sword in it. And it's like, hey... Why would she use her staff to attack someone when she had a sword?
I don't think that's... I think we might be getting a step ahead. Like, I don't think the line of whacked her with her staff and, sword, that fact that it was a sword, it is... Like, because imagine I have a sword that's in a hilt. I can hit you with the hilt because I don't have a moment to draw the sword or I haven't drawn the sword yet, right? Like, my point is you can still club someone with it even though it's a sword. So there isn't a exact contradiction there. There's a logical jump of, like, why use it as a club when you could use it as a sword, but that's not a straight-up contradiction, right? And these games want very clear contradictions, not just a, well, why wouldn't they do this over this, right? And typically when they say something and we have evidence to go against it, it's because we literally have, like, what they're saying is literally 100% false because X thing truly contradicts it. So in this case, I don't think we can present the sword. I think we take damage.
Oh yeah, there are consequences for being wrong in this game. Consequences are hard. I was sitting in a bush. Because I'm a tiny child. Look at my whittle arms. We found her talisman in a bush. We found a sword in her staff. We found the blood-covered orb. That's a contradiction right there. Because her weapon was in her staff and not in her shirt. And then if that didn't work, she was gonna beat her to death with her children's book. Apparently Japan knows what Worcestershire sauce is.
Worcestershire.
No, that's definitely Worcestershire.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, come on!
I am almost positive it's not pronounced that way.
Well, it's definitely spelled that way. I've looked at a lot of Worcestershire sauce. Now he's just calling us a lawyer boy. What a dick.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna send you a link.
Take off that fucking visor and fight me like a man. Put up your dukes. We're gonna fight in this courtroom.
That's the Google link. So that you can actually listen to the computer say it. Here is how it's written out for how you pronounce it. I am correct. It's Worcestershire. God damn it. It did it so weird. When I copied and pasted the how to pronounce it into Discord, it did it so weird.
It definitely sounds the same. It's just have like half the syllables in it.
Now, given the SAAS at the end, there is sauce, so it's Worcestershire sauce. Yeah, fun fact: it is not Worcestershire; it's Worcestershire sauce. For anybody out there who also didn't know this.
I would still say it's the same thing with half the syllables in the word.
Well, I mean, but if it's missing syllables, Jeff, then it's not pronounced the way with the syllables you're trying to pronounce it with, right? If you're adding syllables, you're pronouncing it wrong. I could say the word, you know, on the screen, small. I could add syllables to the word small and then say those syllables are missing, so clearly my pronunciation is just as valid as the actual pronunciation for small, because I'm adding extra syllables in, and that's not correct.
Yeah, except that's not the same thing happening here at all. What? Because I can hear your pronunciation. It's the same like syllables you're trying to pronounce, but they're just a lot shorter.
It's not the same syllables, because I'm not saying Worcestershire. I'm saying Worcestershire.
Which it could be.
Like they're like, let's look at it at the beginning. If I pronounce it Worcestershire, let's break down the syllables. If I pronounce it Worcestershire, the first syllable is war. That's not what it is in Worcestershire sauce. It's w. It's not war, it's w. Worcestershire sauce. So already the very first syllable of how you pronounce it as Worcestershire is not the same as Worcestershire. Like, those syllables aren't the same at all. And then it's sta, and then it's sh. Like, those are our three syllables to Worcestershire. Wa, sta, sh, right? And then we have Worcestershire. It's 5 syllables and all that. I don't know why it's pronounced Worcestershire. I just know it is pronounced Worcestershire.
I would imagine it's me trying to do the opposite thing, where everyone's like, this word's too long, we have to fucking make it a lot shorter. And it always sounds like they tried to abbreviate it into a smaller word as best they could. And then, like, no one in my experience, no one knows what it's supposed to sound like, so they try to make it, like, as abbreviated as they can, and it sounds like it comes out a few different ways when people try to say it.
But I personally think that if it were just when people look at the word, they don't know how to pronounce it, I disagree with that, because when you look at the word, you do think it's pronounced Worcestershire. Like, there's nothing in it that makes you not think it's Worcestershire. Like, I understand where people think it's Worcestershire, technically, Worcestershire, because there's no H. I'm pronouncing with an H there. So, Worcestershire.
Yeah, but everyone's annoyed at the word being too long, so they shorten it while trying to, like, get the same points. Like, they try to hit the letters, but the word's so long that they just, like, I guess they try to hit, like, the important syllables, and, you know, like, everyone knows what they're trying to say, so, even, I don't know, like, this is how it was in my experience, is, like, and, like, people try to shorten it because the word's so long.
Yeah, maybe that's how it ended up being pronounced Worcestershire, but it's still wrong to pronounce it Worcestershire. Like,
I'm not gonna say that it's. I'm not gonna say it's a wrong way to say it because at least you're saying like you're enunciating the whole word.
Right, but words change over time, and even how they pronounce change over time. So I would argue if nowadays, by definition and like by, it's supposed to be pronounced Worcestershire, then I'm going to stick with Worcestershire. I'm not going to state that Worcestershire is correct. So.
I mean, that's
I don't know if that one in the past. I don't know if that was how it was pronounced.
Well, you can't argue pronunciation like at all because like in the dictionary can have a pronunciation written into it, but lots of words are dialectically or however you want to say that word. Like there's no correct pronunciation. It's just common ones that people use so that they understand what you're trying to say.
Kind of.
In an area.
So there are whole people, and I'm not as much of an English person as I am because I do have a lot of expertise in the English language and stuff. But when you have an English degree, funny or not, you don't spend a whole lot of time on how words are pronounced. And how to read the written out pronunciations in a dictionary properly. However, interestingly enough, music people do, and there is a whole field of study kind of in between these two that is just solely focused on the pronunciation of words. And those people can do a way better job. I had choir professors in college who could do a way better job like breaking down why this word is this way with like the dictionary version of it, like what because when they write the definite like the pronunciation of a word in the dictionary, when they use like the letter U, for example, it doesn't mean U as in the letter U. It means a very specific sound. That's why there's things like backwards E and like things like other symbols that we're not used to seeing in pronunciations. Like if you go through the dictionary and start looking at pronunciations of words written in the dictionary, you'll see letters and symbols that we're not used to seeing, and that's because everything there it's essentially a second. It's a second language, essentially a second written language that's focused on the sound of it. So it's very sound focused and not.
Yeah, it's literally a language made for like for showing sounds, whereas I would imagine the alphabet is probably therefore more for written, and then we have to make words out of letters, and then we have to make pronunciations based on those letters.
But yeah, so
and then
I don't know why Worcestershire sauce is not pronounced Worcestershire sauce.
I can imagine why it's not.
It could have been at one point in time it was. But my other thought is Worcestershire.
It's probably just some county in England that used to exist.
I was gonna say by the fact that it has shire in it.
Yeah.
It means it's a location over in England, presumably. And my guess is there's, if depending on how old it is, there are different areas.
Worcestershire.
There's different areas and different dialects to English over there. And my thought process is wherever Worcestershire is, it's always been pronounced Worcestershire and not Worcestershire. Like that's how that area's been pronounced by its
Worcestershire.
And so when the sauce is from that area, it's pronounced like the people from that area.
I think you would run into the same problem of me trying to explain how it became that pronunciation. Is like maybe the people who live there also hate the name of their place they live.
Well, my thought is so I know. Fuck, what's that? I'll have to send you because they're Welsh. Like
Welsh is a
long ass
yeah.
Words. There's some crazy ass long ass words in Welsh. And so my guess is maybe Welsh speakers lived in Worcestershire, like Welsh people were that area.
They lived in Worcestershire.
And so that's how it, even though how you would spell it in English is Worcestershire, that because of how Welsh is spoken, that it's pronounced Worcestershire. Because all I know about Welsh is that they have insanely long words, and it sounds like you're drunk when you hear it. Like, it's some crazy ass shit that I don't know a whole lot of. There's just a very famous, really long, either town name or road name. I forget what it is, but there's some ludicrously long word that's Welsh in origin that gets used all the time, and as the example of why it's crazy. The same thing's true with Iceland. Iceland also has some really long words. I forget the name of the big highway in Iceland that has a crazy name. But Reykjavik is spelled really crazily, if I remember correctly, the capital.
Also, no, wait, I'm thinking of Reykjavik, the YouTube channel.
But yeah, Reykjavik, the
Reykjavik,
capital of Iceland, is spelled really funky, I think. There's also a crazy mountain.
You're trying to throw your own client under the bus. Phoenix, you're a terrible lawyer. You are fired. Hey, isn't she leaning like bitch face now? You can't do that, Godot. You're gonna get appealed so fucking fast. Now he's literally running the court. Yeah, I would say this is a decent objection.
See, remember how I said you wanted me to throw the sword at something she said, and I said I think we're getting one step ahead of ourselves? I was right.
Well, we could have predicted...
I was right. We did get one step ahead of ourselves.
Well, we could have predicted she would have said that.
Well, but that was the point, is that, like, the line you wanted me to throw the sword at, it didn't clearly contradict it. It was like a fuzzy contradiction. But then if we pressed on things, a clear contradiction involving the weapon showed up. So yeah, there we go. However, I actually don't think her version is, like, from a witness who's not paying attention. She threw down her staff and pulled a dagger out of her cloak. But if she threw down, like, the sleeve of the sword, it could look like she might have produced this weapon from her cloak while throwing the staff away, right? Because you see her throw the staff, but it's not the staff, it's the sheath to the sword. But then you look at her again, and she has a weapon in her hand, so you assume she got it from her cloak. However, my thought is that the sword is too long to be considered a dagger.
Yes, I would also question the judgment of our own witness, because you look at a sword and you're like, she had that in her cloak, and it's like, that's a sword. How the fuck did she do that?
Well, so yeah, as my thought is the how it's in the cloak part comes to the fact that you saw her throw it away. You saw what you thought was the staff get thrown away, and then suddenly she had a weapon in her hand. Where could that weapon have been before? Because you didn't see it before, and so your only answer is the cloak, right? I'm saying her, that's a, if you witnessed it, interpretation where you could get the dagger from a cloak. My only thought though is that, now given, I personally, if I remember correctly, daggers are, like, significantly longer than we think they are, because I feel like we think of daggers as knives, but daggers are significantly longer than, like, any knife you'd use in the kitchen.
Well, yes, it's a sword is like, I don't know what a standard sword length is like, what, 3 feet long?
Well, that's difficult because there's short swords, there's long swords, there's a bunch of different sizes and categories to swords, so.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that there's no standard sword. It had this sword that when you kill people with it, it doesn't get blood on it. It's a really magic sword. The soundtrack really needs to start stepping up a little bit. Well, that's number 3. It's one that I forgot to do because I spent 6 hours staring at a lock. Okay, so he's just trying to bullshit his way out of the fact that it could have still been a dagger, even though we've never found this fucking dagger.
So he is putting a category onto the sword cane. It is a long sword.
I mean, you could call it a long sword. I mean, it is a long sword.
But my point is, long sword is a category of swords, John. So there is a more of a meaning to long sword than just a sword that's long. Because a great sword is a sword that's long, but it's not a long sword. It's a great sword.
Wait, we have more evidence of this? What could we pull out to possibly imagine that it wasn't a dagger?
So the sword is being entered into evidence because no one knows of this except me and Detective Gumshoe, right? So this wasn't a thing that the prosecution even knew about until now, right? No one knew about this other than us and Gumshoe's because we told Gumshoe to keep his mouth shut. So when he said, you know, the defense is entering this, it's because, you know, the sword needs to be entered. Let's do it. Oh, yeah, I know what we're doing.
Oh, the daughter part?
Real name Misty Faye.
There you go. She's also a mother of you, the defendant.
No, the defendant's mother is Morgan.
She is animating like bitch face, though.
I mean, all of her animations have always been the same as Dahlia's. Every time we've talked to her in this game, her animation, like to show you something, here's the profile picture for Iris. Here's the profile picture for Dahlia. It's literally the same picture, but different color hair. So all of their animations are the same between the two characters.
Which could have an implication in of itself.
It's just Iris tends to use the more like sadder, calm ones when talking to us, versus we saw a lot of the more like playful ones or like teasing ones from Dahlia as she manipulates people, and then we always got her breakdown ones when she broke down. Yeah. Meanwhile, the sad looking face one is what we always get from Iris, which is this one where she's looking down to the side.
She really wants that penny on the floor. Don't give her guff about that. No, his brain's exploding again. I mean, to be fair, this entire story is difficult to believe no matter how you slice it.
I will state that, yes, it's difficult to believe she would throw away a sword and fight her daughter. However, people do murder their children, so...
It's actually more likely than not. Like, it's always more likely that the people who murder each other know each other rather than just random murder.
Well, yeah, but not... what they're talking about isn't the fact that they know each other, it's the fact that they're mother and daughter. So...
Which is still the same thing.
I will state, well, not exactly. So I will state it's less likely that you're gonna get murdered by your parent than you are someone else you know. I would believe that to be true. However, it's not unheard of, and it does happen. So, like, the fact that a mother and daughter were fighting to the death, one in self-defense and one with bloodlust for murder, is still a thing that could have happened even though they're mother and daughter. Like, that doesn't change the, like,
yes.
she's still her own daughter.
Godot just said that because he was being a terrible prosecutor again, because he said that nothing in this world is impossible. Can you get to the fucking point, Godot? What are you trying to say now?
Even Phoenix just said, "Will we get to the point?"
Oh, it's because he heard the confession this morning. Not when I'm half robot. Well, yeah, we were with him all day. Wait, he never told us he found that.
I mean, he was sent out this morning and found it, Jeff.
Godot!
He investigated yesterday.
Gumshoe, you lied to me! Now you fucked up my whole case. Well, that would explain why the sword didn't have blood on it. Because I, Phoenix Wright, have 100% clue-finding ability. Which pine tree? Wait, we never looked in that tree. That was dumb of us. She decided to stab the tree.
No, it apparently fell into the tree as the victim fell backwards.
Well, we're fucked. We didn't know about the murder weapon, so we can't contradict the murder weapon. Well, yeah, he was having them all in a line.
We don't know whose blood is on it.
This seems like faulty evidence, then, to be honest.
Well, as the judge is saying, I order that a blood test be performed on him immediately.
I'm surprised that the judge isn't pissed off about this. It's like, you didn't fucking do the test before you got here. What the hell?
He got it this morning. Like, my point is, this is very new evidence, Jeff.
And this is why you don't have a 3-day system for murder trials. Because that means that we have to do shit like this. There's a ton of, like, criminals who should have been arrested just out on the street because of this stupid system. It's because they keep getting prosecuted by Mr. Man-Woman person I never remember the name of. And I just remembered Payne's name like 5 seconds ago. The battle between the 20-year-old and the 50-year-old. Who's gonna win? Then she dodged and stole her weapon. And stabbed her in the face. So she had all the time in the world to write Maya's name upside down. Well, if she was stabbed, well, yes. If she did that after she was stabbed with the dagger part. She was really, really pissed off that her mother disappeared all those years. She's like, I'm gonna kill you now with this dagger. It was totally premeditated. You might as well just press on everything. We don't have a lot of evidence to contradict this shit.
Enough.
Well, if it was so dark, how do you have all this witness testimony? What'd you throw it into the forest? And then somehow fell into the tree? Okay, fair enough, I guess. Okay, so the judge asked a question and then didn't get an answer.
I don't mean to present, but I do want to look at some stuff.
No, just present everything. Let's die. Let's give up. Her story is too bulletproof. Hey, how about this picture of this flying lady? That totally destroys your case. You think the talisman has something to do with it?
No, I don't think the talisman's...
That was found on a cliff. Which wouldn't exactly... It wouldn't contradict her case because... I don't know.
I think I saw it when I was going through stuff. She was stabbed in the back.
Well, there you go. Who drew this picture?
Yeah, with her back to the thing.
There you go.
I presented to this? I assume I presented to this.
Yeah, because that's literally a contradiction.
Yeah.
You have to do it.
It might be the wrong line. I just feel like it might be the wrong line.
That's the most correct line you could get. But it... What the fuck, Gabe? It literally said in the line itself that it was a contradiction. I mean... The only thing I can say is that the line didn't explicitly say she was stabbed.
Yeah, which is why it's the next line after that.
Oh, come on! That's so stupid.
I agree. In my opinion,
because, again, no one drew this picture. This is just based off of what she's thinking.
Yeah, in my opinion, we should have been able to, like, object with that evidence to either of those.
Fuck you, game. Not unlike me, who clearly presented the exact evidence first time. Why is she getting so defensive other than she's, you know, the person on trial? But then I saw her draw her name on the lantern, which clearly contradicts your objection. Which you think Iris would probably have known about, considering she was trying to pull out the fake sword out of her back. Which means that she was stabbed in the back because, you know, the hilt of the sword wasn't in her... is in the front of her chest. No, what the fuck is Godot doing today? He's such a terrible prosecutor. I 100% agree with Phoenix. Godot is being the worst prosecutor since his first case. What the hell are you getting at, Godot? That does nothing to do with what you're saying. It's the testimony, of course I was! Then fucking why are you having her testify then? Where is he going with this?
Apparently there was a stone lantern that was lit.
Yeah, but how is this gonna help him, considering that on the night of the crime it's impossible to light it? Okay, so it couldn't be lit. Well, what about the other 4 lanterns? There were 4 other lanterns there, or at least 4 torches.
I'm annoyed by this because if it's pitch black and she can't see properly, then everything she's saying doesn't matter.
Yes.
Because she didn't see anything then.
Which means that Godot's an idiot. Because, like, he's putting a person on the stand who can't even testify to anything. And the people who can, one of them's dead and the other one's dying. Because there's no other witnesses. I mean, this case is complete bullshit. How does that destroy his case? What the fuck?
In my opinion, it destroys everything Godot's trying to do.
He can't get her on the crime unless he's gonna pull something else out of his case file. I don't understand what just happened. It says Ahabim. What does that mean? Wait, Godot didn't notice?
Godot colorblind?
Well, it's not blue, though.
Did he say, I don't know if he said something about his vase or something. Well, I don't mean like literal colorblind. I mean like, if Godot can't see like if his visor makes like everything red or something, then he can't.
Oh, you mean that.
I don't know if that was established or if they're establishing it now, but like my thought is like if he's wearing a visor, all I can see is red, maybe he can't see that. But my brain says this might have come up once before too, where Godot couldn't see something. Like my brain, I swear it came up once before, but maybe I'm just being crazy and just thinking because.
Also, she can't testify about this because of the thing that was just said.
Yeah, I don't know. No, it's conjecture, but whatever.
The game just pulled up a contradiction and then just said it didn't fucking matter. Considering that Godot is blind, he needs to have somebody else help him and write down things he can't see. But you can't even see the thing we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just going crazy.
Where is this going?
Maybe I'm just confusing it with Cyclops from X-Men, because Cyclops has like a similar visor thing going on, and
he said that he can't see well. We don't know how. Okay, he just said he can't see everything, which doesn't mean anything because that means that literally can mean anything. It could mean that he can't see moths. Or left shoes. I mean, he's only had like 5 or 6. I don't think that's gonna overdose him, Mr. Coffee Addict. To me? Oh, no. She showed a flashlight on the case, which means that she can testify about it.
Right? It's so weird to me that they're not bringing up the fact that if she couldn't see, then we can't rely on her sight.
Which is weird to say because they did that like a couple of cases ago. They threw a guy out of the courtroom for being an unreliable witness.
Right, that's why I'm so confused. So like my only thought is just because Phoenix never got to say anything against it, and Godot and the judge kind of just accepted it. You know, we can't do anything.
I don't think this is true because of the snowmobile. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to the... So she carried the body across the bridge and then picked it up with the snowmobile because the snowmobile can't go across the bridge? But then why did you do all of this? I don't...
So,
I mean, her being Misty is the twist of fate, not everything else.
if you remember from what this started as, Iris claimed that she tampered with the crime because she was trying to protect Maya, because Maya's the future of the clan and she has a duty to the clan, right?
Sure.
That's what she claimed. That she covered up the murder because she was trying to help Maya because of the familiar ties there. However, that's not what happened, but like that's her reasoning. And so in Iris's testimony here, she did not know that Misty Faye was Misty Faye. She thought it was Elise, right? So this random lady, Elise what's her face, tries to kill the leader of the clan that I'm a part of, and then my clan leader kills her in self-defense. Because I want to protect my clan leader, I take the body of this woman and do stuff with it to cover up the murder.
And I drop a statue on them. The judge understands this a lot more than I can. Either that or he just believes everybody.
Kind of always just believes everybody.
I would say something fucky with the snowmobile part is probably going to be the contradiction. She dragged it behind her across the bridge. Then she used the snowmobile to carry back to the temple. She went to the bridge.
No, he didn't. We already proved the other fucking day that it didn't happen. You fucking lying bitch.
Yeah, maybe the tracks. The tracks will reveal the truth because of the snow that coincidentally didn't snow around the crime. Yep, it's that picture. Yeah, that's weird. It didn't go somewhere and then come back. Oh no, wait, the snow. Because it was a perfect snowstorm. Which coincidentally we're going to be getting in a couple days. We're all going to be buried alive.
Except for the fact that it's going to be 35 when it snows, so I don't think it's actually going to stick around much.
It's literally going to snow 4 feet in one day.
Supposed to be upwards of 8 inches.
80 inches.
No, 8 inches. However, as I said, the day that it's gonna snow, it's gonna be 35 degrees for most of the day. So I imagine, during the day when most of the beginning part of the snow isn't gonna stick around until the evening part of the snow. So
you imagine that it's literally gonna be the day after tomorrow. If you step outside, you die instantly.
No, the day after tomorrow happened in Minnesota a few years back when it was like negative 60 out or whatever. Like, there was a winter here a few years ago where it was colder in Minnesota than it was in the Arctic at that time. Like, I remember it was so cold that the house I was living in at the time, the door handles had ice on them on the inside of the heated building. Like, there was ice on the inside of our door handles because the cold from outside was chilling the metal so much that it traveled through all of the lock system to the inside knob of the metal, and then that condensated with the water in the air and froze it so that there was ice on the inside doorknobs of the house I lived in, despite the fact that we had the heat on. That was a cold winter. That's the day after tomorrow winter.
That sidekick of his is doing some work today. Okay, so when the murder happened, the snow had stopped. Occasional lightning strikes, snow 7 to 1050, lightning 10 to 11. That's a... Actually, never mind. But this fiery picture proves you're wrong.
There's 50 minutes of leeway, so yeah, we're gonna go. Oh, bam! Oh, I guess not. Fuck me.
This weather report sounds like bullshit. I can't believe in this. Why do you never penalize the NPCs, you dick? The murder took place at 10. It snowed until 10:50. So there was only one track from the snowmobile, the return track. Which, I mean, if she died at 10, and if it was snowing up until 10:50, that means that she spent an hour dragging the body back?
I guess.
Wait, you actually got it?
I'm so mad that it's literally like the wrong one again. I presented the right evidence to the wrong line, apparently.
I guess we're gonna have to go through the walkthrough, considering we only have 3 fuck-ups left.
Man.
This is the weather data I tried to show to the judge 30 seconds ago, and he was like, that's bullshit.
Oh yeah, 5 minutes before the snow stopped, the bridge caught on fire.
Oh, yeah. What was the timestamp of that? Oh, no, wait, it was on the fucking weather report.
10:45.
Wasn't it? It didn't... Oh, I thought it said 10:30. Have around 30 minutes pass between the fire burned for 30 minutes, because that was a really shitty bridge. Was he dunking on Miles Edgeworth?
I don't think so.
Do you think Phoenix would have the balls to dunk on Miles Edgeworth? No, she crossed the bridge because she was the flying lady. That's how she crossed the bridge.
Nagado's gonna say it was too dark for the bridge to catch fire.
No, he's gonna say, obviously the weather people are always wrong, so we can't trust this evidence. What the fuck are you talking about? So what, are you gonna call a different witness?
So...
What the... There are 2 facts that can't be disputed. The body was discovered in the temple courtyard, and Bikini saw this. But... What is he trying... Yeah, but what's the conclusion? He's just bringing up things that we know. Then, again, why are you on the stand? There's a difference between having perfect testimony and having reliable testimony. If she's just been wasting our time this whole time, then we should move on and get some other witness here, or present some more evidence or something.
Alright, so he's currently stating that...
This happened somehow.
So even though after the murder happened, the bridge had burned down, somehow the body got from one side to the other.
Can we even prove that she was stabbed at the garden? Or she was at the garden at all? Other than, you know, Iris faulty testimony pants saw her? Yes I am, because I literally proved that it was untrue a second ago.
Godot's claiming because the body had to be moved, you can't say this isn't true. And it's
Which is literally the opposite of logic. You can't just say the contradiction doesn't matter when it means that the thing that she's saying happened was impossible.
Well, now she's amending it again. So
oh my god.
Yeah,
Then she drug the body the entire way across the bridge, making it even slower. This isn't testimony! What the fuck?
That's not a testimony!
What the fuck was that?
That's just a bunch of fucking conjecture!
That's also a bunch of stupid questions! What the fuck, Capcom? Wait, you have a picture of that?
This was taken the morning after...
I don't think I had a picture of that. What's this really long rope?
It's one of the snapped wires, Jeff.
So they didn't take it.
You see the ropes that go across and are tied to anchors? That's one of those ropes. It's just not tied to an anchor.
Do you think?
It might be an important factor. They might have done something.
Do you think that the rope is the reason why someone flew over the bridge?
Could be.
Well, yeah, because they literally put it into the script, so obviously it's gonna come up somehow. And this picture wasn't taken after somehow Gumshoe slapped together a repair for the bridge. Because the repaired bridge was not in that picture. Yeah, morning after the crime. Is she still going to be considered accused of murder at this point? The only reason that Godot has been making sense is because he's been saying the most obvious shit he could think of. That no matter what would be true, because it's so obvious. Anyway, other than walking, there's no way to move. Wait, we're actually cross-examining this not testimony? Seriously?
Yeah, I went to the guide now, because I was like, I'm not taking damage for hitting the wrong one. And believe it or not, we can apply the same shit to any of the shit she says into this, according to the guide. It says, present Larry's sketch on any of the statements you like.
Any of the three. Which, this is not proof of anything. I mean, the only thing that this proves is that Larry claims he saw this. I know that Phoenix has seen a lot of stupid shit, but, like, he's actually putting into court that someone flew.
No, he's not flew. He's gonna give an explanation now.
What does Phoenix think this means? Preposterous? He can't chicken out. He has to get Larry on the stand. Wait.
Highly gifted.
Okay.
Phoenix referred to him as like a talented, highly gifted.
Oh, but like you said, nobody in this courtroom knows who Larry is.
I mean, Iris should.
I guess. Again, it's not that bad.
Also, we're not saying she flew. We're saying that they did something that Larry would have thought was flying.
Well, Phoenix is gonna have to explain that, and appropriately, the judge is really pissed off. What are you trying to prove, though? Because it obviously has a reflection in it. But, I don't... Why would Larry draw it upside down? The binding's on the right side of this picture.
You're right, though. It is upside down.
I don't...
Now I look at the drawing, it is upside down. The drawing is upside down. It's not evidence of nothing.
Is exactly what happened.
So yeah, you're right though. The drawing is upside down because
I don't know why you would draw it with the binding facing you. That seems really weird.
well, so those ropes on top are the cross ropes on the bottom of the bridge. Like those diagonal ropes in the drawing are the diagonal ropes that are in an X pattern underneath the bridge.
Which means that someone was being thrown into the river.
Down.
Just fucking say it's upside down. The ropes? But then again, this picture could be used as proof that someone just got thrown into the river. Wait, didn't we already prove that? Or do we have to get more evidence to prove it?
No, they just want us to present the photo we just got.
Okay.
Because now they want to compare the drawing to reality to show why there's a contradiction between the two of them, which is we need the photo that shows that the strings are on the bottom.
Jumping Jehoshaphat. I guess Godot didn't see this picture yesterday.
Did not.
I would say, yeah, he drew it wrong because I don't think you would again draw with the binding facing your balls.
So now the question is, if Larry made a mistake, why did he make that mistake?
Because it's Larry. That's literally the reason. It doesn't have to be a reason. We can just say it's Larry. Larry's the dipshit who ruins our life.
He drew it upside down because he's drawing it while he's lying in bed. Oh my god.
That would explain.
He's looking at it like this, and he drew it upside down because this is how he was looking at it when he drew.
That would explain why he drew it upside down, but it wouldn't explain why he started with the binding facing himself, which is the problem. Just because he wrote it upside down doesn't mean he would hold his notebook upside down. That's fucking retarded.
No, so he's not holding his notepad upside down, Jeff.
He would if he drew it like this.
No, he wouldn't. If his eyes are viewing it upside down. So if I were to have a thing like this, and
okay,
an actual bridge where the wires are on the bottom, and I'd lay on my bed so that my head's dangling off the edge of my bed, and I'd look up at it, I would see it reverse. So when I drew it, I would draw the underwires on top, because I'm seeing it upside down.
But
so if the thing I'm looking at drawing is upside down from my own eyes, because my head's upside down, then these wires would be on top from my perspective of me looking at it.
So then you would just fuck up the perspective entirely, and you wouldn't be able to see that.
Which he did. He fucked up the perspective. The perspective switched. The top is the bottom, and the bottom's the top here.
Well, I would say that the problem with this picture is that there's no way to depict the cross wires. Well, I mean, the cross wires weren't cut yet, so maybe that would make sense.
Well, only one of the cross wires broke, but yeah.
Yeah, but they were currently on fire. That doesn't mean they were cut, so maybe it does make sense.
Yeah. So the point is if you're looking at it upside down and you draw it, your drawing would be upside down to reality, but it'd be right side up from your perspective at the time of drawing it, because you were upside down.
I would still find this hard to believe, because this looks like he drew it, like, directly under the bridge, and the hut is way far from the bridge.
I don't know.
Like, he's in the hut in this picture we made up. And again, there's no way to prove it, because, again, we don't have a picture of this. We're just saying that's the case and hoping people believes us.
Well, we're saying that this in the drawing, you know, shows we're essentially establishing that the drawing's upside down, so that we can then explain that if someone flew, they flew under the bridge. So instead of they flew under the bridge, it's a rope was used, because now they're underneath something, right? There's something to anchor them to. If they flew above the bridge, there's nothing to anchor them to. But if they flew under the bridge, they didn't fly, they were attached to a rope. I think that's what we're getting at, because you can attach something. There's places to anchor stuff on the, you know, underneath the bridge. So you can have someone look like they fly at night while under this bridge by doing something with, like, a rope. So that's where we're getting at. We're establishing that this drawing's upside down, so that we can then prove that the body was moved thanks to, like, rope, right? That the body was indeed moved. It's just Larry stupid and thought it was flying, but it's not flying above the ridge. It's swinging, yeah, as he said, swinging below.
And we can't use our own testimony to disprove this, because Larry saw this as he was drawing it, and he was the one who met us at the bridge before we almost died.
Right.
So the person who was penduluming wasn't at the same time as Phoenix dying.
Yeah, it was not at the same time as Phoenix dying.
Which means that Phoenix can't prove it's a contradiction, because he wouldn't have been able to see it.
There isn't a contradiction here, Jeff. Like,
no, there's not.
We pointed, like, what he did with the contradiction was to prove, like, the contradiction was that the wires are up in this picture while they're down in the actual photo. That was the contradiction. That contradiction's being used to say that this drawing is upside down, thus stating this drawing is not of a person flying, but of the body being transported via pendulum effect. Right? That's what that contradiction between the two things was about. It was so that we could establish that the drawing's upside down, so then we can use the possibility of the pendulum effect thing.
I guess the obvious next question is that, how the fuck did they set that up when the bridge was on fire? Because you can't attach something to a burning bridge as it's burning.
I mean, you can if the part you attach it to isn't yet burning.
This seems kind of flimsy, and I'm wondering how they managed it.
Okay, so Jeff, here's the photo of the bridge.
Yes.
After the effect. See that rope that's dangling that came loose from its anchor? That all the other ones are still anchored? If you're on the other side of the bridge and you tie the body to the rope that's on the anchor, like the anchor side of the rope that's not on fire yet because the bridge is on fire, and thus the fire would have to travel all the way along the rope all the way to the anchor in order for the entire rope to catch fire. You can then swing it, and as long as the rope isn't like completely ablaze to the point where it's weakened and is going to snap from the weight of the body, you could then use a pendulum effect to move the body. However, there is an interesting thing that I feel like we have to get into with this that I assume we will.
That in the
pic, has to be someone on the other side ready to receive it.
I thought you were gonna
put the body this way. Someone has to be on the other side to retrieve it.
I thought you were gonna say that in the picture the cross ropes are also still on fire.
No, they're not on fire currently.
I'm pretty sure they have a orange outline, which would imply they're on fire.
In his drawing, yes, but he's just drawing everything on fire because he's.
Yeah, see, look at it's definitely going.
Yeah, but like, look at these ropes. If they were on fire, they would have been in tatters, like the ropes up above that you can see are in tatters, right? You can see the support lines on the bridge, like handles, are destroyed in several areas because of the fire. The support ropes are all still basically exactly intact, except for the one that's dangling.
Which was the one that was used for the crime because none of the other 3 apparently snapped.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense that the rope would snap on the anchor end if the bridge was on fire. It would snap, if the fire was going to cause the rope to snap, it would have snapped at the point where it connects to the bridge. But it didn't.
Yeah, which is weird because the entire bridge was on fire, so how the fuck did that happen?
I mean, as I said, as long as the fire hadn't weakened the integrity of the rope enough to cause it to snap at that time.
Yeah, but this is the day after the burning, so how the fuck is it still intact?
I mean, because the bridge caught on fire doesn't mean that everything caught fire to the point where it was destroyed.
I mean, if it's attached to that part of the bridge, I don't get it because it's attached to the bottom of it.
A thick rope could
Yeah, but this isn't about this isn't the rope. This is the thing the rope's attached to.
I mean, fire has to spread. It's not necessarily gonna be able to spread everywhere. In fact, when I look at this picture here, the left side of the bridge is more damaged than the right side.
Which again, I thought when we were investigating, like, we saw that the entire bridge was missing. Like, I don't remember there being this much of a difference between the sides of the bridges when we went and saw it.
I don't remember. But that's the point, is if the lightning struck the left side of the bridge...
Which it did.
Would not have spread all the way across to get to everything. And the important area that it would need to heavily spread to in order to burn it, because it could spread there but not burn it enough, is the dead center of the bridge where all 4 of the anchors connect. Because if that area was heavily damaged and like completely destroyed by the fire, then all 4 anchors should have snapped at the point where they connect to the bridge.
Do you think this was actually a contingency plan they thought of beforehand, or do you think they just made this up on the fly?
I think this might have been improvised, but we'll see.
Because I struggle to believe that this was made up on the fly, because, like, how the fuck did the 2 parties communicate, considering that they weren't able to plan for the lightning strike?
That's fair. We'll have to figure that out.
Well, yeah, lightning, you can't summon lightning. Of course it was an accident. They didn't have to get the rope ready because it was already available. So everything we just said, we're gonna have to put into the game now.
Yeah, basically. Everything you and I just talked about is gonna get put into the game now.
Anyway, look at this picture again. And why are you gonna give us 3 points of damage for this? You should have presented the picture again and been like, these ropes, which are clearly in this picture, which ones have they used?
Yeah, I did present the picture again. To say
No, I meant the doodle.
Oh, the drawing.
The ropes that are clearly in this doodle. Is Phoenix going to establish that it's weird that one half of the bridge is burned and the other half isn't? Because this is a picture from real life, so it has to be it has to look like this. I mean...
Yeah, there we go, pendulum effect.
Yeah, exactly, but then how... Oh, it's because of his dumb perspective, because he was far away from the bridge.
There we go. Apparently it's rigged in such a way that it, like, kind of tossed or set the there was just enough rope that once it cleared that, the body was able to then fall onto the ground.
I'm guessing the orb...
They did it in that animation.
I'm guessing
that's how the orb ends up there, probably.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Because he does find the orb somewhere around
there. Godot is currently drowning in coffee. Is he gonna do, like, an epic spit take?
Anyway, I did pull up the guide still, and I am looking at the guide. You might get very mad, I don't know. But looking at the guide here, to make sure we don't get a game over, there is a Dahlia's testimony. So I don't know if that means she's alive, or we do put a ghost on the stand. But there is a Dahlia's testimony line.
Okay.
However, it comes right after a recess, which is coming pretty soon. So something crazy like she's alive might get shown.
I mean, the problem is that, like, the one thing that's been established in this game that can't be... I can't deny it, is people possession. That's a thing that's been established multiple times. So if they're...
It has been used in a court case once before.
If they're gonna go with it, I can't boo it because we've done it too many times.
Any actual evidence that the body was swung like a pendulum?
The Shinishido! Because they need to hook the body into something, so they use the Shinishido as the pendulum to get it over there. Because clearly if you stab it with that, it wouldn't be able to fall off.
The body fell 10 feet after death.
Wait, what? But it would have had to hit something!
Yeah, it did. Don't you remember seeing that the animation of the body swinging?
Well, it swung. I didn't see it hit a rock.
Up. No, it swings up, and then her body hits the ground on the other side, and the rope stays...
Wait, what?
Like, in the animation they showed of the body swinging, her body swings up and then lands on the ground on the other side, and the rope stays up.
Did they...
Enough leg that it once she cleared the thing, the backswing of the pendulum set her body on the ground.
Did they actually show it hit the ground, or did someone catch it on the other side?
Presumably hit the ground, but we don't see a person on the other side, but we just see it go over a lip and then land somewhere.
Although, to be fair, like, we kind of have to go with the Godot thing. Like, the evidence said this happened, so it has to happen.
Also, looking at this picture, Jeff, the rope is this rope is longer than the other side, so it does make sense that if you would pendulum it, you could get the body to land over by that anchor.
Well, it would go...
The rope on this side is longer than that anchor where that anchor is on the other side. So...
Oh, he's pointing at this rope.
So the rope that's flashing is longer than the rope that's...
On the other side of
it. Yeah, the other side of it. Not mirror.
I thought they were going to use the one on the top right, and I was going to be like, well, that one's clearly the longest of all the ropes, but yeah, it would make the most sense for them to use the bottom right, because that's right outside the fucking temple.
And in this picture, the bottom right one's the one that's dangling, because we can see the back right one. Or the back... we can see the bottom, the far left one is the one that's dangling. The right one is the back one is the one that's still attached. But because of the length of this rope, if you swung the body and you miss this cliff,
it would hit the cliff.
The body would swim. No, if you
or fall in the river.
If you miss the cliff, Jeff, the body would swing up past it. If you swung underneath the cliff, the body would hit the underside of the cliff.
Yes.
So you swing next to it, so that when the pendulum effect causes it to fall down, it then catches the cliff on the fall back, because the pendulum's gonna move slightly when you as it comes back, so it's not gonna fall back exactly where.
So we're still implying that they made this up on the fly.
Yeah, no, they definitely did it on the fly, but now instead of having there to be a person on the other side to catch it,
so somehow they mathed this out perfectly that it didn't hit the cliff or fall in the river.
That or they got really lucky, which I won't put it past luck at the end of the day here. My question, though, now is how did they get to the other side? Because then the body wasn't found.
Possession. They used possession of another person to get over there. Because Pearl clearly didn't do this.
I mean, yeah, you're right. If the person on both sides is technically Dahlia can hop from one body on one side to a body on the other side.
I don't think there's that many people both in on the conspiracy and with powers for that to work, but maybe it does.
We already know when the bridge was on fire, Iris was 100% on. Even though she's claiming to be on the other side, she was on the side, that we were on. Right? She wasn't on the side Maya was on. Iris was 100% on the side we were on, despite the fact that she claims otherwise right now.
Okay, so
Dahlia can jump to both sides by using Pearl on one side to move the body, and then Iris on the other side.
Okay, so do Do you think that since there is a Dahlia's testimony, do you think Dahlia is gonna be so petty after death that she's gonna be willing to throw the person she's possessing under the bus and make them guilty for the crime? Because if she gets on the stand and says that she's Dahlia, I don't think the judge is gonna believe it.
I don't know. I honestly, I still don't know. Even though there's the fact of Dahlia's testimony, I don't know if that.
Maybe she testified before she was executed. I don't know.
No, my point is, here's a crazier.
Well, what's your idea?
So here's a way that it still has problems that we'll have to solve, because there is no easy explanation to this. But what if Dahlia didn't die? What if Iris died?
I mean, that's something that you would pull with twins, but...
What if Iris was put into jail and died, and Dahlia was able to escape as Iris?
Which means that there is no possession, and this is just somehow Dahlia tricked the justice system.
Right. Because I still find it odd that I don't believe they'd put a ghost on the stand in a person's body. But maybe they would. Like, I'm not gonna put it past it. I feel like there might be other avenues other than that. Also, some crazy ass twist has to happen to call for a recess, because there's always some big bullshit thing right before recess, and the Dahlia thing is after recess. So my guess is some crazy bullshit's gonna happen. Another thing that could have happened is that Dahlia literally shows up.
Maybe Maya's going to appear and be like, "I know everything."
It could be too. It could be that Maya bolts into the room here in a second and says, "I know everything."
Okay, so it overswung.
Due to the forward momentum, became loose and fell about 10 feet.
So yeah, he's just saying that the crystal sphere was knocked loose because they used the
typical force.
Well, no, I was gonna be like they used the staff to attach her to the rope.
No, it's just with her. When at the end of the day, you just tie her and anything you. So the point is, you don't want to leave the staff over on that side, Jeff, because then people know that she died on that side. So you want to move all of it over, right? You want to move the staff and her over to the other side. So you tie her and the staff to the rope, just in a bundle. You swing it across, and when she and the staff hit the ground, the gem came off.
I mean, if they need the staff over there to cover up the crime, who were they trying to blame for the murder?
I don't know yet.
Because
my mind says Iris is still meant to take the fall in the plan. Like,
yeah.
And now because of some bullshit, they're doing some really crazy, weird improvising. So, like, my guess is, like, everything that's happening in court today is because we were able to prove that it happened on the other side of the river, that the murder happened on the other side of the river, that suddenly we have all this shit, and now...
I'm being very dramatic about this.
Iris, who is in on it somehow, is indeed now trying to bullshit her way through it, which is why her entire thing has just been a absolute horse shit. Like, every turn has really glaring problems, and then Godot wanting to get her comes up with, like, the stupidest shit. Is all because she's just going, you know, she's whatever, she's just doing whatever, like, to try to
no one knows what they're trying to do right now.
Well, my thought is Iris was always supposed to take the fall. But because of us being able to prove what we proved yesterday, Iris can't take the fall unless Iris's story changes. So now Iris has to, on the fly, come up with a story that makes her guilty, so that she takes the fall in some way, shape, or form, or, in this case, gets rid of her and Maya, because now Maya might be alive, so we need to make sure Maya falls too, in the event that Maya is alive, because she's either alive or not. If she's not, it's fine, but if we accuse her of the murder and get her put away, then it's fine that she's alive, right? Because we need Maya out of the way too. So if Maya happens to be alive, then that's why now the plan is switching to throwing Maya under the bus, and Iris is taking up element of I helped to help prove that Maya did it, so they can throw Maya under the bus. But it's all right now. I think today's testimony and everything Iris is saying is a really crazy bullshit explanation, because suddenly the plan had to change because Iris was supposed to be found guilty yesterday, and it did not happen. And because of what was said yesterday, Iris has to now bullshit a bunch of shit to change the narrative and change the story so that there can be basically an entirely different story. And
yeah,
the entire time and is now putting together elements of the real story.
The problem with this whole thing that she's planning is that she is trying to cover up the crime because she's moving it to a different scene. So the problem with that is you would do that if you're trying to like obfuscate who actually did the crime. I don't think you would do it just to muck up the actual investigation because it would.
No, okay.
If the cover up isn't no, I want to say the rest of it. If the cover up isn't good enough, then they're still gonna figure you out.
Okay, so here's the thing, Jeff. Yesterday, Iris was supposed to be found guilty. What Bikini Witness was supposed to be the true version of it, right? That was the cover-up, right? That was what they meant to happen. However, yesterday, Miles Edgeworth was able to prove that there had to be a different murder scene, which then led to further investigation, which then led to the garden. So now, Iris has to make a story up about how she aided the body getting moved from the garden to where she was witness, and because of that, she has to muddy up a whole bunch of shit, and so now Maya's the murderer instead of Iris, but all this stuff, right? Everything she's saying today is improvised because of what was found in court yesterday, because the cover-up didn't work. The cover-up that was supposed to happen was she killed her in the temple ground area where Bikini witnessed it, right? That was supposed to be what happened, so that Iris would take the fall. Misty Faye's dead. Maya dies, presumably because she's locked in the thing, and Pearl can take the throne, right? That's what was supposed to happen.
So is Iris still supposed to take the fall for this?
No, because she can't now.
So she's still trying to throw it on Maya, but we're currently disproving that.
Yeah, so instead they're moving it to Maya, and now she assisted in it and stuff because the body still needs to be moved and all this other stuff. So because of that, I think that's what's happening. And Godot threw coffee at us again.
He has no right to keep saying that we're wrong about anything.
He threw cold coffee at us.
So. Wait, does your sidekick actually just have cold coffee so that you can throw it explicitly so you can throw it at people? Because I can't imagine that you've been holding your coffee long enough for it to go cold.
I don't know. Maybe it switches up. Every drink he gets is different. Sometimes it's black. Sometimes it's a cappuccino. It's like a different coffee drink each time. Sometimes it's a mocha, right? He just gets handed different coffee drinks.
And every time he gets an Americano, he just throws it at his sidekick. He's like, fuck you, I need actual coffee. What did we forget now? I don't even know if Godot knew any of this happened. So what sort of objection could someone who doesn't even understand how any of this happened throw at us? Fuck off. Come on, let's see where he's going with this. Oh, he's gonna say that they needed a second person.
Okay, and that's where we're gonna have to prove a second person, which is where shit gets wonky now.
Yeah, which is an obvious question.
Because now we're gonna have to somehow bring Dahlia into the fold, because Dahlia's on one side, because that's what it is. Dahlia's on one side and Iris is on the other side. That's the reality of what happened. I just don't know if Dahlia's a ghost or not. And if Dahlia's a ghost, then shit gets wonky. But if Dahlia somehow managed to escape death or something, then they both can be around. I just don't know. It's really weird and confusing, because someone had to get executed, so that means either Dahlia or Iris is a ghost.
It was clearly a sack of potatoes with a smiley face on it.
Or some weird shit happened and she didn't actually get executed, and for some reason no one knows that she didn't get executed.
Yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to see what Phoenix thinks about this.
The body couldn't have made it to the temple without an accomplice.
And he's gonna suggest Dahlia did it somehow.
So if you please, Mr. Wright, who was the person that received the body on the temple side? And as I said, we know that that's Iris.
Wait. Really?
Yeah, we know Iris is on the other side.
Okay, I want to...
Because of the events from the first day of court and everything that was set up there, Iris is the one that's on the side of the burning bridge. Because
I want to see where he's going with this.
When Bikini witnessed Iris putting the sword into the body, the bridge was already on fire, meaning Iris was always on the one side. Or if this is Dahlia, it's Dahlia pretending to be Iris on the one side. But if there needs to be someone on both sides, my mind says Dahlia's on the other side. That's how it ends up working, right? Iris is on one side, Dahlia's on the other side.
And Phoenix is saying that she testified that she had the key.
Right.
So she was the only one who was able to pick up the body and bring it to the main temple.
Yeah.
Which means that the Iris on the other side is a fake person.
Right, which is somehow Dahlia. And I don't know if it's gonna be Dahlia's ghost, or if it's gonna be...
Well, that's...
It's gonna be Dahlia's ghost, or if it's gonna be Dahlia somehow really alive. I don't know how this is gonna work.
Yeah, that's the thing, because, I mean...
Dahlia's the one on the other side.
Misty could have... All the people at the Inner Temple could have been possessed, but according to the testimony, Misty would have already had to be dead, so she couldn't do it, which means that Maya was the only one available. Except...
Maya or Pearl. But
yeah, Pearl too.
Do it. Well, Pearl claims she wasn't able to do it. That leaves us with Maya. Or Dahlia's not actually dead, which would be another reason why Pearl couldn't channel her. But I don't know how that exactly works, so...
Maybe it was Gumshoe's incompetence the whole time. It was Gumshoe, no one else. Yeah, I'm not sure how they're... I don't know where this is gonna go. I mean, you're the one saying I was in two places at the same time.
Okay, so...
Did he just say that this isn't Iris?
Phoenix just threw the accusation that this isn't Iris out.
Because the facts don't support that you're one person. Does that mean that the real Iris is just missing somewhere?
Yeah, that would mean that the real Iris is presumably missing somewhere.
Someone just threw her in a trunk, in a closet? Because clearly Iris is the only one who knows snowmobiles. Huh? So what, the jail lost track of Iris?
I don't know. That or it's Ghost in Iris's body right now, again.
Oh, say it's Mia. It's Mia Fey. The judge is gonna say something. Totally. I'm the only judge. I've sentenced you to death 3 months ago.
Okay, now that I'm looking at the stuff that happens before we take the break, I actually do think Dahlia's alive.
Well, we're getting to that.
Well, before the thing, we're gonna bring up Miles Edgeworth, and remember that yesterday there was a moment where Miles, who was supposed to be guarding Iris, lost her because of the earthquake, and then we found her again.
he did do that. He did black out.
Iris got away there when the earthquake happened, and we don't know where Iris is, but Dahlia was the person we came across next.
She also stole her shirt. So Iris is currently freezing to death somewhere.
Something, yeah, we don't know yet.
Oh, maybe that's why she locked that jail, because Iris is in there.
Oh yeah, maybe that's why more locks got put on it. Maybe they took the lock off quick, put one of them
and then just did it 5 times.
And then put more locks in the hopes that it wouldn't get discovered yet until other bullshit happened.
This flashback is fake. She doesn't have any moths around her. This is clearly a fake flashback.
She only has the moths in certain. Well, she only has the butterflies in certain scenes. It's not in every one of her dialogues.
You literally haven't grown in 6 years. And this has to be ironclad. This is an execution report. This is an autopsy report. And those are always 100% correct. What the fuck are you on about, Godot?
Godot died once. Are we suggesting that she's alive in the same way Godot's alive? That she's not a ghost, but Dahlia has, like, the synthetic organs and shit? Like...
No, that makes no sense, because then that means that she would have had to somehow have someone implant synthetic organs in her, which is ridiculous.
Well, I don't know exactly how it works, but someone somewhere had to do something, essentially.
Yeah, which is, like, how? Like, who would do that?
I don't know, but we'll have to get to that.
She's not a mafia boss. She doesn't have connections to anything.
But who did it to Godot? How did Godot get back to life? Someone had to do
because
it to Godot.
He was a part of the prosecutor's office, so he knows people. It's about as flimsy explanation you're gonna get. Because, again, he's the only example of...
Okay, Phoenix just threw out that she...
Oh, come on, Phoenix!
...inhabiting the body of a spirit medium.
The judge doesn't even know what a spirit medium is.
He probably does.
Judge, do you know this? Why does Godot buy this? I love how Godot is just calling it a coincidence.
Well, because
come on!
I was gonna say, we haven't established this plan yet.
So,
Godot is claiming...
Oh, he doesn't think it was planned, so he thinks it's a coincidence.
Yeah, he thinks it's a coincidence that the ghost of Dahlia just showed up on the day of the murder.
Godot!
But yeah, now we're showing the plans.
Come on! And this is how Phoenix was dragged out of the courtroom.
What?
Did you just contradict your own... what you just said?
No. He said,
huh?
he said the one Bikini saw at... Because remember how Bikini saw Iris at the place that she was leaving? The place where Maya was?
Oh, okay.
You know what? They both have super similar names. Like, the two locations both have similar names. So it always...
Okay.
The first time we confused which one. But yeah, he said Bikini saw Dahlia...
Come on, Godot. Slap him in the face. It's true that you found plans to talk about it. But how do you know that?
Well, see, I still think in some crazy twist, Dahlia's gonna be alive somehow.
Well... I'm still amazed that, like, Godot isn't throwing out constant objections to the spirit channeling thing, to be honest.
That's because he said death. He was saying death's not a barrier, and part of the reason...
Oh, yeah, he did say that.
...is because he himself...
Oh, yeah, it did fall off of the rope. I did not see that. Okay, the iris that received the body was the real person. So, that's why he's saying that this can't be Dahlia. Oh, but we're gonna bring up the fact that she got lost out of police custody for an hour.
Yeah.
And that means that the real Iris is probably the one who planted all the locks, because only a person from the village knows how they work.
I mean, either Iris or Dahlia could have planted the locks, because both of them... both of them are from the village, originally.
Come on, we got the evidence. Third from the front, we can do this. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power. Wait, what? I thought she did.
Alright, so apparently Iris can't channel, so... What?
Is that Pearl?
Does that mean Dahlia's alive? No, because we've seen Pearl today. We literally talked to Pearl earlier.
That's how sneaky Dahlia is.
But once again, this means that Dahlia has to be alive, or that's Maya. Like, those are the only two people we have right now. Either Dahlia's alive, or that's Maya on the stand.
Huh. Which isn't gonna make our sidekick look good.
However, I don't think it's Maya on the stand because it doesn't have the right hair color to be Maya. And we know the hair doesn't change.
Fair enough.
There was one.
It's because, Miles was dumb.
Because Miles has trauma.
He also didn't have a second person with him, which probably should have been a good idea for prisoner transport.
I do agree that there should have been more than just one.
Or, you know, handcuff yourself to the lawyer. Okay, we're gonna have to put Miles on the witness stand. Huh, that said he studies foreign defense systems now. I mean, I don't know how prevalent earthquakes are on mountains. It might create more trick locks. She escaped on the snowmobile behind me. Godot is gonna slap the shit out of Edgeworth when he sees him next. How did you fuck this up? You ruined my case.
So the judge literally was like, no one would fucking, like, the judge was literally like, no judge would consider spirit medium, like, real.
I mean, at least they said it.
And then the judge gets cut off on that line
by the person
Dahlia
confessing to it.
She's here.
Wait, she actually changed voices?
I mean, yeah, the game's not voice acted, but I guess twins don't have the same voice. That is a fair thing about twins.
You did that today, earlier. She did not change.
I mean, this is not.
Or at least I don't think she did. Huh?
Isn't dead.
I mean, she could still be bullshitting us somehow. I've also gained devil eyes! This is how I'm getting out of my crime, is that I'm faking being dead.
I think Dahlia now is faking being dead, and somehow we're gonna prove that Dahlia's alive. Because as she just said, you can't punish me if I'm dead.
Why don't we just stab her or something? You're not dead!
Well, because we'd be stabbing the spirit medium, right? Like, the point is this is a spirit medium.
We're really gonna end it there?
I mean,
you just took a recess?
Yeah, the recess is happening now.
You couldn't have presented anything, Phoenix. You just had to go to the bathroom. Come on. Who are we even talking to? Wait, we didn't even go anywhere.
Oh, it was just a save thing. Okay, so it wasn't an actual recess.
We literally didn't go anywhere, Judge.
Yeah.
What? Okay, so how are we gonna suss out Dahlia? Do we have any evidence on Dahlia besides her execution record? Or are we gonna use, like, the timeline of events to disprove that?
I think we're gonna do some bullshit now that's gonna prove that Dahlia's alive, and then at some point during all of this, fucking...
Or we could use Pearl's timeline to disprove it.
What's behind... I was gonna say, what's behind the locks is gonna fucking become an important matter.
I mean, we could... Actually, it's more simple than that. We could say, hey, Pearl was trying to summon you the whole 3 days and she couldn't, which means that you're definitely not dead because you can't be dead and not summonable.
Right. So either someone's been channeling you for 3 days, which I don't believe, or...
She has a plan.
Or she's alive.
The plan began with my death.
A stupid plan hatched by my mother to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die.
And so I killed her.
The idea was for me to kill Maya, then have the blame pinned on
Well, then how did Misty get involved in it? Oh, I guess that would explain why Misty tried to kill you. Except it doesn't, because Maya was the person that was witnessed being murdered, and that means she wasn't you. Although, even though that was your testimony. Aren't we doing that right now?
We're about to be cross-examining, but we're not right now.
I mean, yeah, have you met these people?
Okay. I'm once again using the guide, so we have to press every statement, is what it says.
I thought that was optional. Do we actually have to press everything?
It says press all 5 statements in the order they were given.
So, read the book. Wait, you were hanged? Wait, what?
Wow.
Don't you want to ask the other question?
Country is horrible.
The fact that it wasn't permanent? Like, what does that mean?
Nowadays, at least now, well, because ghost bullshit.
Well, Phoenix should fucking, back that up. Be like, well, what do you mean? Wait. You, a death row inmate, managed to constantly meet with a not death row inmate?
Well, they were in the same facility, and because she's doomed to die, they let her see her mother.
No one cared. I was gonna die too. And then she was gonna kill Pearl too. This is all about honor? Or is it about revenge and being petty?
Power and revenge.
Fair enough.
But she's justifying those things as honor instead. Wow, that's fucked up.
Well, I mean, it's also... The father's also fucked up.
I know, but, now it's even more fucked up, because at first it was just he randomly decided to give his daughter to a convent, but no, now it's the other twin sister manipulated her father into having her father give her other twin to a convent.
I imagine it wasn't hard. Dahlia just slipped him a beer and was like, hey... Did you ever think about, leaving my stupid daughter at a convent before? That sounds like a good idea. And then he was like, oh, that actually does sound like a good idea. I imagine it didn't take long. How do you measure these things? Do you just put, objects in front of them and wait for them to levitate?
Yeah, maybe. There's probably some weird, Avatar-style ritual.
Or, do you just throw magatomas at them until something happens? Because it seems like all your powers are very Magatama throwing based. God, they redesigned her with devil eyes and it's really creepy. Who cares? Do you really need to get the motive now?
Yes, as I said, I have to press every stand.
You just... You can't object to the testimony. I mean, it's not. She probably would have burnt down the whole village just to get what she wanted. Did we just ask this question? Grr. That's all you have, Phoenix, just grr. I've ran out of facts. Now all I can do is just like burgle durgle burp. It was a perfect plan until you guys got involved. Didn't she just explain this? Iris was gonna take the fall for the crime.
Apparently, somehow, Iris backstabbed Dahlia at one point in time, and I assume that'll come up. And I think it might have something to do with the other murders that Dahlia was a part of.
Maybe Iris witnessed her first murder and she was like, that's fucked up, Dahlia. I gotta report you to the cops.
Well, no, because Dahlia wasn't the defendant in that one. Remember, it was the escaped convict guy.
Maya Fey is dead. Mia Fey is dead. Misty Fey is dead. A lot of people died. Yeah, but she's been trapped in there for 3 days. Well, I am the protagonist. And somehow Phoenix is going to take this personally, even though the person criticizing him is absolutely evil. Well, what's your goal in life? All you do is just murder people to cover up your previous murders. You couldn't possibly understand the concept of revenge. I mean, if you're dead, what is your self-interest? Because you just like it? No, not really. I wouldn't imagine that people in the afterlife would even want much. I mean, Mia wants to help Phoenix out of his bullshit.
I guess I see the loose connection to this.
Huh? Well then, why don't you just explain everything?
She wanted revenge on Mia.
Oh, for convicting her?
Away. Yeah, but Mia, we're back to sins of the father, because Mia's not available, so the revenge gets pointed at their next of kin, which in this case is Maya.
I doubt that. This revenge is pretty deep-seated that, like, the person you revenge against dying isn't good enough. Judge, you want to say anything about this? I mean, no, because Morgan had, like, political ambitions. She just wanted to murder a... She just wanted to murder a dude.
I was gonna say, Dahlia just wants revenge, and because the person she wanted revenge on is dead, it became revenge by proxy.
Yes.
And then her mother's political power.
Yeah, we get it. You said that like 6 times. Jesus.
I was gonna say, there's nothing you can do to me until we prove you're alive, because I 100% believe we're gonna prove she's alive, because...
Because we're gonna send you to the... We're apparently gonna send you to the gallows, which we somehow have in 2009 still, and then we're gonna kill you again. And somehow this demon warding hood didn't work on me, Dahlia. She left Maya at the temple of training. Why would the temple need a dagger? You gonna have like a kitchen knife?
Rituals and such. Dahlia's claiming right now that she stabbed Maya in the body of Misty. Weirdly enough.
I mean, if she's gonna contradict what she said earlier, sure.
Yeah, and then she claims she doesn't have a clear memory of what happened after that. And she claims I was stabbed, so she lost memory after...
So the thing that... The thing she said earlier was how it happened, and Maya did stab her.
Yes. Well, no. So, because remember, she was stabbed in the back. So she's claiming she stabbed Maya, but shortly after she stabbed Maya, she herself got stabbed and thus doesn't remember what happened because her ghost left the body. Which means, also, her plan, by the way, according to how she worded her plan, Iris isn't involved. Iris is just supposed to take the fall.
Sure.
Which means we have someone else running a counter plan. That's my crazy twist, Jeff. There is a counter plan. Someone is activating a plan to counter Morgan's plan. So Morgan and Dahlia's plan was found out by someone.
And it was Misty all along.
There is a counter operation that happens that causes the person to get there at not the best point in time, and they end up stabbing, and Iris isn't with that person, is in on it with that person, but they end up killing Misty because of it.
And it was Gumshoe the whole time.
Yeah. So as she said, I stabbed Maya, but then someone stabbed me, and before I lost consciousness, I scrawled her name on the lantern.
To make sure that everyone knows that she did it.
Yeah, I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I stole it from Danganronpa, except Danganronpa came out 7 years after this. Actually, probably 5 years. Which means that she's totally not dead because you can't kill a fan favorite.
Oh. Apparently
Did you even stab her then?
So no, she never successfully stabbed her. She was about to stab her when someone stabbed her in the back.
I was in the Sacred Cavern.
Okay, and then as she said, when she woke up, she was in the sacred cavern.
She was in the sacred bar.
Sealed, entrance was sealed with one of these trick locks.
So you were in jail?
Yeah, so somehow, so she's in Misty's body. Someone stabs Misty in the back then, and Dahlia wakes up in someone else's body?
This is getting very confusing.
Inside the thing, and she's locked in there, but somewhere along the way she's able to escape and then switch it, and she presumably put more locks on it, I guess.
We have to lock up the demon. You have to use more locks. Which is why she was unavailable for being summoned, because she was in a cave.
Yeah, so the ghost was running around refusing to go back to the underworld until she could prove that Maya was dead. And as it stands right now, Maya was never dead. Which
they're definitely
answers a question, Jeff. This is Maya on the stand. Because she woke up in the cave where Maya supposedly is, because we have no idea where Maya is.
We don't know.
In that cave when it was locked, and Maya wasn't there because she wanted to find Maya to make sure Maya is dead. So she is currently in Maya's body, but she doesn't know she's in Maya's body.
Huh.
So somehow she jumped from Misty's body into Maya's body after someone stabbed Misty.
That you weren't the one who put it on the door.
So now it's stated that Dahlia doesn't know how to remove those locks. So the guess is Pearl's the one that has to be slapping the locks on there.
I think the most.
I guess Iris still could know, even though Dahlia doesn't.
I think the thing that I'm still surprised by is that Dahlia has been the only witness today.
Yeah, you are correct. We're currently on to Maya. Dahlia's the only witness.
We didn't put Pearl on the stand at all. We're humoring her a lot by just saying, hey, tell us your story. We'll figure it out later.
Okay, so apparently someone she couldn't see came into the training room. Because she hid. So someone started to come in, but because she couldn't be seen, she had to hide. And then she, kind of peeked around the corner.
And that person was Godot, so clearly I couldn't have hid either. Like, we aren't even throwing out objections, we're literally just hearing her whole story. By the gravy. Or just gumshoe.
Yeah, or she means flies as in us. Like, we're annoyances like flies.
Is that when you decided to put 5 locks on the door? So I had to give up and, I don't know. Me, Phoenix Wright! And that's when I stabbed her in the face.
Okay, so
Dahlia was the one who put all the locks on it.
Dahlia put all the locks on it, but she wasn't the one that put the first lock on it.
Sure. Misty died.
Yes, we already put this together, because as she said, she was gonna stab. Okay, so she's of the belief that
Hmm.
she is of the belief that Maya managed to kill her somehow, even though she doesn't actually know how. Because she's like, well, if I was in Misty's body and she was killed, and the only person that I saw when I blacked out was Maya, Maya must have killed me, and that's not the case because she was stabbed in the back. So. Yeah,
Can we get like a
I mean,
can we give like a Danganronpa recap at the end of all this? I'm just confused.
I'll give you a run back. Okay, so I'll give you a run back quick right now of everything.
Let's fill in the comic. Bring it out.
Alright, so, at the beginning of all this, Dahlia's on death row when her mother gets transferred to the same, like, prison area that she's in. Because she's on death row, and she's gonna die, presumably the guards take pity on her or something because they let her see her mom a bunch. Like, she's able to visit her mom, maybe it's during normal visiting times, right, or something, but they do manage to put the two women together in an area where they can talk. Together, well, not technically together, more so, Morgan comes up with this plan and presents it to Dahlia. Dahlia decides to take the plan, not because she wants to help her mother, but because she wants revenge on Mia, and Mia's dead, this is the best way to get revenge by proxy, because she did basically just feel defeated until this plan showed itself. So, now, they execute Dahlia. Meanwhile, Pearl goes to visit her mother. Her mother hands the instructions to Pearl on what Pearl's supposed to do to channel her sister Dahlia, and the plan begins. On the night in question, everything starts going according to plan at the start, except for the fact that, and the person they're supposed to kill is Maya, not Missy. Everything's going according to plan. Pearl goes where she needs to go, but she fails to channel, Dahlia, and the reason she fails to channel Dahlia is because at that moment Dahlia's already being channeled by Misty, and my guess is Misty, because of how she was palling around with Pearl that day, and Pearl not fucking understanding shit about the plan, told her about the plan. Like, I dead believe Misty found out because Pearl just told her, not realizing that there was anything wrong with it. So then Misty put two and two together. She channeled Dahlia first. Then Dahlia, in the body of Misty, went to attack Maya.
You didn't think that Misty
Maya
would just
in the
like
garden.
lock her in a room or something?
Yeah, she confronted her in the garden, but she did not know Misty's staff had a sword in it because she's the ghost and not actually Misty. So she doesn't use the sword, she uses a dagger that she got elsewhere. And she goes and she attacks Maya. She fails to attack Maya because someone attacks her from behind. And she goes unconscious. She doesn't know whether or not she got Maya. Dahlia then wakes up later inside the area, locked in that cave, and decides, I'm gonna stay here on the mortal world until I can prove that Maya's dead. So she sits there and waits and hopefully gets an opportunity to escape. Eventually the opportunity escapes where she can switch places with her sister, so she does, and she throws the extra locks on there to keep her sister free. I forget, she only said it quickly when the lock and how the lock became free. I think it was just eventually someone did take the lock off. My guess is whoever put the lock there first is the one that took the lock off so that she could do this switch. So the switcheroo happens. She then realizes, now that she's part of the story again and hasn't been, after she's being locked away for multiple days, she realizes that Misty's the one that died, and she puts together that, oh, Misty died instead of Maya. Maya must be alive still, which means Maya killed Misty, and that's why I went unconscious and lost, and lost whatever. So even though I wasn't able to kill Maya, I was able to get her to kill her own mother, and her own mother who she hasn't seen in years, which, because of dramatic irony, is kind of one of those fates that are worse than deaths, right? The mother you've always wanted to see and you haven't seen in 17 years and you want her back in your life, if she died by your hands, that's dramatic irony. So Dahlia's like, all right, cool. I caused Maya to kill her mom, so dramatic irony, I consider this a win. Now I just need to go through everything, blah 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 blah. However, Dahlia is mistaken because someone else killed Misty, not Maya. Presumably they killed Misty because they were part of a counter plan that involved the whole pendulum thing and
the cover up.
On the other side, yeah, Iris being on the other side with the cover up, and the bridge burned, and that's the thing that happened because of lightning. And that still just fucked up everybody's plans. I'm still not sure how the communication between the person on the one side and Iris works, but whatever, we'll figure that out. Maybe they were supposed to meet Iris on the other side anyway, so Iris was able to see them swing the body, or they were able to signal to Iris that that's what they were gonna do. But anyway, the counter plan then goes into effect. Everything that happens there. And what Dahlia doesn't realize that I think we're gonna get to is that the body Dahlia's in is likely Maya, because she has to be in someone's body, and we know she's not in Pearl's, and we know she's not in Misty's, and it's been stated apparently that both Dahlia and Iris don't have the power to channel spirits, so literally the only body she can be in is Maya. So Maya's body is currently the person that's talking to us, it's just not Maya.
And Maya is going to go to jail.
And yeah, and Dahlia believes that Maya's the one that murdered Misty. And so somehow we're gonna prove that 1, Dahlia's in Maya's body, and 2, that Maya didn't kill Misty and that someone else did.
Or we're gonna pull a Miles and we're just gonna pull out of our ass this counterplan idea that you have hatched up. Is she asking us to present evidence for her own benefit? It's not great evidence, but I guess.
So yeah, because Dahlia's too stupid and doesn't know where Maya is, she thinks Maya's on the lam. Like, she generally thinks Maya's on the lam right now.
I just love the idea that, like, the police have been spending 3 days trying to undo these locks for no reason.
No, apparently Dahlia doesn't think she's on the land.
Oh, she died.
Bottom of the river?
I'm surprised that, like, tons of things from this case didn't...
Dahlia currently believes that
Maya jumped in, or was dumped into the river.
She took her life. Like, Dahlia's just assuming that Maya must have committed suicide because there was no escape. Because there was no escape. You were either stranded on that side or you weren't. So her brain says Maya jumped to her death, I guess.
You know, that incredibly dangerous river that everyone who goes in dies.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother.
Did she even know that was her mother?
I mean, I assume in some way, shape, or form she would have found out, but can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? So
well, I kind of have to.
That's why she threw herself into Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up there are lost forever.
And I should know, because I've thrown tons of bodies in that river.
Including my own body at one point in time.
I mean,
yeah. So Dahlia, once again, is too stupid to realize that the only person whose body she can be in is Maya's, so...
The phone?
Also, I'm stupid.
Whose theme song is this? Is that Godot's phone?
Yeah, it's Godot's.
Godot, really? You have your own theme song as your ringtone? Did they find Maya?
I assume they got the thing open is what's just happened.
Or that.
But no, actually, take a look at
the phone?
Dahlia's outfit she's currently wearing. No, look at Dahlia's outfit that she's currently wearing.
I mean, it kind of looks like Maya's shirt.
Yeah, now that I look at it, it's the colors of Maya's clothing.
Do you think Phoenix would have noticed that?
No.
You think Maya's naked in the cave?
No, that's Maya's fucking body up there. The only body the ghost can be in is Maya's, Jeff.
I still find it hard to take it seriously that,
So there we go. The person they found in the cave was indeed Iris. Which fits with Dahlia's story.
Still find it hard to believe that they're gonna be like, yep, that's a possessed person on the stand. Because, like, where's the conclusion gonna go? Where's the judgment gonna go after that?
I don't know. We're still gonna figure this out, though.
Well, they kind of have to, because They can't not finish the story.
Well,
So they have to conclude this somehow.
I was gonna say, there's either two things, Jeff, right? Either she's in Maya's body,
Yes.
and Maya, and she is indeed a ghost, or
But she isn't covered in burgers.
Or somehow we're gonna prove she's not dead.
Did Maya always wear, like, the pink shirt?
No, I don't remember the pink shirt, though.
Oh, Maya wasn't in the cave?
No, they literally just found that Iris is the one in the cave. That's what the phone call was. Good job.
Is Iris dead?
Yeah, the judge is now claiming that the case is coming to an end because of blah 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 blah. But however, I do know the game goes on, so she's not actually like there is still more to this. But
okay, so she.
The judge is like, we can't
Yep.
we can't put a ghost behind bars, and the person who supposedly killed Misty is committed suicide, and
Oh, because yeah.
Everything because we don't have her body, and she couldn't be anywhere else other than the raging waters, right?
So Phoenix, you're gonna have to convict your side. You're gonna have to convict your sidekick.
Yeah, we're either gonna have to somehow convict Maya, but as I said, someone else killed.
Oh yeah, your counterplan person.
Because Dahlia's whole thing is she was looking at Maya when she lost consciousness, which doesn't make sense if she was stabbed in the back to be killed. So, what we're gonna find out is that someone else fucking stabbed. There's a counter plan happening, and someone else stabbed Misty in the back. And crazy twist, potentially Misty's part of the counter plan.
But she died.
Well, yeah, but somehow my point is
that's not a good plan.
Well, she sacrificed herself for her daughter, maybe. Like
I guess.
Like to keep Pearl from, because once again, to keep Pearl from channeling Dahlia, Misty channels Dahlia first. However, if she knows the plan that Pearl has in her pocket, she knows that the plan is to have Dahlia's ghost murder Maya. So, in the event that she channels Dahlia, she knows Dahlia's just going to use her body to kill Maya. So either way, her daughter's going to die. So if there's a counter plan where someone kills her while the ghost is in her, then it stops the murder from happening.
Which, again, she probably should have just realized that, hey, I'm gonna summon the devil into my body, and then I'm just gonna lock myself in a closet. Because, like, Dahlia...
We'll find out. We'll find out. It's just a potential thing.
If Dahlia is a ghost, like, the ghosts don't actually have ghost powers, so if she just locked herself in a closet, it probably would have been fine. Like, she's contained, everything's fine, Iris isn't gonna murder anybody.
The only place Maya could be after everywhere is the river now.
Or, the forest. That's a big forest.
They searched that entire place, apparently.
Oh, come on. That's a mountain.
They said yesterday that they searched that whole side.
Now good. What? Because of the rock. You can't jump 100 meters into the river if you can't.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, you can, because it doesn't continue all the way. You could walk there and jump in the river. You could walk all the way up there and jump in the river. You just have to do some rock climbing.
I don't know, but if she jumped from the cliff, she would hit the rock.
Oh, shut up, Godot, and your sexism. So is Phoenix gonna put 2 and 2 together and be like, well, Maya can spirit channel people, she's not anywhere. This photo in the magazine! This is Maya!
Oh my god, I hate...
Is it something stupid?
My phone? No, I went to look at the guide just to double check, but the problem is my phone like reloaded the page. So
oh, fun.
I had to like scroll back down to the bottom part. Yeah, okay, it is the temple map. We were right.
So is Godot gonna help us be like, yo, we're gonna take down Dahlia somehow?
Yeah.
And because she didn't know that, that's gonna disprove her own claims. You're not Dahlia.
No, she is Dahlia. We're not.
Because Dahlia would have been able to know this.
No, it's just. My point is, Dahlia's just assuming because her body wasn't like she. So Dahlia's just stupid. Is the long run of this, Jeff? Because Dahlia believes if Maya's body slash, you know, if Maya herself slash her body wasn't found anywhere on the isolated like side of this area, that the only place she could be is the river. So she must have jumped into the river.
And instead she jumped into a rock.
No, she didn't jump into a rock either.
She's clearly down there. No one searched.
No, she's Maya's on the stand, Jeff.
No one would search the rocks. Let's go find Maya.
If Dahlia's a ghost, the only place Maya can be is right here. If Dahlia's not a ghost, then that's something else we have to figure out. In which case, yes, maybe Maya is on the rocks somehow.
Maya also used the pendulum to get across the bridge.
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't know.
As I said, I'm almost positive what it's gonna be is that Maya's the one currently behind the stand right now.
But does Maya know how to tie that big bow?
What? She's always wearing that bow.
She is?
Her outfit. Yeah, she has she has a bow in her outfit all the time.
Huh. I was reading Sherlock Holmes 5 minutes ago. On the stand. That means that Maya is you, Godot. She's the one behind your mask. What? To prove that Maya's not dead? This isn't great revenge, to be honest. Maya's not dead. We've defeated your whole plan. Isn't she in the peanut gallery?
Yeah, my answer is that Pearl's gonna just like pipe up here in a second and be like...
Why isn't Pearl like right next to us? Just so that they could do this?
No, I guess.
She's also still trying to do it. Oh, come on. Really? Whatever. It's you, Miles Edgeworth.
Now, quick, remove all sharp objects. Yeah, remove all sharp objects near Dahlia, because now that she knows she's in Maya's body, she can just kill herself to get her revenge. Like, quickly, someone make sure she can't get to anything dangerous within the next few seconds.
So the judges is going along with this.
I mean, they did use Misty, like, a few years ago in a thing, so, like... And they did take that she did channel someone as real, in that case, too, so...
Yeah, they did, but...
Well, this wouldn't be the first time...
I just don't like this. To protect herself from you. Wait. Because the possessed don't know who they're possessing.
Well, I mean, yeah, apparently, because she didn't know she was in Misty until she, like, came to in the cave and found out Misty died. Like, she didn't know she was Misty at the moment where she tried to kill Maya.
Jail.
And I suppose when the person who channels you, and their body turns to look like yours, you can't just, like, look down to figure out who the fuck they are. Because no matter who channeled you, you now look like yourself. So, like, she can't just look at herself and be like, oh yeah, this is totally Maya's body, because Maya's body is gonna change to look like Dahlia's body, and Pearl's body is gonna change to look like Dahlia's body.
I mean, she was almost stabbed, like, what, 30 minutes before this happened?
Oh, someone just...
Hey, wait, you were just there the whole time?
So, because she was just like, who...
Are we really gonna have two possessed people yell at each other right now?
Apparently.
Okay. Pearl was so short that she didn't show up at all in the scene. I don't get how that happened. Well, that's convenient.
What? Who the fuck stabbed Misty in the back? Are you still telling me that Pearl stabbed Misty in the back?
I did!
Mia?
Me, I'm the murderer. Me, Pearl's Mia. Oh, come on. Really? No, don't do this. Don't just bring up new evidence to be like, yeah, we're just gonna retrofit this into the story.
Well, so Jeff, I think you're misunderstanding what they're retrofitting. So...
Well, they did just say that, hey, Mia wrote me a note to explain to me what's going on. Like, they just put that in there.
Right. However, it wasn't what's going on when, like, so this is after Misty's dead that Maya writes that note.
Sure.
It's not before Misty's dead, it's after Misty's dead. She writes that note telling her what went down, and then all Mia does in this is tell her, okay, channel Dahlia's spirit and hold her in your body. That way she, doesn't realize that you're alive. And that's basically all this is. My battery's dying in my controller. I think my battery's died in my controller.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to switch to keyboard.
No, I just put new batteries in, Jeff.
That's what you like to think, except that happened 5 weeks ago! You lost track of time!
I mean, I did put batteries in a while ago, and now I'm putting new batteries in because I have a case of batteries on my desk for this very reason. Because I like to use a wireless controller, which means I have to put batteries in it all the time. Putting new batteries into the controller. Wow. So someone else still murdered Misty and still saved Maya. We don't know who that is yet.
Well... How do we know that it couldn't be Mia now?
What? Because Mia's literally telling us the story and she's saying, Maya filled me in on the details at this point in time, which is after Misty was dead, Jeff.
I mean, if Mia is aware of things that happen in the real world, how would she not be aware of what's going on before she talked to Maya?
Because Maya filled her in. I don't know. Maya filled her in on what happened with Misty.
Because
and
Mia...
the advice Mia gave her was this, and the way they communicated was that Maya wrote everything down on a piece of paper, then channeled Mia.
I mean, that doesn't fit with what we know, because Mia does appear when we need help, which means that she would have to be aware of what's going on before she shows up anywhere.
That is true. I don't quite know how that one works. Other than my only thought is maybe ghosts are tied to a specific place because she always shows up in the goddamn court. No, she doesn't always show up in the goddamn courthouse because she showed up outside for that one case. I don't know.
That wouldn't...
Unless Maya's always been writing notes, I don't know. But
this game...
Or if her ghost can only be in one place at a time and she always chooses to follow Phoenix around.
This game's gonna have to fill in some details. Well, yeah, she would have been free to just do basically whatever.
Yes, but someone still killed Misty, and we still need to figure out who that is.
It was the statue! The statue fell on her!
I mean, the reason why she had to do all of her past crimes is because each one had a failure that she needed to cover up.
Yeah, because she's very bad at murder. Ironically, in this crime, the bridge was broken on the other side. Oh yeah, are we finally going to establish that orb was probably, you know, something valuable that she wanted to steal? Or, actually, that doesn't make any sense. This was a revenge crime.
Yeah, we already know all the motive. We don't need to... The orb is not something she was trying to steal. She was killing Maya to get back at Mia by proxy.
I'll say another reason I actually don't like this part of the story is that, like, there's very little interaction in it. Like, we're not doing contradictions, we're very lightly doing contradictions, we're just hearing the story happen.
I mean, I don't know, there's always, like, at the end of trials when, like, we basically figure it all out, there's always a lot of dialogue without us having to hit buttons or, like, you know, show more evidence. Now, given eventually we're gonna have to move on to who actually killed Misty, and then
the one we're actually gonna convict for this whole mess.
Yeah, because someone at the end of the day did have to stab Misty, and we have to figure out who that is. And Dahlia's not that person, so...
I'm still here, lady. Spinster?
Yeah, because Mia's old. Quotation marks around old.
But she died when she was like 34.
It doesn't say.
You'll never know how old she is. We wiped it off her record. I mean, yeah, that's kind of how crimes work.
It's really fucked up that this fictional, like, the United States still uses hanging to kill people in the modern era.
That is true. We are still in America. Fictional America.
Like, hanging's considered a really, like, unethical way to do that if you see that as ethical. Which, I mean, I personally don't, but...
Well,
like,
to be fair, considering the...
Now, I think at this point it's all lethal injection in the states that do it, right?
Well, yeah, but the problem with that is that lethal injection actually has a pretty high failure rate, so if you're gonna be executed, it might actually be better to, you know, have something that has a better chance of being successful and killing you, rather than it failing and hurting a lot and not killing you.
I feel like hanging falls under, well, personally, I think just killing them in general falls under cruel and unusual punishment. But
I would agree with you in a lot of cases, but I'm just saying there's that thing to consider.
But because the thing with hanging is you don't.
Oop.
I don't think it's instantaneous.
No, you know? But like I said, it has a higher likelihood to actually kill you, and yeah, it's probably not going to kill you instantly, guaranteed.
Yeah, because I know the drop can break your neck. When they pull the ground out from underneath, you could snap your neck, but
you will probably die. It might take another 30 seconds, and that's gonna really smart, but hey, could be worse. Why don't you just ask for the firing squad, and then you'll get shot like 7 times, and then, you know, that'll definitely kill you. You know, even if we miss, like, a lot, we'll just use the literal shotgun approach.
There we go. The thing here is that because she failed in her plan, and she's gonna have to know that for all eternity, that's her punishment for this crime. But as I said, we're still gonna have to get to who actually killed Misty, because as it stands right now, we don't know who killed Misty. And my guess is what's gonna happen here is eventually the ghosts are gonna go away,
and we're gonna be left with Dahlia is gonna say something like, "If it wasn't for that meddling kid, I would have gotten away with it." And then we're gonna be like, "Who's that guy?"
Oh, because Dahlia truly believes.
Oh, she's also causing an earthquake.
Anyway, as stated, Dahlia truly believes it was Maya and believes that drove Maya to suicide, which didn't happen. So like, we don't know who. Like, Dahlia doesn't know who killed Misty.
She's talking in creepypasta text.
The only witness who would have saw who killed Misty
is Maya.
So we have to get the ghost out of here.
She's talking in creepypasta-ese. I mean, I know Dahlia probably, like, people that could help her really can't anymore because, like, she doesn't have any connections with anyone in the real world. So, she's probably right, like, she can't get a second chance at this. But maybe she could.
I mean, in my mind, she still has the second chance of, in this courtroom right now, she can try to do something to kill...
What the hell? Oh, that's what it... I was like, what the fuck is that? I'm touching my own boobs! I'm so mad about this!
That's cool that everybody gets to see the ghost literally come out of the body for a second before it fucking does spiritual bullshit. Because of how angry it was.
I still think it's kind of a dumb thing for Ace Attorney to include, but sure.
Ah, you suck, Dahlia.
I mean, yeah, we literally called her bitch face for like 2 cases.
You called her bitch face. I just called her evil.
You should have called her bitch face. There's something not right with her face. What is it?
So she's barely conscious.
Yeah, but she doesn't look like herself at all.
Well, her hair is down, which is very unusual for us to see. Which would change the shape of her face. Because when your hair is in different positions...
So what's the judge have to say about all of that? Oh, I'm just gonna call Iris back on the stand after that.
Right, at this point in time, we've now gotten Iris here.
What do you want Maya to still be on the stand? It's like, hey, you totally killed that other person. What the fuck? Like, come on, guys. This is a courtroom. And I know you all saw it, but still.
I was gonna say, in the end of this this world has pretty, like, in comparison to, like, how mediums, and I'm gonna put mediums in quotation marks because they're just con people in my opinion, but in the way that mediums act in the real world, like, this world has better concrete evidence of it in the fact that the person possessing physically transforms their body into the person that's possessing them.
Yeah, that's fair. Is that happened right now?
Like Mia, hence Mia getting tall and big boobs every single time she appears, no matter whose body she's in. And here they literally saw upon Dahlia's departure, that the body physically changed back into Maya and stuff like that. So there's at least that to make it, you know, believable in court, and not just we're taking the word of it that this is a ghost, right? There's a physical evidence thing. Also, if we did all see the ghost leave the body and that was actually a visible thing that happened, then there's also that as visual evidence.
I mean, that spirit might have, like, literally disintegrated from the universe. Phoenix, shut up.
I mean, he did want to deny it, but right before he was able to deny
My younger brother is more judgmental than me.
But yeah,
so that Canadian guy wouldn't have believed this.
But yeah,
we got the correct judge for the guy.
As was stated, the judge was gonna deny it, but then Dahlia went on her huge ass rant. Like, my point is, he literally was gonna deny it until Dahlia herself spoke up. The very long Dahlia tells us the whole story conversation happened. And because Dahlia told us the whole story, and then we had visual proof at the end of her story, the judge now believes it. After seeing the whole Dahlia thing that happened. Because he was going to deny it when we first brought it up. He was going to say...
Oh, the judge believes it because he read up on it and believes it.
I mean, he read into it, but remember that literally earlier in this case, he wasn't going to let it fly. So it's not... It's in tandem with what he just saw.
Huh.
Because he literally was about to say that he was saying that I'm not going to take this or believe this. Like, you're asking a lot here for me to just believe this. And then Dahlia cut that line off to start her huge-ass spiel of, here's everything, right? My vengeance is complete. Here's my evil monologue moment, right? Only for the hero to be like, haha, your vengeance isn't actually complete. Fuck you. And then after that, fuck you, her body and all that stuff. So, like...
Yeah, now they're doing... Now they're doing hand waving to, you know, have it be consistent.
Well, yeah, and they're saying the judge read into the technique before this trial, and now after seeing everything that happened, he believes it, right? After both reading about the technique and seeing everything that happened.
Whatever you say, Judge. Whatever you say.
I was gonna say, someone's still fucking murdered.
We still haven't gotten into Godot's thing about how he's clearly Vincent Valentine.
Yeah, it's probably gonna come up here at the end too. But yeah, as stated, we still don't know who killed Misty. Like, someone still killed Misty.
But was it Mia, and how?
It wasn't Mia.
Mia, you're the only other ghost. The witness wasn't the witness to everything.
Well, yeah, the person who's gonna be able to tell us who did kill Misty.
Is it Pearl?
Maya. No, it's Maya.
Oh yeah.
Standing on the other side of.
She still hasn't testified yet.
But she immediately passed out upon the spirit leaving her body. So, we're gonna have to wait for her to gain consciousness here and like. Everybody go take a break, everybody go get a cup of coffee, and if you're Godot, get like 1,000,000 cups of coffee, and then we'll all meet back here in, you know, an hour, once Maya's fucking conscious enough to talk, even if we have to have, like, you know, an IV in her and shit while she talks.
Well, considering the story is on the road to falling apart, maybe during the recess Godot is gonna be like, yo, Phoenix, takes off his mask and is like, I'm Vincent Valentine. Mia's right there. I need to talk to her.
I don't think the story is on the verge of falling apart.
I just don't know how they're gonna shove the Godot thing into this, because it doesn't seem like they have a lot of story left. The court isn't prepared for additional testimony? He's just gonna declare that this is his final witness, that might fucking kick him in the balls at the end of the day. What? So he just knows. Past the hairdo.
I mean, Mia literally made herself known to everybody. Like, her and Dahlia had a back and forth.
I guess that's fair. Godot doesn't want to let everyone know who he is.
And he just, all he did there in that moment was acknowledge that she's Mia, a attorney. Like, he didn't go like, it's me, your friend. Yeah, and there's one person who saw the whole thing, and blah, 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 blah.
And that person was Dahlia, and she's dead.
Partially because I looked at the guy, but I'm pretty sure I know what happened. I'm pretty sure I know how the counter plan was created. Or I at least have a theory of how the counter prediction, or the counter plan was created.
Misty just left notes everywhere.
No. I don't know if... I don't necessarily think Misty was involved. She might have been involved in the counter plan. I don't know. She did know something because she beat Pearl to the punch there to get Channel Dahlia first.
Oh yeah, Godot's gonna do the thing that I just said. Never mind. I mean, to be fair, he doesn't have a lot of male sidekicks to work with. The closest thing to a male sidekick he's had is either Miles or Larry.
And Larry's not much of a sidekick so much as he is comic relief.
So, yeah, of course it's always women. Iris, you're going to jail. Well, at the very least, the locks weren't made of magic, and there's something there.
Yeah, the only magic still shown is the spirit medium stuff.
I'm just really hoping that Godot doesn't show up and is like, hey, just reconciles everything with Mia on the spot. So she turned into a monster.
I mean, weirdly enough, yeah, I think the point here is that because she was abandoned by her mother and treated horribly by her father, she became a monster. Meanwhile, Iris got out of it by being placed in the nunnery, weirdly enough. Like, by being put in the nunnery, even though that was abandonment as a child, she got a better upbringing than her sister did by staying with their father.
I don't think Bikini would have been able to handle two identical-looking teenagers. I think one is probably just, like, meets her absolute standards. She can handle one kid.
Okay, so this is the betrayal.
I fucked it up.
She was gonna help. She promised to help her sister out for this, on this crime.
Did she want to be the second kidnapped victim?
I don't know what exactly the plan was here. However, in the end,
So Dahlia killed her entire family.
in a very long roundabout way, because the fake kidnapping plan went backwards. Dahlia started murdering people. So Iris blames herself, because had she assisted in the kidnapping thing, and the kidnapping plan went off without a hitch, and no one got tried for murder, then it would have all been great. But instead, you know, someone got charged with murder, and that led to more killing and more killing and more killing and stuff like that.
So this entire game is essentially the saga of Dahlia Hawthorne.
Yeah, basically, most of like 3 out of the 6 cases in this game, 5 or 6 cases in this game, 3 of them were central to the Dahlia Hawthorne story.
Oh, Diego did have a last name. And then Godot shows up directly behind Diego's picture.
Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. I even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hit the poison for her.
And then he killed his college friend as well.
And then Iris eventually kills her ex-boyfriend in college, who she used to get the poison to kill Diego in the first place and ultimately didn't care about.
And then Dahlia snuck into the judge office and killed him too.
Oh yeah, it was stated earlier that Iris has a cell phone.
That's a pretty terrible call, to be honest. It's like, if you're on a murder plot, you probably should give her more details than there's just a problem somewhere.
I mean, depends, because remember that, as I stated, I think there's a counter plan. So Iris might have been privy to the counter plan, just not a part of the plan. So when she got called and told there's a problem, then...
I will say for a half second when that flash showed up behind Iris, I was like, what, are they gonna make us do more psycho locks now?
No.
It's like...
I
I thought that for like a half second.
The psycho locks are the chains. It's not an electric effect, it's a chain effect. The chains show up out of nowhere.
So Dahlia somehow got the physics degree.
What? No, Dahlia didn't do this part.
Well, then who's calling her?
The person who actually killed Misty. So someone killed Misty while Dahlia was in Misty's body.
And then they also wanted the body to be hidden and Iris to go down for the crime? Well, at least the other person was smart.
So the actual murder weapon was indeed the staff. Anyway, they didn't want Maya to go down for it, is my guess, because if they left the body where it was, the only people that could have been found guilty were Pearls and Maya. And because Pearls is a child who probably couldn't kill someone, it would come into the self-defense Maya thing. And so whoever this is protecting Maya. Which is why I think I know, but also because I've seen the guide, I think I know exactly what happened.
Was it Vincent Valentine?
We will find out.
Damn. I would give this story a little bit of credit if it's actually Vincent Valentine.
Well, we'll find out.
Because at least that would tie the loose ends together. Because even though it would be funny, I don't think the statue did it.
No, the statue didn't do it. So literally, the murderer called Iris to help do all this, and then she did the thing with the statue.
And that's why the statue's made out of magic. Because it can make phone calls.
So Iris is refusing to say who did it, which seems to imply that she knows who did it at the very least.
Why is the bailiff yelling at me? He's gonna ask Iris, is at least like, is Godot and Phoenix gonna be there?
I don't know, we'll see.
I'm actually falling in love with you.
I mean, there is a time skip after this, and Phoenix does have a daughter after this time skip.
I think I'd rather punch myself in the face.
Actually, I don't know if Phoenix ends up in a relationship with someone because I know the daughter's adopted.
And because you can't show a Phoenix Wright actually, you know, doing the funky with somebody.
I mean,
even off screen.
I was gonna say you can imply that it happened between games. You can definitely do that. I was gonna say besides at this point.
Can you put on a shirt at least once, Maya?
If there's gonna be someone they're gonna end up putting Phoenix into like a canonical relationship with, it's gonna be Maya at this point. Because of all the like Pearls wanting them to be together lines and like the like they're really close friends, but they sometimes argue like a married couple to the point where like several characters have thought they were together a bit. So like that's what it'll end up being.
I mean, it's a natural thought to have this, you know, this young man and this younger lady are just palling around doing work all the time.
Yeah, and their age difference is only like 4 or 5 years, so that's pretty common difference for a lot of marriage people.
You literally just explained the whole thing to her? I don't think so. She could take the knowledge of learning her mother was alive and dead at the same time.
I mean, I don't know if that's what she explained to her. I think she just explained like, hey, this person was found dead. There's been a case going on for 2 days. You haven't really been a part of it because Dahlia's been in your body.
And here's a lollipop.
Just the very basic rundown is what I think happened, because at the end of the day, this is Arisa. She does not have the time to tell the whole story of everything that's happened. She can give a brief rundown of everything that's happened pretty easily, but I don't think she can give the details of everything.
I guess the one question I would have to ask is how the hell...
Yeah, the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning, so we have a counter plan, right? We're establishing that there's a counter plan.
I think it would be very suspicious that Godot was somehow tied into the counter plan, but the obvious, like, contradiction to that is, well, Mia clearly, you know, roped him into it, but then how the hell did Mia get to Godot to convince him to get a part of it?
Mia literally said a few sentences ago that she wants to get to the bottom of it because she doesn't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Mia's not in it.
The criminal couldn't cross the bridge, so... that means this is a pseudo-locked room part of the mystery. I mean, isn't the only one we have left Bikini?
No, Bikini was on the wrong side. The only person that's left that's on that side is technically Pearl, unless there was someone else on that side that we did not know about. Which is what I think this is where this is going.
Pearl is too short to commit murder. Like, literally, I don't think she could do it.
No, it wasn't Pearl. I don't believe for a god. I feel like we would know already.
I don't know who else is available.
Well, the point is, Jeff, unless there was someone over there that we didn't know about, is the key phrase I'm telling you.
Which would be a really cruddy way to end the story.
Well, because at the end of the day, it's a counter plan, so someone's waiting and hiding to counter the plan.
Yes.
So I don't think it's anybody that's we're hanging out with us, because at that point, the only people that it can be right now is Maya herself somehow, even though she can't be the person, or Pearls. Like, those are your only two options if it's someone that we know about over there, Jeff. And we already know it's not Maya because it happened in front of Maya. So that leaves literally only Pearls if you desperately want it to be someone that's over there. I think the fact that it's a counter plan means there's someone waiting and hiding. And I think that's perfectly fine. To piece together someone waiting and hiding because it's a counter plan. Because this whole thing turned out to be a counter plan, I think it's perfectly fine for there to be someone waiting and hiding. Someone who, as stated, clearly Iris knows who did it. So someone who worked alongside Iris.
Well, let's get to it. Pearl is gone. Either that or she's hiding under our desk.
Oh yeah, now we're gonna find out whose blood is on the dagger.
It was Dahlia's somehow.
Supposedly. So, because of the time constraint, they weren't able to figure out whose blood it is. They could only figure out that it wasn't the victim's. So they tested it next to the victim's blood, and it's not the same blood.
So this knife did not stab Misty.
Yes. So someone else got stabbed. Presumably our person who murdered them.
Our first new piece of evidence in a while. No, we're gonna stay here for another 2 hours.
I don't know, I don't think it's... well, I don't think it's gonna go for 2 hours.
We can't postpone the case, otherwise, you know, whoever didn't do it would get a not guilty verdict. And then we'd never figure it out.
Yeah, looking at what we need to do, this is actually really simple, Jeff. Because the thing is Maya's gonna say a thing, we press her on something, then the game gives us the option to press harder, we do that.
Well, you don't have to spoil all the steps now.
So yeah, and then she gives us more stuff, and then very quickly do we start just it's basically just Maya literally only has one confession, it looks like, or one or two confessions.
Okay, Maya, this is my only question.
Like,
did a ghost do it?
What did you say?
Did a ghost do the crime?
No, we already know a ghost didn't do the crime, Jeff. We already know that a ghost didn't do it. We've already figured that out.
She's disowning her whole family.
I mean, I think in the long run that she's not gonna do that, but I think right at this point, because of all the shit that's happened, like, this is the second time a crime has happened because she's who she is in that family.
I also love that she called herself assistant manager. What a total, overhyping of yourself. Well, why are you yelling at her? I wasn't able to prep the witness at all, so I have to prep them now. Godot, that's not what you say to a witness. Why is Godot being terrible? I can't believe Godot did that. That is not how you do this at all. They probably just break down and not say anything.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened.
The double stabbing.
It struck me from over the head, which was the hit with the staff. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me."
You put up your dukes and said, "Help me"?
Something warm splashed over me. Blood. That's when I lost consciousness.
Well, how much blood happened?
I mean, enough that warm blood hit her and splashed on her.
She was in the perfect condition to stab someone.
Anyway, as you saw, that was super fucking vague, so that leads to the pressing thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, as you noticed, that was...
No, it was Misty Faye. No, wait, it would have been Dolly because of possession.
The person who attacked her was Dolly.
Look, are you fragile or not? It can't be both. Are you sad or are you determined?
I wouldn't say that shot was determined. It was her yelling, but that doesn't mean she was determined.
She's gaining some determination.
She's clearly upset, and if you press someone who's upset, when they're sad upset, they can get anger real fast. So I think that moment where she shouted was her getting angry because of being pressed.
Maybe you should press on that because that's like the vaguest detail.
Yeah, I think that's what we're doing.
It was you, Phoenix! But all of the mental images say that it wasn't from behind.
What? No, the mental images aren't. We haven't seen it. All those images have shown up have not been the part where she's struck by the staff. That has never shown up in a picture, Joe.
Well,
it's her against the stone about to get stabbed, which she claims happened after she got bonked on the head.
It's like the second before it happens.
Yeah, but she says she fell back into the stone thing, and
Because I was staring at the ground. So it was actually dark? Which again makes you a bad witness. Throw her out. Throw her out of the court window. Why would Maya be hiding something?
I mean, we've already established that, so.
Was it a werewolf? How was this person so good to attack you, considering that apparently no one could see a damn thing?
Yeah, that checks out with Maya, that she wouldn't remember literally what she just said.
Especially in this game. So did Maya know that there was someone else lurking? Considering her condition, I'm amazed she's doing this well at all. I was screaming at the secret werewolf off in the forest. How did you know there was a person back there?
I mean, I think it's dark enough that I think it's dark enough to say that it's hard to see who people are, but not to see that there are people. Like, you can see that there are people there. It's just it takes a hot second if you're trying to figure out who they are, and because of the nature of a violent attack, you don't really have the seconds to sit there and try to figure out who someone is, right?
So it's just conveniently dark.
Because at this point, literally every person and their mother has claimed it's been dark. But like, not so dark that they couldn't like figure shit out eventually, right? So the attacker can figure out who Maya is because they can sit and watch long enough to figure out, yep, that's Maya.
And then it turns out that this other person was a scarecrow. It was the convenient scarecrow of doom. Says Godot, the guy who was talking to a possessed woman 30 minutes ago. This is a court of law and reasons and objections. So it was a man.
Well, and she just...
Wait, how are... Yeah, the light of the stone lantern.
Because the lantern couldn't be lit.
Why did she say that? I mean, if this guy's gonna go down for the crime, it would be pretty ironic if it was Godot. Then the light that I saw was my own flashlight that I brought in my pocket. Was she always wearing giant shoes?
I didn't see her shoes there, so Not 100% sure. I'd have to see her again. Cafe ole.
Shut up, Judge. I'm not a spoony part. Let's bring in the Irish idioms. She's like testified 6 sentences, and somehow within that, she's made 2 contradictions.
Yeah, so first she claimed that she had no idea if it was man, woman, child, whatever, but, then she clearly says it's a man, very confidently.
Didn't she also testify that she was trying to keep this a secret?
Yeah, and... Yeah, she does wear those shoes normally, Jeff. Those are her normal shoes.
She just wears giant shoes.
I mean, it's like a special type of thing. I don't know what it's called, but it goes with her whole spirit, like, shrine maiden outfit thing.
Well, yeah, she kinda told us that she did. You can't object to your own objection, Mr. Godot. Wait, what?
There's some things you can only see in the dark. Trying to cover for her hero.
Her hero?
Yeah, because she was gonna get killed had this person not attacked.
Okay, you don't mean that one of her fictional heroes came to save her somehow.
No, I don't mean hero in the... I didn't say superhero, I said hero, as in the person who saved her.
Well, it seems pretty clear where this is going. The hero was covered in glowing paint.
I mean, to be honest, I think the guy who did it is also wanting you to prove that he did it, so...
He's not trying very hard.
That's why I think he gave Maya that pep talk, because Maya didn't want to testify until...
Why is this only 2... Why is this only 2 damage?
I don't know.
Yep.
But yeah, I think the reason she gave him that pep talk that you said was really bizarre is because, you know, from Maya's perspective, she knows that Godot did it, and she doesn't want to testify because she doesn't want her hero...
Well, it wasn't...
She owes him her life, right? She owes him her life.
Well, it wasn't...
Testify, and so he essentially says, buck up, right? You know,
it wasn't...
The whole...
Well, it wasn't just bizarre, it was also counterintuitive to say to somebody that's like an emotional wreck.
Well, essentially his little speech there to her essentially was like, you know, buck up. You know, it was sort of that, like, buck up, real heroes don't cry. Like, it was essentially that, like, mantra of, like, you know, don't be afraid, face your thing. And, like, he was essentially giving her permission in that moment to, like, say I did it, right?
Yeah, that would make a lot more sense, because that buck up stuff is probably gonna, if you actually tried to do it legitimately as like a convincing thing, it's probably just gonna blow up in your face.
Well, remember, the person who's telling you to do it is the person whose identity you're protecting.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So I do think Godot wants to be found out. However, as he stated to Phoenix earlier with the whole, like, this has to be something you do, this is that whole, like...
This is how they cleverly turn it on you.
Yeah, well, so this is how... No, that he wants Phoenix to prove that he can do this, right? He wants Phoenix to prove it. And I think that's, you know, going back to why he's been doing what he's been doing this whole game of challenging us, is because I think he wants us to succeed. Like, I think that's been Godot's goal the whole time. But he's been angry because, as he worded it a little bit ago, we've been getting help from these girls this whole time instead of doing it ourselves.
Yeah, that's fair, but, like, Phoenix can't control that. And plus, like, Phoenix isn't always going to be in a perfect position, so, like, it's not his fault that he, Maya just decides, hey, I need to help you. Why did this happen? Oh, is it just to prove the point?
Yeah, they hit the lights.
Hey, Godot.
And the lights are back on.
That was very convenient. Based on the fact that he is the only cyborg in the entirety of the country.
Yeah, see how he's confident about it and stuff?
Well, he's confident all the time.
Yeah, but I think he is still going to challenge Phoenix on it and say, well, Phoenix, that's pretty clever of you to say that, but...
That's just the kind of man Vincent is.
Yeah, as he said, he's literally... Because the judge essentially was like, well, what do you have to say to yourself, Godot? And then Godot's like, nope, I'm not getting involved. This is Maya. Go talk to Maya.
Huh?
And then Maya's trying to stick up for her hero still, Jeff.
Well, she's gonna have to explain that. It's just a really dumb deflection. Because clearly we're gonna be able to suss this out pretty quickly. And then we're gonna have to come up with like a really easy baseline contradiction and just get back to the point anyway.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're basically right. We're just gonna circle back and do what we just did again for this little next bit, because she's claiming now that she saw it because there's a different light source, and then we're just gonna be like, nope, no light source again, and then, nope, Godot. And then we're gonna get on to more stuff, which is presumably, like, how he did it, how he found out, how this whole counter plan got created thing.
Well, I still find it very weird that, again, in this area beyond the stone lantern, there's also 4 torches that apparently were also, none of them were lit. She was at the trading hall when she woke up. Someone had cleared away the whole crime scene. Someone finally lit the torches. And someone wrote Maya on the stone lantern.
So she's claiming because I saw the cleanup and how much work it was, I assumed it was a guy because it requires a lot of strength.
That's a really stupid reason.
Yeah, and we're gonna prove that it's not true again. And that what we just said was correct, that she saw the glowing lights of Godot's visor.
Are we just gonna present, like, Godot's picture again and be like, Godot?
No, because Godot wants us to prove it, right? When the judge literally asked Godot, Godot said, nope, this isn't my job. So he's having Maya say whatever she wants, and it's up to Phoenix to prove that Godot did it, right?
Which means it probably was a man, because carrying people is hard.
I mean, Maya probably doesn't weigh that much. A woman could carry her. I mean, we already pointed out who it is. Now we just have to keep tying it back to them.
We don't have a lot of evidence on Godot himself. Or she's just gonna crack under the press.
No, I think in the long run, what's going to be like the censure evidence that ties Godot is that we're going to eventually find that the blood on the dagger is Godot.
The torches were lit and the body was gone, which is true. Did you go there at, like, midnight?
Probably. It's when she came conscious, so.
I mean, yeah, it was in a square. What the fuck kind of shovels would they be? We just have an entire, like, snow plow blade sitting around.
You'd have to clean up if blood ended up on it.
Yeah, they just threw it into the forest.
I mean, you could just bury the bloody snow under other snow somewhere.
But then they'd be able to find it. Huh, that's true. So why did he clean up the whole thing?
I don't know, we'll have to piece that together, I guess, eventually.
Or Maya's just gonna tell us the answer.
I don't think she knows the answer. I do believe that she woke up to find this later. I do believe that part of this testimony. I don't believe that she didn't see her hero.
Well, we kind of saw the proof that if it was Godot, it's pretty fucking obvious that it was. Maybe Maya can make this conspiracy even more conspiratorial. She's gonna add a whole 30% more conspiracy to this. Maybe it was for Phoenix's sake to make the case harder to solve and make him a better lawyer.
Nope, I do believe that it's to protect Maya. Godot is protecting Maya. Remember what he said to Phoenix about the fact that Phoenix wasn't protecting Maya and should be? He had this whole man mantra that he gave Phoenix when we met up with them the other day.
Yeah, all of his idealistic,
our job was to protect Mia, and we failed
blub.
that. Our job was to protect Mia, and we failed to do that. And our job was to protect Maya, and it looks like we failed that too, right? He basically gave us this whole spiel about honor and shit, and this is him doing that, right? He also failed to protect Mia. I bet he sees that I bet he thinks that of himself. And here he's protecting Maya. So in the same way that Dolly is going after Maya to protect or to get revenge on Mia, he's protecting Maya to help Mia.
He probably should have just let go of his grief and moved on, instead of fighting for honor and now going down for murder. I don't know, you can have your ideals, or you can go to jail.
We are gonna get to a weird thing here, though.
I mean, yeah, Godot's eventually gonna reveal himself, and it's gonna be all dramatic.
I mean, yeah, but she just said whoever did it to help them, which I do believe is part of it. However, Maya's name is written in blood on there, so why did they not clean that off?
Because they couldn't. It's blood.
No, Jeff, it's not. It's not because they couldn't.
Well, all he had was a really heavy shovel and snow.
They can't fucking see it, Jeff. Remember?
Oh, yeah, that too.
Earlier when we talked about the statue for the first time, he was like, "What? There's blood on it?" And we're like, "Yeah." And he's like, "What?" It's like, "Yeah, Godot, you can only see red, so you can't see the blood on it."
You think he would have been able to see it when it dried out?
So yes, Godot did mean to help Maya. He just accidentally didn't erase this. And we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that they couldn't see it. That's why they couldn't do it.
I'm not sure what he would have done to clean it off. I don't know what he would have had access to do it.
Just wipe it. Like, even at the end, like, wipe it off. Use snow. He lit the torches. He can get water from the snow.
Sure.
Using the heat of the snow, and he could probably do something. Hell, if he needs cloth to, like, wipe it away with a cloth, he could rip part of his shirt. Dip the part of the shirt that he ripped off into the snow. Hold that over the flame for a little bit to melt the snow and get the shirt the ripped part of the shirt wet, and then use that as a rag to wash it off.
He could have used his coffee.
Yeah, and so now he's like, now Godot's challenging us again to make sure that we get it all.
You're literally asking the question that we just asked.
No. So Phoenix didn't ask it as a question. He said that, you know, why didn't them? And he's saying, no, wait, he did. Maybe he did ask it. But essentially, he's getting at, like, what's the reason? And we know the reason. It's because...
It's because of the transcript earlier when you said you couldn't see it.
Yeah.
To pin the crime on Maya. Pick it. It was actually the opposite the whole time. He actually wanted Maya to go down for this. He was just covering it up to make it harder for Phoenix to fuck with him. Godot, right there.
I mean, in all fairness, Maya wasn't here earlier when she wasn't with us when we talked to Godot yesterday, and he mentioned that, like, he can't see some things. And he wasn't with us today when Godot freaked out that there was blood on the statue.
So that's why he was freaking out earlier. It's like, fuck! My plan got fucked up.
Well, yeah, essentially he's worried now that it's gonna pin it on Maya, right? Because at the end of the day, Godot kind of wants to go down, or at the very least, make sure Maya doesn't.
He's trying to have that double.
Maya's name there.
He's trying to have that double-sided motive of, you know, eventually wanting it to work out, but he still wants to rivalry against Phoenix.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in the long run, I think Godot doesn't care if it gets pinned on him, right?
Well, yeah, he took this job like a month ago. He doesn't have any skin in this game.
I think at the end of the day, I think Godot wants to make Phoenix stronger as part of his goal here, and with this particular murder, he wanted to help Maya, and why he freaked out, why the blood was still there when that got revealed, is because now it looks like Maya did it. All of his work might have been for nothing, right? Maya might go down for this, and that can't be, like, he doesn't want that, right?
Look at this transcript by the stenographer who's not here. It's specifically red on white.
I mean, yeah, so when it comes, so imagine that he's wearing the visors and basically everything's red. He probably can't see red on certain backgrounds because if everything's red, the two shades line up and cancel each other out. Like the actual red and whatever's behind it with his visor being red causes it to sit this out. So for example, you know, we brought up colorblind people before. Colorblind people, it's not quite that they can't see like green or red and stuff like that. It's that the colors are off, like they don't see them how they normally are, And so when you put certain colors onto certain backgrounds, that's when a colorblind person suddenly can't see it. Because the color is slightly off, and thus it ends up lining up with what's behind it, enough that they can't read it. So I remember I had a set of dice that a friend of mine couldn't read because of the color of the dice versus the color of the numbers on the dice were, I think it was green and red. So like normally like that's pretty green, red, they're pretty, you know, whatever, like it was watermelon kind of colors, right? However, he couldn't see the red numbers on the green background because of his his color blindness with red and green and stuff. So like that's a thing, right? If you've seen the colorblind test of like they write a number inside of blotches of a bunch of other colors, the reason those are designed the way they are is so that if you're colorblind, you see all the dots as the same color. Instead of two different colors, and thus you can see the number made out of the dots.
And then you proceeded to fuck with that friend for the next 5 years with your dice.
Yeah, I was right. There was another one where he couldn't see it. He couldn't see the red on the
yeah.
earlier. I was like, I swear it was established they can't see red.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
It was at this point, it was 3 cases ago. It was not this case. It wasn't the previous case. It was the case before that, I think.
And this is why Godot needs his sidekick to actually be his sidekick. Instead of just getting him coffee.
Yeah, because he sees everything as red. So red shades are the hardest thing to see if they line up with certain things. Because...
Yep.
I mean, it's obvious, because you see literally everything in red. If it's in a white and black background, if they make a white and black version of the photo for you to look at, then you can see it because the black sticks out from, even though a red filter is going over it, the black and the white still, you know, there's a different tone of red to both of them. However, when it's distinctly red...
Okay. That's a sentence.
It becomes really hard to see.
Wait, you weren't sure about it until now? Who would have seen that coming? Vincent Valentine kills the mom of the person that he liked, the coworker he liked.
Yeah, he didn't know it was the mom.
Which, you know, is a little lame that because of magic, it turned out to not be the case.
That, or as stated, you know, once again, counterplan and more people involved. Maybe Misty was willing to die to save her daughter, and this was the plan her and Godot came up with.
Well, he's gonna have to explain why he was there.
I was gonna say, we still have more shit to go through now, because so essentially things break up, you know how there's, like, different testimony, and then we prove something, and that leads to, like, further discussion, and then we have to pick another thing, and then eventually a new testimony happens. There's still 2 more of those to go. We still have 2 more testimonies to do stuff with, so, and each of those has, like, 4 to 5 plus things that we need to do with them, so,
it's not over yet.
It's not over just because we now went, well, he couldn't see the word Maya, and he's the only one that couldn't see the word Maya, done and done. Like, there's gonna probably be an explanation of how, at least enough to put a good chunk of it on him, and then I expect some of it will be eventually put into place by Godot. Like, eventually when we get enough of it lined up, Godot will admit to things that
he did it because he couldn't see it, so he just did everything. He couldn't see the blood, so he just took everything.
Yeah, that's why it was a large amount of snow he removed, is because he knew there was blood on the snow, so he removed just a bunch of it.
I love how he did behind the lantern too. It's like clearly the blood did a 180-degree turn and got back there.
Nah, I think some of that is to like make it look like a weirder thing to like try to drive people off of this end.
Yeah, that's probably more true. I like my explanation better. So Godot's gonna do his thing of, like you said, he's gonna be like, well, what about this, and this, and this?
Maya's still gonna be trying to protect him for a while.
I have more testimony, I guess. Billy Mays did it.
I mean, in a loose sense, she didn't exist.
Mm-hmm. We established this because of stuff.
Yeah, unconscious is the better way.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
They just worded it as unconscious, because she did exist. It's just she was essentially unconscious because Dahlia was around.
I can't. I didn't ask any questions.
Yeah, she's trying to cover for Godot no matter what the cost. And literally, Godot himself literally said, "Maya, you just stop," and she's still trying.
Yeah, which is the thing that I was like, you know, at this point, Godot's either going to do what I said, and he's going to be like, well, what about this and this and this? Clearly, you know, you don't know what you're talking about. Or he's just going to admit it and be like, oh, I fucking did it.
I mean, I don't think so much that it's that he's admitting to it when he told Maya enough. It's just more like he needs Maya to just stop it. And instead, now it's going to become him challenging, you know,
You're ruining the dramatic tension, Maya.
Cause
Wait, we actually have to cross-examine this. So pearls existed. How do you know that, though?
It's not. She literally made all that up, Jeff. Literally none of that's true. This is how she's claiming she knew Godot came over there 2 days later, is because Pearl.
Well, a while ago, when I was in the doctor's office. 3 hours ago. Are they seriously introducing hearsay into this game now of all times? This cannot be the first time that someone's done a hearsay thing.
Anyway, Godot is like, well, I'm gonna let it fly just to give, you know, prove Phoenix that he has to prove it wrong, right?
I mean, if you want to give him the softball question, sure. I imagine this is probably the, like, in Phoenix's mind, this has to be the easiest, like, part of the case.
At this point, yes. This is probably the easiest way.
Okay, so what do we got? The bridge was fixed. That's when Godot arrived. He found Pearl. Wow, the judge has no respect for this guy. Wait, the entire police force that came with you was just in the garden? Do you know how tiny that place is?
I mean, I don't know how much of the force he brought, but yeah.
Did he just say I want to hand down verdicts judge style? Well, of course it is. You're a judge named Judge. And the police didn't want to erase it because they were the police. Are you talking about the poster?
Yeah, I think he's talking about the poster.
Well, if he saw it when it was covered in gravy, he wouldn't have seen Misty.
Yes, we are getting to that. That's the next thing, Jeff. is that him claiming to have seen that in that way means it wasn't 2 days later, because by then it had the gravy on it.
Well, clearly his goggles allow him to see through gravy. It's actually really weird. When the bridge was fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Godot arrived again. He found Pearl.
Okay.
Do you want to throw the poster at that?
That is, according to the guy, what we have to do. First, we have to do the thing so that he says the thing about it, and then when she says he arrives at the inner temple, we then throw the poster at it.
So he somehow had time to go see the poster before it got fucked up, and he's just assuming it wasn't fucked up afterwards? Or did he just, like, slip up entirely?
I mean, once again, I don't think he's fully covering himself here, Jeff. I think he's more just throwing test things at Phoenix for the sake of testing Phoenix, right? I believe he probably knows it was covered in gravy. I just think he decided to say that as a thing.
2 days after the murder. You can't smell a picture unless you literally showed him the poster.
Yeah, and then, of course, she doesn't know why gravy's on there.
Because Pearl is 8 years old. And then she's like, what the fuck does that mean? I have more testimony. How would Godot know that? She was wearing a hat that looked like a duck. It was a picture she took on April Fool's Day. So how did Godot know? I mean, yeah, clearly other people knew of the plan. The plan was literally written on paper.
Yeah, anybody who... The crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay Inc. authored the plan for her daughter's future.
And then showed it explicitly to him for some reason.
And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. Oh yeah, that was the thing that was said. I completely forgot about that. That Pearl said she found it in the house, but when she found it, the seal had already been broken. I forgot about that.
You snuck into Fay Manor and stole everything. But he did with his fancy eyeballs.
Okay, Godot.
Godot just doesn't care anymore.
According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of the hidden crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur.
And then he did this.
Ultimately took the person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness?
The witness of pain!
You're accusing me of this crime. I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her.
But you learned of our very first case and who Maya was.
I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. I don't know, Godot. You do seem like the type, like, because of how suave you are, you do seem like the type who might rescue a damsel in distress.
I mean,
I still think you would have a reason. In this case, you do have a reason, and we'll get to that, but...
I mean, he could easily just as be, you know, just a douchebag. And he's like, I'm suave, but, you know, I'll run away when the things get thick. I'm out of there.
But now, remember, earlier when we were playing this game, I actually did kind of get at what Godot's thing was, and that was that he was testing Phoenix. He was going against Phoenix to strengthen him, right? That mentality. And I think I'm right at this point. Like, I remember having that theory. There was like during one of the cases you and I bounced back and forth about what Godot's thing could be in the long run, right? When we were trying to figure it out.
What Godot was trying to do early on did not make any sense. Because he was not a great prosecutor, even in the early days.
And unlike the other ones, he typically wouldn't get super upset when like we figured shit out, like until the very end. Then he'd be like, ah, god damn, you got me. But like,
not as much as this one.
Yeah.
He's been getting a lot more frustrated.
I was gonna say, no, in this case, he's been. Ever since we've moved on to he's the killer, I don't think he's been frustrated. I think he's been, like, super calm.
No, not until this point. Not until we got Maya on the stand.
As I said, I think when he got super calm was when we started pointing the finger at him. That's what I literally said before I said he was getting calm. So, yes, I do believe there was issue he was having and a lot of stress he was having before because he was worried about Maya. Taking the fall.
He knew how this case was going to turn out from the very beginning. And now we're just going to throw the glove at him. You are Vincent Valentine!
Right.
Now take off your fucking goggles.
Also, as of your knowledge right now, only living relative.
I mean, yeah, throughout this whole case. They're all dead. He's also going to jail. Oh no, the obvious thing from like 2 cases ago was figured out.
I'm curious. There's something I just noticed, and I don't know if
the last 2 letters of both of his names are Godot.
Yeah, that's what there's no T, but like it's Godot. Like Godot with the T is pronounced Godot, and the last 2 letters of both his first name and his last name are Godot.
Well, it's either that or Dyer, and that would be dumb. It's not exactly hiding in plain sight, but you know. And now the sad music. Oh, that Diego Armando, he was actually my brother. I'm a different Diego Armando.
And that was my son. I am Diego Armando Sr. He was Diego Armando Jr.
Yeah, it was Vincent. Vincent, who went through a tragedy.
Yeah, I still want to know how he's alive again. Like, I want more details on that. I don't know, honestly, if we're gonna get those details. But I really do want to know.
Oh yeah, he did that to
Did
himself
that.
too, which is really
The guy
fucked up.
committed suicide. He got so mad he crushed the cup.
I still want to believe. I still want to know, like, why did he care so much? I mean, he was training her, but that was the only time we saw them together.
Well, we're getting more information here, because, yeah, we didn't see them much
The way she put all her faith in
her.
her clients.
But they did work together for a while before that. So they did know each other before we saw them.
She killed my favorite client. Well, my favorite co-worker. Or this. She killed you at the cafeteria in front of everybody?
Yeah, we already know that, yeah. We already know that she was poisoned in the cafeteria.
I figured it would have been in his office or somewhere that made sense.
No, we already knew it was in the cafeteria. We've known this entire game, Jeff, that it was in the cafeteria. Seeing as his poisoning was brought up in the very opening case of this game, we've known this entire time that he was poisoned in the cafeteria.
That was a very dumb move. So they called it a murder because no one bothered to check up on him.
I mean, as he said, no official report called it a murder. So the official investigation didn't claim it was a murder, because everybody kind of just assumed it was a murder in the long run.
I woke up 2 months ago and came here. Okay.
That's kind of more just an anime thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It turned white because of it. Yeah, okay, that's just an anime thing, I guess.
That's literally just Capcom being like, well, we had to hide his appearance.
And one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's. Yes! Coffee is what brought him out of his coma after 5 years.
God, this case has too much bullshit in it.
I will state, by the way, that if he came out of his coma 5 years, that means he's been up and about for a year. Because it's been 6 years since he died.
So he's been planning for a while.
He's been dicking around a bunch of shit, and piecing together stuff for a while. As he said, you know, one of the first things he found out, that she was dead.
Oh, there you go. That's good enough.
Yeah,
Let's just, there you go.
The woman I loathe is sentenced to death.
And yet, someone, that wasn't good enough for him. Wait, what? But she died a long time ago.
Well, she got a revenge on Dahlia Hawthorne before she died. That's what he said.
What revenge for what? Fucking up a case she was working on?
I mean, he got her on her evil, and yeah, got revenge by fucking getting her for doing all that evil bullshit she did, and the fact that she got away with it. That's the revenge, Jeff. That she killed Flaws, that...
That's kind of silly for a fucking defense attorney. Like, you shouldn't get that personally attached to your cases.
I mean, as he said, she had a lot of heart and she really cared about her clients, so she would get attached.
Which makes her a bad attorney. Or at least one that's gonna burn out very quickly. Trust me, that's gonna lead to a lot of burnout. Like, you really should not get personally attached as a lawyer.
As he said, after finding all that out, there was only 2 reasons that I had left to live, and it was those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
Which, again, a bad idea.
So the first reason was Phoenix Wright.
I guess he didn't intend this to become his career. What?
So he's getting at had he not been poisoned and went into a coma, he would have been there too. Like, him and Phoenix would have been there. And between the 2 of them, she wouldn't have died.
So he's just assuming that Mia would still want him to be a part of her life. Considering she had moved on, opened up her own practice.
yeah, as you said, I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. And that's part of the reason he became a prosecutor. And his other reason was the other person involved in Phoenix's life, Maya.
So it wasn't revenge.
As the surviving heir to Mia.
I mean, it's a confession at this point.
Yeah, see, as I said, he blames himself for blaming, or for he blames himself for what happened to Mia.
It was really obvious by the fact she had no pupils.
Yeah, and after the first case, so basically because the first case happened, and he was conscious when the first case happened because it was a year ago. He wouldn't have been conscious for long, but it's probably when he was looking into Mia and Phoenix and like learning all this shit that he came across this case. Because it was probably just brand new news, if not just recently old news at the time.
He just decided to listen to all of Morgan's prison recordings just to check.
He decided to pay really close attention to her. Because he knew that she wouldn't be done even in jail.
Is this a unique theme for, like, you know, the ultimate confession of the heroic murderer?
Yeah.
Which is a weird thing to say, because Godot totally killed Misty.
I actually want to listen to it very carefully here.
It's just kind of a bunch of beeping. Of various beeps.
I was curious if it was like a remix of his other theme, and I can't remember his other theme enough to remember if any of these lines are in.
I mean, to be fair, if it is a remix, it is a pretty severe downgrade.
Well, I want to know if it has elements. I don't think remix is the right word. I want to know if it has elements, like if it has moments that call back to his normal theme.
It could have at least had the piano in it. Although I don't know how you'd fit a piano into this, to be honest. She was to take the fall in my backup plan, in case we couldn't control Pearl. By locking her in a closet.
Okay, so as stated,
How did go? What do you mean officially? What, was she contacting you? Oh, the strong ties between the government. Oh, come on!
Yeah, okay. Anyway, Misty was indeed in on this plan then. Misty sacrificed herself in this plan.
Well, yeah, she kind of would have had to, considering it wasn't an accident.
I mean, yes, someone had to beat Pearl to the punch, and whoever did would then try to murder Maya, so they needed to be stopped.
Which, again,
ways to do without killing her, so I don't quite know how this went.
Yeah, which, again, why didn't they go with the lock me in a closet plan? Because then I could be there for my daughter for the next, 15 years of my life. I just don't think this plan really required Misty to be killed.
No, we're talking about the plan now, so.
That's when you're special staff. Okay. So, she had a sword. That means that this makes sense.
I mean, he's saying she was carrying the sword to always be able to protect Maya from Morgan Fay. Not necessarily straight up that she had the sword to kill herself. Like, that's...
Okay, Godot's finally getting to how this makes sense.
Yeah. Make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
And that's why I read her this book. Couldn't they have allowed Pearl to channel her and then lock Pearl in a closet?
Okay, so they essentially the whole inviting her to read books was a part of it, was an effort to get her to not do the plan, just to see if we could tempt her into just doing something else.
Well, it's really easy to tempt an 8-year-old to forget what they're trying to do.
Right, which is what that was, he just said, but then she never showed up.
It's a lot easier to do it that way than get her to do the dishes. And now she's just screaming in the court at everybody. Kind of fucked that up. But you know, Dahlia did get right next to her.
So yeah, Godot was backup. So the goal was to just lure Pearl away, and Godot was there to stop Dahlia if Dahlia got there in some way, shape, or form.
Now you figure out the remainder of this. I already know you're good, but are you good enough? Here's another final test. Who killed the victim? It's probably Maya. She definitely did it. She was wearing Godot's goggles, and she needed them to commit the murder. Do you just need me to accuse you even though I accused you already?
No. He wants us to prove it without a shadow of a doubt. He's telling you, he admitted to so much, but he didn't admit to the actual what happened. He just said, I was there to protect Maya, and that was the end of his admittal of stuff. That, like, I was aware of the plan, and I was there to protect Maya. That's all I'm gonna say. You have to fill in the rest.
From my sister in the medical office, she heard something. That's why I have to protect Godot. And that's how Maya's gonna throw herself in prison.
Gonna try to.
I guess we could save and get the bad ending. And be like, yeah, she totally did it.
There isn't a bad ending to this game to my knowledge. You literally either succeed this one or get a normal game over. It's not like there's a bad ending.
Boo. Boo.
But now we're on to the final testimony. Which still has a number of things we have to do to it, so...
Really? How many contradictions could be left?
I mean, so remember, Jeff, that when we do things to a testimony, it's always one thing. The contradiction leads into a question that then makes us, like, pick a multiple choice thing, right? It's shit like that. It's not multiple testimony with contradictions to that testimony specifically like this. So this is the last, like, green text we're gonna get here after she's done saying it.
She saw 3 red lights. She got blood on her face. She didn't die. So she got hit and then stabbed in the back. We don't have any light sources. How does he know it's final?
Because we literally only have, like, barely... We have everything we need to know minus a small window. So it's just as long as we can put together that small window.
You should probably press on the, like, second attack thing.
Jeff, I already said I was looking at the guide. I know exactly what I need to do. So I'm just gonna do exactly what I need to do.
Boo. Boo. Then this visual novel literally is just gonna be reading. Well, Godot's not Superman. But I thought she threw that away or over a tree or something. Also, it has no blood on it.
We already know it's the real murder weapon.
Wait, the sword isn't... Oh yeah, it should be the murder weapon, but there's still no blood on it.
I mean, it was cleaned as part of the cleanup.
Did Phoenix ever prove that?
I mean, no, but we did. It was officially stated that it was the murder weapon. Like, I forget exactly how it got pieced together, but it was proven to be the murder weapon. It's just we haven't ever proved that it was cleaned, but it was proven to be the murder weapon.
If Dolly had already been stabbed in the back by the sword, then the dagger's the only thing left. The staff itself?
Dagger, Jeff, you literally said the dagger's the only thing left.
Yeah, but I didn't think the dagger would be, like, good enough. Or it'd be somewhere else.
Well, so there's blood on the dagger. Whose blood do you think it is when we know it's not Misty's at this point?
Gumshoe when he stabbed himself with it. It was either that, Maya, or Pearls, because they were the only ones on that side of the bridge. And that's why you threw it into a tree. Well, yeah, because you're required to. Especially if the police found it. Well, why don't you object to that? Be like, that's ridiculous. You can't prove that. It actually wounded me. What, is he constantly wearing the same clothes?
Oh yeah, he got strapped there.
Oh yeah, that too.
Oh well, today he might not be wearing... He could be wearing different clothes. Yesterday when we met up with him...
No, clearly Godot is really stupid and will wear the same suit for 4 days. Especially after he's involved in murder. In which he murdered someone. Now that's fair. It's kind of hard to predict a lightning storm in a blizzard. I doubt that Mia wasn't exactly... I don't think Mia was as better of a lawyer as we are now. I have plenty of evidence. Look at all this evidence I've brought. Especially the things Godot said. Is it find the contradiction or just point and be really loud?
I don't know. I think I might have skipped a thing I was supposed to do, so I am actually curious, because the game did go on, but there was a statement I was supposed to press that I never pressed. I only pressed one of the two statements.
Well, now things are dramatic.
So, I'm really curious.
Isn't this Miles' like dramatic theme?
Okay, so it's an automatic game over if you do this.
Okay, so what's the question? Okay. The killer was wounded. But he was wounded by something else. In his... He got stabbed in the face?
Yeah, I guess it'd be his face.
It kind of has to be. There's nowhere else it could be. Unless he was, like, stabbed. No, he couldn't even be stabbed there.
So, my guess here is that either I succeeded, and this is just how the story goes, or I'm gonna...
No, the ghost of Mia appeared. Like, that's a pretty obvious sign that this is going somewhere. I mean, you could believe that if you want to, Godot.
I mean, in a way, she is.
Kinda. I mean, if Misty was the one, well, Dahlia.
Okay, that explains one thing that I knew was...
That his goggles went out?
No, not that.
Or his mask flew away.
No, Jeff, there's like a scene from this game I've witnessed that I had no idea how or why it would happen. And it's that, like, there's a scene where he takes, like, he's pulling on his mask and there's a bunch of blood. And I'm like, why is this a thing? Like, is he killing himself? Like, what is he doing?
No, he is killing him, or his goggles killed him.
No, I mean, there was just an explosion there, but...
There was an explosion on his face.
Yeah, but I think that's more of an anime cartoony thing than it is like a serious explosion.
My goggles exploded, but they're fine.
Well, I know there's a scene where he, like, you know how, you remember the scene where he crushes the coffee cup and his hand starts bleeding?
All the blood.
There's a scene where he, like, rips his goggles off and his face is bleeding. And I was like, I literally had no idea why that would be in the game.
Oh, he hated us, apparently. And for some reason he blamed that on us. And, you know, not the murderer. You really, really should have moved on, buddy.
Yeah. So... he hated us in the very first case, but he quickly figured out that we were a good person.
Was myself for getting into the coma?
Yeah, I mean...
Yep.
himself for not being able to protect her.
Okay, so back to my other question. Considering Dahlia was the person who was there, how the fuck did short-ass Dahlia manage to stab him in the face? I also committed murder, Phoenix. Although, in, like, our world, he might actually get away with it, because during the time that he killed her, she was also, if we're gonna be putting everything on the table, she was also trying to kill Maya at the same time.
Yeah, there might be some weird...
But not in this world, you go to the gallows.
Well, no, I think there's a lighter sentence. I don't think literally everybody
Everyone to the gallows! We need to get our usage out of this.
Because remember, at the end of the day, Dahlia killed like 4 people.
I still think she probably killed like 10 people.
I mean, the people we know of, she killed like 4.
Yeah, that's definitely true. She is a monster. And unfortunately, being half dragon didn't save her. Why are we justifying to Godot he's actually a good person?
Because Godot kind of made a whole statement about how, had he truly wanted to protect Maya, he would have, like,
been there for her?
Well, he would have told her that this is happening, we need to go. Like, that kind of thing, instead of, like, doing the thing he did.
Instead of being a backup plan and risking her life?
Yeah, so, you know, instead of this big macho, I have to be, like, this bigger hero to, you know, say, you know, my failure to Mia, if I truly was going to protect you the right way, I would have done it, you know, much clearer.
And of all things you're using to kill her, you're using her staff to kill her. I mean, that's fair. I mean, it was the plan. It was literally the plan that you planned.
Yeah. Now he's getting at... Now he's getting at, did I truly do this to protect Maya in that moment? Or in that moment, did I switch to vengeance on Dahlia? Because as he said, I should have known it was either Pearl or Misty that I was killing. Like, that should have been something that came across my mind, but in the moment it didn't.
To be fair, like, considering how this guy is wrapped up in the tragedies of his past, I would absolutely believe that it's about vengeance.
But yeah, so in that moment, because he knew it and it was Dahlia, even though it was in someone else's body, he chose vengeance instead of because yeah, he could have just tackled her. She had a knife. He could have just tackled her down.
Yeah, but then
things he could have done.
Then Dahlia would have accidentally killed herself with the knife she was holding.
Okay, but then it's not murder.
Well, true, but like considering what Godot wants out of this, I don't think that would have helped. He'd be like, "Oh shit, Misty died accidentally because I tackled her wrong."
Instead, he stabbed her through the chest, Jeff. So I think your argument of being mad in the event that would happen, you'd be super, super mad, is moot, because he's not super, super mad about the fact that he killed Misty. He's more...
Oh, yeah.
He's more...
He is an asshole about it.
He thinks he did the wrong thing here, and that it seems to be that he does want to... You know, he is willing and wanting to pay the price for what he did. Like, he is 100% willing to go to jail for whatever he did. Yeah, there we go. There's the blood in the mask thing that I was talking about.
Jesus, how wounded were you? That doesn't... That's not gonna explain away the blood. Like, you're still bleeding. It might be badass, but it's also toxic masculinity, because you can't just be like, oh, I'm bleeding a lot, I'm gonna be fine. It's like, no, you are bleeding.
First of all, that's not toxic masculinity, because what he just said is...
No, it is, because...
How is it tied to his masculinity?
Because he's like, I'm the big hard man, I can deal with all this bleeding. It's like, yeah, that's toxic because it's harmful to him. You can't just shrug off the fact you're bleeding that much.
I don't think it's tied to his masculinity, what he just said. He said, in my world, I don't see the color red. These must be my tears. Like, Like
he's shrugging off the fact that he's bleeding from the head that much.
Yeah, but like I don't see it as a masculine. Like he's not doing it because I need to be a man. Like he's not like doing man up. Like it's not a masculine reason he's doing it. So like I don't see it as toxic masculinity. Yeah, he's letting himself bleed here.
I mean, he's making the flowery speech while he's doing it.
Yeah, but anybody can make a flowery speech. That's not a masculine thing.
I don't know. Like I am definitely willing to call this that. Because he's like, I'm such a big man. I can make these big speeches while I'm bleeding this much.
Nothing he said there said I'm a big man. He didn't go, I'm a big man, thus I'm not bleeding. He went, in my world, I only see red.
Well, it's not literally based on what he said. It's like he's choosing to make this speech rather than deal with all this bleeding out of his face, or even like considering it.
And that's masculine. Why? Because my point is that
because clearly he's not making it a priority, and honestly, I think it's because he's higher prioritizing making this speech to Phoenix because he believes that he's like, I'll be fine. It's like, no, go deal with your medical shit. Like, that's not a good thing.
I don't 100% believe that he thinks he's gonna be fine. I think he's willing to just die right now if that's what happens. But I don't think that's because of a masculine thing. I think it has to do with, like, what has all happened, what he's done. This, as he's saying right now, the only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. So, like, it's over, right? His entire journey, like, everything he set out to do has been done in a way.
Yeah, which is, like, an honorable, like... It could be an idealistic honor thing, which might be tied into the similar thing, because it's self-harmful to his own well-being.
Right, but I do think yes, there is an honor element to it, but I don't think everything honor-based is innately toxic masculinity, because it might be in
this case because Godot is like the man has to protect the women.
Yeah, maybe, from that perspective. I don't know. I just don't think it's very clear that this would be toxic masculinity. Like, I think his view of the men have to protect the women is very much that. But, I think the big speech is just kind of an honor-bound thing, and I think he does have just an innate honor thing to him that's not necessarily driven in gender. And potentially, I feel like it's like, supposed to be like a samurai thing, which is like just, Japan history. At one point in time, Japan's culture was an honor-based society. And I think that's like part of Gushto's stick, is he's supposed to have that samurai mentality. So I think that's where most of his elements come from, is I think he's supposed to be a samurai. Like, I think that's an element to his character that's intentional. Which
might be fine, as long as, again, it doesn't go into the toxic part where you're like, I have to go on and show that I'm great and that I can. It's like...
Right, Jeff, I'm not disagreeing with you that ignoring the blood is harmful to him and that it's bad. I'm just saying it's not toxic masculinity. It is bad. We could call it toxic. We could call just honor-based societies toxic in general, and I actually think I would agree that honor-based societies are toxic in general. I mean, part of an honor-based society comes from the fact that if you do have dishonor, you are supposed to harshly punish yourself, even if the reason you ended up dishonored is a good reason, right? So, like, I agree, honor-based societies and the whole honor-bound system is innately toxic. I just don't think it's toxic masculinity. Because I don't think an honor-based thing is innately masculine.
Okay, so he eventually did. He eventually did go do the correct thing. However much longer it was, we'll never know.
I mean, we also don't know how big the wound is. What I'm expecting there is that something he did during this high pressure moment at the end reopened the wound, and then he did his whole, I can't see red badass line.
Why would you need to apologize to me? You were in a cave for 2 days. Okay, never mind. Apparently this is going.
I mean, remember that what she said earlier, that she blames herself for like basically everything her sister did because she didn't help her sister on that first one.
Are you talking to me or Phoenix?
Talking to Phoenix. I mean, what I was saying to you is you. I mean, Phoenix can't fucking hear a word I say. But remember that she said that, you know, she feels responsible for everything her sister did. Thus she feels responsible, you know, because she didn't help her sister. So she does feel responsible that Phoenix almost got killed.
Yeah, which is, you know, that typical dumb thing you shouldn't blame yourself for.
Right.
It's like, your sister was a bad person. She was a monster. That's not your fault. Yeah, I just enjoyed having Lady fawn over me for, I don't know, 2 weeks.
Are you telling me that...
Maybe.
That all the dating between Dahlia and Phoenix for those 8 months was Iris?
That was an incredible scam.
Like the poison was Dahlia, and wanting to get the poison back was Dahlia. But the person who decided to date him was Iris? Is that what we're getting at?
Well, she's...
Wow, this is getting nutty. I was not expecting this twist.
Okay.
I'm surprised. The girl, I'm waiting for a bit of an explanation as to how it came about. Like, my guess is her sister, like, essentially pawned Phoenix off on Iris, is my only thought.
Which is a weird thing to do, because her whole thing for even continuing it was like, you need to get that fucking pendant back. It's like, would you really trust Iris to do that?
Yeah, my sister is trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could, because the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely.
Okay, so this is their...
So that's why
they're trying to hand wave it in.
From the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
She knew she was gonna get killed.
Thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
Sure.
I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. So yeah, Iris dated him, and the entire time they dated, she was trying to get the pen back in a non-violent way. And eventually the sister was like, nope, you've tried long enough, and then, you know, Dahlia was like, I'm gonna kill
Doug.
Well, so she got poison from Doug, and then Doug tried to warn Phoenix, right? And that's why she killed Doug, the killing of that guy was an opportunistic killing, and she did it in the moment because he had warned Phoenix about her.
I'm just gonna go through this normally.
Oh, okay, so you're saying why her sister gave up on her plan was that she found that I was actually caring for you. Oh, this is an interesting twist. I don't know what this means going forward in the series if Iris is gonna be around, cause now there's this weird, history between them instead of, no history. Because the girl he did date was actually Iris.
I honestly don't care that much.
I mean, in the end, yeah, I'm not gonna be, beat up if it doesn't lead anywhere.
It probably shouldn't lead anywhere.
I'm personally curious what it'll do.
I don't think Phoenix is gonna be, have the low self-esteem to be like, oh my god, I can't believe it, and you're nice. Oh, I like you now.
Well, okay, so what Phoenix is getting at right now is even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found
You stuck by her.
Well, no, it's like, well, he couldn't understand why, like...
Oh, this.
He for whatever reason, he just couldn't accept the fact that she was going to do that, because that's not the girl I know, and he's right. Like, in this moment, he's proving that, like, the fact that I always thought, and I was always confused by this...
Godot's just being entertained by this.
Girl. Yeah.
You're not gonna get that much coffee in jail! Click.
Yeah, as he said, even I didn't know, which, I mean, yeah, you were in a coma the fight. Just go right.
I do appreciate that they corrected his speech box.
Oh, does it say Diego now?
Yeah, it says Armando. What the fuck is that picture of Phoenix?
They both had a cup of coffee. They drank their coffee in unison.
That was a very eccentric drawing of Phoenix.
So yeah, Iris is being tried for her accomplice. For her being accomplice, and yeah, Godot is going to...
Well, on the charge of murder, but...
Yeah, Godot's gonna get the charge of murder, and Iris is gonna be the thing of accomplice. So yeah, I don't think, at the end of the day, I don't think Iris is gonna end up with Phoenix, because one, she's going to jail. At least for a short period of time.
For a good 6 months. I mean, yeah, justice was served. You figured out the truth, and the guy who did it goes to jail. It's just that, you know, okay, hey, Mia, do you really need to give us an end-of-game speech and be like, hey, Phoenix, you did the right thing? Don't beat yourself up about it. I didn't like him at all. He was going on his own form of a downward spiral. He couldn't move on from his grief.
Alright, Mia's officially saying she literally can't teach us anything more, so I assume this...
And that's the end of the trilogy.
Yeah, I assume that's a sort of, like, perma-exit from the games, which I think I'm fine with. Like, I feel like in several games, even though we do play as Phoenix again, I wouldn't mind that Mia never comes back.
I would have been fine if she never showed up in the first place. I really didn't think this trilogy needed even the minor mystical elements that it had.
Well, it does, Jeff, so either you quit playing it because of it or you don't. Like, I don't know what to say again with this.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, it's in it now. But it's like, I always thought it was a little weird when they started introducing it. It's like, yeah, it's here. Like... I think I said it, like, when the Psycho Locks were first introduced, like, what's this?
Okay, but before the Psycho Locks, they were doing the ghost thing as early as the trial after the, like, tutorial trial of the first game. Like the trial that has Mia die in it, which is the second trial of the first game, that's just not the tutorial trial, has Mia show up in Maya's body.
Does it?
Like, that is from the start. Like,
it must have been an odd idea to do it that early, like she just died. If it was in the first game, which I do not remember that. I think it was a second game introduction.
It was not the Psycho Locks were a second game introduction. The Locks were a second game introduction. The channeling's been around since the first game.
I mean, if that's the case, I find it very questionable, because then why even kill her in the first place?
So that Phoenix had to ultimately kind of be on his own. Like, she still taught him from the grave, but she wasn't constantly there to just do everything for him, right? Now Phoenix had to do, essentially, most of the work himself.
I mean, yeah, but she's still in the mentor role.
Yeah. she's still in the mentor role, but now it's not Phoenix is the sidekick to her. It's that she's coming in to mentor Phoenix at the toughest moments for him.
I mean, you could have.
Had she been alive,
You
Phoenix
could
would have essentially been sidekicking her the whole time, and she would have been the lead on everything. Right?
Not necessarily. You could have very easily sidelined her into the office, and she'd be like, you know, I have to do admin things, or I'm working on higher cases. You do this shit. I don't think it's necessarily, like, explicitly you would need her to be the lead.
Well, the creator of this series wanted to do the ghost mentor thing instead, so that's what they did.
Yeah, they did.
Just as valid of a thing to do than just have her sideline sitting at a desk mentoring. At the end of the day, you can write it however you want. It's your story, so... yeah.
Franziska was never helping me. That's bullshit. Even if she thinks she was helping me, she was still constantly assaulting me and the judge and everybody. And just being a problem. How was that embarrassing? I mean, me falling off a cliff was embarrassing, but getting the cold wasn't. Oh god, we really need a farewell speech from fucking Larry.
In all fairness, there hasn't been that many characters that have been in literally every game. Larry's one of them.
But I hate Larry. Make him go away. Oh. Well, yeah, you're his best friend, quote unquote. They lack resemblance? Why do you need Franzi's opinion?
They're currently just humoring Larry.
This is probably the one time where attacking someone randomly was the correct thing to do. What are they gonna do? Go become the legal Avengers?
I mean, I assume once again that if I had to take a guess, Franziska goes off to be an Edgeworth's game. If I had to guess where she goes, I don't know if that's where she goes after this, but I assume that's where she goes. And Phoenix, we have quite a time skip, and you know, Phoenix ends up with an adopted daughter and a bunch of other shit after this. So like, this is the end of an era, kind of. Like, I don't know all that happens in the new games, but I know, you know, we do play as Apollo Justice, more so than anybody else. I believe. I think eventually it gets split across, like, him and Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised she's not here. Maybe she's in the doctor's office, too. Or hiding under that couch. Maya just kind of ignores bad things that happen to her.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Maya does sort of just...
Is everyone an only child and an orphan now?
Yeah, you're right. Like, literally everybody in this game is an only child. What the fuck? Except for Maya. And Pearls, in a really roundabout way, because last game, for what we knew, Pearls was an only child.
Only child, both parents are dead. All of them. Although Edgeworth's family might not exist.
I was gonna say, well, we know Edward's dad is dead. We don't know what anything about his mom, and presumably he has no siblings because it's never been brought up.
He was just spawned out of the anime character creator one day.
I was gonna say Francisca. I don't know if it was ever said that she was the only child. Also, we don't know anything about her mother. We just know that she's Von Karma's daughter. And that in a way she sees Edgeworth as like an older brother. So there's that for like a sibling-ish relationship, but they're not actually siblings. And then Maya had an older sister who was murked. She had a mom who is now murked.
Do you mean the guy who died? Because, again, 2 people died. I mean, technically that should be you, Phoenix, person who fell off bridge. Is it actually... Wait, it's Pearl.
Yeah, Pearl's mom literally fucking tried to have her murder her aunt. Well, no, murder the person, not her aunt. The plan wasn't to murder the aunt. Try to have her murder Maya. Like, Pearl probably knows that now, that her mom was trying to have her murder Maya. And she really looks up to and cares about Maya. She also really cares about her mom, because her mom's her mom.
Probably should go find her, then.
She's also presumably found out that today that she has 2 siblings, so I don't think she knew about that. And she's learned that one of them's going to jail again, so that's another person in her family that's going to jail. And the other one's a fucking mass murderer who died. Yeah, and her mom lied to her about what it was. She said it was good for the Fae Clan to do this.
No, that wasn't a lie. She was just really fucked up.
I mean, yeah, but Pearl didn't understand what that meant, because, you know, Pearl didn't know the plan was to kill Maya. She just knew, go here at this time, channel this person.
I mean, if she was less exuberant, she might have read the note correctly and not, you know, done worse. Although if she wasn't as exuberant, I don't think Misty would have figured it out. Pearl's sake. Why the fuck are you here?
Because it's the end of the game, and we have to say goodbye to all of our friends, because, you know, there's gonna be a time skip and shit, and I think the launch between this game and...
He wasn't even at the trial! Where did he come from?
Yeah, but if we're ending the game, we gotta say goodbye to the characters who, like, show up in every game, and, like, out of all the characters who have been in every game, Gumshoes is one of them, and there hasn't been that many characters across every game. There's been Lariat, there's been Gumshoe, there's been Edgeworth, there's been Phoenix, and there's been Maya. I think that's it. My other thought is that Lotta Hair, weirdly enough, yeah, Lotta Hair was in every game too. Weirdly enough, I think.
Do you think Gumshoe? Do you think?
Yeah, no, was Lotta Hair in the 3rd game?
I don't remember her, but that doesn't mean much in this case.
Maybe she wasn't in the Maybe she wasn't in the 3rd game. Maybe she was in the 2nd game only, and then because I know Adrian showed up from the 2nd game and the 3rd game, so they did have a callback character there. So maybe they didn't bring back.
So do you think Gumshoe in the future is gonna look exactly the same again?
To be honest with you, yes. I do think literally every character in the game is gonna look basically the same.
That's lame.
There is gonna be a graphical change as like the games move to like 3D and become fully voice acted and stuff. So like.
How much farther down could it have gone, Gumshoe? You were making 20% of what you were making beforehand. How could it get lower?
No.
Wasn't that place closed down and also terrible?
I don't know if it was closed down, but...
Oh, who the fuck's Maggie?
Maggie Bird, the person we defended in that case. The girl that's like in love with Gumshoe and like shit. And like Gumshoe cares about a lot. Like they both are in love with each other. I think by the end of that case we got them to kind of start admitting that to each other, so presumably they might be dating. But yeah, so and she worked at that French restaurant. Now, given the owner of that restaurant presumably went to jail, so I assume.
Now Maya's sad. Well, we file a missing persons report with the cop who's right here. Are you sure? Pearl's disappeared like two or three times in this game. Yeah, but she was in on the plan.
Kind of.
Like, this isn't even like an inadvertent thing. She was in on the plan.
Kind of. She didn't know what the plan was. The plan she was given didn't say, hey, you're gonna kill Maya. It just said, go to this place at this time and channel this person, and then it said the thing like, destroy our enemies, right? And she read the last line as, throw gravy on a thing. Which, basically, at the end of the day, the only thing Pearl did was misread a sentence so that she threw gravy on something, and then failed to channel the murderer. The person who was supposed to be the murderer.
She went to a place after her bedtime and threw a pot at a wall.
There we go. Everybody's going to a French restaurant, except Phoenix and Maya are going to go find pearls first.
Why don't you just all not go? Be like, hey, Gumshoe, I have work to do. Bye.
I mean, I assume we're gonna get like some
end screen
all together at the French restaurant like picture or something at the end of this, just because this is like the end of an era for the series, and like I don't know if at this moment if the series even knew it was gonna continue itself.
It doesn't feel like they knew.
Yeah, I was gonna say, to me this feels like this is the potential ending of the series, right? We've wrapped up everything that was connected across all three games.
What, did Pearl go back to the shrine?
Fuck you, you definitely knew there was magical channeling bullshit in the first game, because the fucking DL9 incident gets brought up literally in that case where she dies and her mom channeled the person. Like that is brought up in that case where Mia died.
Yeah, but it was unsuccessful. It didn't really do much except fuck herself over. So I was willing to let that be a part of it, because like it didn't, like the village is what it is, but it's like, yeah, it's a location, the people believe in it, but you know, it doesn't actually do anything other than be their culture.
No, you're literally failing to. That's not. That where they come from doesn't even come up in the DL9 incident thing. It has to do with in that one murder case.
You realize that what happened was that she tried to do a seance. It ended up not working out, and she got fucked over, was what happened.
No, it worked. She supposedly channeled the spirit, but the information they got turned out to be wrong. That was the thing. Also, once again, still in that case, Maya does channel Mia. Like, that does happen in that same case, so.
Which at the time you could definitely say, well, you know, it might be complete bullshit.
What, when Mia shows up in Maya's body in that case is also just complete bullshit?
I don't even remember it happening.
It does happen. She literally shows up in, like, basically every case across the entire 3 games.
I don't know, I could call that separate things. I don't know how powerful Misty was.
Well, she's powerful enough to be the leader.
Yeah, which I don't know at the time would have been like, was she leader because she was the best at it, or was she just the leader because, you know, she became the leader?
Well, I don't know if it was 100% stated in that game, but she is the leader because she is the best at it. That was why she was the leader.
So, yeah, there you go.
But still, as stated in that same very case, though, Mia does show up in the body of Maya.
Which, yeah, could be a separate thing because, you know, maybe Maya actually has the talent to do it.
Either way, my point is the spirit channeling's been around since literally the very beginning.
Why are you here? You just took the bus up to the top of this mountain? You couldn't have done that at the village?
I don't know, there's a handful of places you could have done it, but yeah, I guess this place is super spiritual and holy, so you could pray here. Oh hey, they got the gravy off the thing apparently. That or they had a replacement one. Because the thing in the background doesn't have the gravy on it anyway.
Yeah, that was one of the first things they showed us when we reappeared here.
No.
For like...
We were still arguing about the spiritual stuff.
Yeah, we don't need spirit mentors anymore. I think we can move on to just doing this by logical anime scenarios.
Well, to be honest with you, it might be heading in that way. I don't know for sure because we don't have a Maya. Like, she's still around, and I'm sure she still shows up in the story, but, like, our main team people that are always around aren't Maya. Like, the people are a magician, and when I say magician, I mean in the non-magical sense, to my knowledge. I will say in a non-magical sense, to my knowledge.
You could just say a magician performer.
What?
You could just say a magician performer. People know what you mean.
I guess. I just never think of that phrase when I think of magician to separate, like, the fantasy magician, like, can actually do magic versus street magician.
Well, in a cartoon, you probably should separate because you never know.
That's what I was doing. My brain doesn't default to the phrase magician performer, so I just said magician in the non-magical way, right? Like that's why I said the phrase I said, is because my brain doesn't default to magician performer, because I guess I don't think of the word performer like to tie that with magician in the sense, even though yes, magicians are performers. I just don't think of to refer, you know, when I focus on like an actor or something, my brain doesn't default to calling them performers, because at the end of the day, the thing I called them already has the performer element to it, and it's the thing that stands in for it. So like my brain defaults to actor for someone who acts and stuff. My brain defaults to magician for people who do magic, right? Things like that. So like I don't, even though they are performances, my brain doesn't, dancer. Like I'm not gonna say dancer performer. Like I'm just gonna say dancer, right? Things like that. My brain is never gonna bring up the word performer. But yeah. So to my knowledge, the Maya of the next game is a magician, stage magician. There we go. That's a better way of wording it. Stage magician. I like that one. But yeah, so that is our character of the next game. So I don't know if there's actual magic or anything like that, but I do know that that's essentially, to my knowledge, the Maya of those games. As for the games that are the ancient ancestor ones, I have no idea who the Maya of that game is, if there even is one for those two games. So yeah, there very well could be stuff in that. I have no idea. I don't think we ever. No, we did use the Master Talisman in the first day of trials. Like, no, because we found it on the second day of trial. Yeah, I don't know if we ever used this in trial.
No, I don't. I actually don't think we did, except for the string thing.
I was gonna say we used it. I know we used it during like the investigation part before the second day of trial. Like there was a thing where we showed it to someone to like get some information out of them.
I was like, hey, I think the only thing that came up was like, hey, someone cut these strings.
Well, no, we had to present it to someone because of the symbol on it is the same symbol that's on.
And that too.
Like it's the symbol of that clan. Like that was the thing that came up with it.
Why is Phoenix monologuing to himself? I mean, at this point, it's kind of just the three of you, because you're kind of the only ones left.
All right, so here's the.
It turns out that it came full circle.
Here's the picture that's inside the necklace, which I think is funny because that means Pearl wasn't the first one to break the Ami base.
Yep.
Maya and Mia did, or maybe just Maya did. It's hard to say.
And they were both, for whatever reason, they were both constantly screaming when someone took this picture.
I mean, Maya. So the way I see it in this, Maya's crying, and I think Mia is gasping because they got caught. Like the camera shutter caused her to realize they got caught. Like I think that's the moment this photo was taken. It's like the mom came in on this, had the camera all ready, and took the picture upon encountering this, and that's why you have the gas shocked we got caught face from Mia.
Did we talk about all those months ago how crazy it is that Mia is so much older than Maya?
Yeah, I think we did.
That picture kind of puts a fine point on it, because Mia is she's probably past 18 in that picture or something.
What? No, she was significantly short. I don't think she was past 18. I think she might have been 13 or 14 or something.
Really?
Yeah, she did not look like
Maya looks like she might be 6.
I think Maya looked younger than that. I think Maya looked like a goddamn toddler. Because she was I swear she was in a diaper and everything.
Well, unfortunately we didn't put this in our case file, so we can't look at it again.
Yeah. I don't think, no.
Damn it, open! Open! We need to settle this argument.
I'll just have to find the picture on, the internet.
Yeah, it's not much of an argument, to be honest.
I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, we can figure out their age difference by pulling it up.
No, we can't, because we scrubbed Mia's age.
Not in this one. I would say, on the wiki, we could just pull up their ages. Instead of hunting down the picture, I could just quickly pull up their wikis to find their age. So here's the thing,
Pearl's just fine.
Phoenix is 24 or whatever. If I remember right, Mia is in her early 30s or something. So the age difference is 10 years or so, which that picture does. If I think she's a toddler and then I think Mia's 14, that is a 10-year difference. So that fits the window. Because I'm pretty sure, because it's not like she was 40 or anything. I'm pretty sure she was in her early 30s.
I really don't believe that everyone's just fine after what happened, especially since I think it's been less than a day since the trial ended.
This is the same day as the trial ended, Jeff. We were talking in the lobby a minute ago, and then we went to find Pearls.
Yeah, but she was on a mountain, possibly out of town.
I think it was stated it's a 40-minute drive from the cities. It's been maybe 2 hours.
You really want to just resume your vacation, huh? Here? Specifically here? No, that's actually a bad idea. You remember all the shit that went down here? Yesterday?
I mean, well, it's 3 days ago now, but,
Why do you want to be here? Is my question. Here, specifically. Aren't you gonna feel weird when we go past the garden and have to walk back to the main temple? What are you objecting to, the game ending?
I don't know. It was I want to just say one thing, and then both Pearls and Bikini made it sound like he was gonna profess love. And then,
oh,
and
okay.
then he said, "Okay, here goes," and he was sounded really nervous, and then it was
So she still gets to be the master, even though she's never gonna be at the village.
I mean, I do know for a fact she goes back to the village in the next games, so she will eventually be back at the village.
So yeah, I will say that definitely didn't end as badly as it could have, but unfortunately I'm gonna say it, having her on the stand kind of brought it down a little bit for me.
As I said, this game's had the supernatural, ghost stuff since the very beginning, so doesn't bother me none. It does beg the question, though, seeing as you seem to really hate this, and I can't guarantee it doesn't happen in the future, and, it's...
Hey, you got a better jacket!
It seems from my perspective...
and there's Maggie.
Yeah, that's Maggie Bird. From my perspective, it seems like you hate, 60% of, all the recurring characters, if not more. Like, you seem to not really like Maya. You said you really could take it or leave
To
it.
be fair, this game like torched Maya. Like, this game specifically did that. And yes, Maya did have those characteristics before. Like, this game really just abused Maya and made her more stupid and and less helpful than how she had been in the previous cases where she was.
Argument for less helpful in this game.
It's.
She didn't do a lot to
I feel like in previous cases she was more of a legitimate backbone to Phoenix in trying to have us not give up.
I mean, yeah, in the sense of morale, I'd say she was a morale
and
person,
I feel like that's
really smart.
I feel like that's her being more helpful. I mean, yeah, a lot of characters aren't going to jump out at me, and I'm not going to be giving praise just for, every character being slightly above average.
But there's a difference between, praising the character
and yes, if they are going to
show disdain.
And if they are going to annoy me, I am going to point that out because it's annoying and they're doing dumb shit.
Right, Jeff, I'm not saying you can't have these feelings. I'm just saying, like, because you have these feelings, I'm asking if you want to continue playing these games. Because I don't know if you're having fun. And as I stated last time in our big argument, like, if you're not having fun, I don't see a reason for us to play these together. Like, I'd rather just play them by myself than, like, subject you to having, like, a bunch of anger about stuff in these games.
Well, I'm sorry that the last case just, brought it down for me, but unfortunately I did not like the sort of story they went with. And yeah, I'm going to point that out because, there are types of stories I like. That one had the mystical elements that I think went too far. And as much as they might have been pre-established, and, they did use the pre-established part of it, they didn't just make up new stuff on the spot, I don't think that it's as solid as the other cases. I don't think it's as clever. And even though, it's not out and out lazy, I think they could have done, like we were discussing when it happened. Like if they went for, something more realistic where it was like somehow, like they come up with an explanation where she dodged being executed or, other late Iris. I kept thinking Lisa for some reason. If Iris somehow switched places with her, that would have been I thought that would have been more interesting, because it's like, okay, well, how did that happen? How did she get here? It leads to more questions.
Sure. That still doesn't answer the question I asked you. Like, you don't need to keep telling me why you don't like it. Like, I accept that you don't like it. I like it, you don't have to. Like, I'm not looking for justification as to why you don't like it. I'm asking you if you want to continue playing these games.
Well,
I worry you're not having fun.
Well, there have been good cases throughout this trilogy. There's definitely been stuff that's been fun to figure out, and as dumb as I am trying to follow the details, as best as I can when I'm trying to also let's play it at the same time. Mm-hmm. I think there's definitely value there. Like I thought it was interesting that the second case we worked on with Mr. I'm the cosplay thief, and we need to go through all of his contacts and his girlfriend to figure out, well, what the hell's actually going on. And then that case where, if it's not the same case, that mafia guy got involved, and then we had to put him and maybe his associates on the stand. Somehow we had to wrangle his associate girl, who was the daughter of the mafia boss he was covering for, not throwing her under the bus, but also getting him, like, the thing I'm trying to get at is, like, yes, the final case isn't as good as what I would like it to be, but that doesn't mean the other cases in this game weren't good. And just because one case brings it down doesn't...
all three games now. Obig's in all three games now.
She snuck into the credits.
Yeah, I think she snuck into the credits. Because she came back to say she was back from vacation.
And she's doing that thing where she just has running dialogue that makes no sense.
Right. I think it was stated, like, during this case for this company that she was, like, one of the people in charge of security for that company. It's just that she wasn't currently there at the time. Because, as she said at the beginning of her dialogue there, she came back from vacation. But yeah, alright. And I'll state, like, one of the differences between you and I is I feel like when you dislike something, you very harshly bash on it, which is totally fine and that's within your right to do. It just misleads me into how much you hate it. Because there's been
Shinji Mikami.
In our long period of time of me and you knowing each other, there's been a lot of times where we have played something together or done something together, and I misunderstand whether or not you even like it because of how harsh you can be on things at times. So that is why I choose to ask you here, do you want to keep playing the series? Which once again, you still haven't directly said.
To be fair, like, I think that, like, objectively, like, this game is still, like, not super, like, it's not a super degree, but far and away, this is definitely better than the second game. Because the second game had production issues, and the soundtrack wasn't as good. Franziska was not a great foil to us.
True. I admit out of the three of them, Franziska's the lowest, but we had this discussion last time a little bit, where I think you held Edgeworth at the highest. I thought Godot was my favorite out of the three, and we both agreed that Franziska was at the bottom, but I thought she was still good, even at the bottom. She just wasn't as good as the other two, and you just didn't like her at all. Still, I am going to wrap around until I have a straight answer. Like, do you want to continue playing this series together?
I think I think it's good enough to keep going. I don't think that it's entirely, I don't think it's gone into a downward trend of quality.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll, we don't even know what the future of the series holds. So, and as I said, potentially the ghost stuff is going to take a farther back seat. Like, I don't know. It also might not. I don't know. But, so I wanted to ask that, and then two, the reason I feel like I asked this question, and I do want to just make it clear, there is that difference between you and I, where sometimes when you seem like you dislike something, I think my perspective of you is that it's hard. I see it as you being harsher than you mean to be, right? Or that because like I genuinely thought you hated this game, Jeff. Like both the second one and the third one, I thought you genuinely, like, if you were to grade them on a letter scale, they'd be Fs. Yeah, because of how harsh you were coming across on so many things. I thought the whole game just belonged in the garbage to you. Like that's how it came across to me, which is why. And when you brought up the fact that, like, if the mystical stuff like this, I thought, that meant this game literally needs to be lit on fire. Like, you seem that passionate about if the mystical stuff comes into the courtroom, like, this room is, this game, like, basically shouldn't exist. Like, this is a garbage game, never should have been made. Like, I was getting that much, like, feeling from you. But I know I have a history of, because of how I handle things and how I view things versus how you do, that you can come across, from my perspective, as harsher than I think you mean sometimes. Because there's been a number of times where you've said things that are really harsh to the point where I really think you dislike something, and then eventually you say something that makes me reconsider that. So, but this game, I didn't have that until this conversation just now that we had, right? I didn't get that feeling that, oh, okay, there was things that you like until now. And yeah, part of it is because I feel like, one of the things you do from a critical lens when looking at a game is, I think you're quicker to bash on the things you don't like or at least you bring those up more often than you do the things you like about it, which then makes me think you didn't like it.
Well,
and everybody's different, so, like, people are going to talk about things in different ways.
Yeah, I guess I really don't see the point where, if something's going very well, like I don't know if I explicitly pointed out, the Godot final act of that case, while it didn't save it, it definitely did give it a lot more points, because they did actually tie it in not like a super cutting twist, like a total 180, like there was a pretty big lead into it, so it didn't like completely turn around on me and be like that. Those are the sorts of like the total 180s right at there are the twists that kind of get me a lot more. And it might just be the style of this game kind of lent into that, where it had a lead in, but that part of it was written well. They definitely tied it in. And especially coming into this trial where I thought they weren't going to be able to handle Edgeworth, Franziska, and Godot possibly being on the table for the final part, which I don't know how they were going to do that. And yeah, I was a little bit concerned considering that we hadn't gone to the Godot thing after we dealt with the possession leaving. I don't know why I can't remember Dahlia's name. I keep thinking it's Delilah for some reason. But yeah, that definitely gave it back some points. I thought that was pretty damn good. And like I said when we started, or maybe like after case 2 or 3, Godot honestly is probably near a perfect character. Like I love.
You also really liked Godot.
I loved his gimmick. He had a fantastic soundtrack. And, like I said, he was such a bad prosecutor he was such a bad prosecutor in such a weird way, where he was being flowery at the same time and smug. I was like, he is the character I would love to hate. Because he's flowering it up, saying these dumb things that don't make sense, and also trying to have his gotcha moments and legitimately having gotcha moments at the same time. Like,
right.
he's pretending to be intellectual while also beating us sometimes. He is somehow the perfect character.
Right.
I would still say that I know it's dumb, but I would still probably put Edgeworth above him because I think that he's obviously not just in one game, so I think that personal connection to Phoenix that they do reinforce, I think I kind of appreciate that more. I do like seeing Miles's frustration a lot better than the other characters because I don't know, I think it's just more legitimate against his character, where it's like it's actually frustrating him. He's actually getting pissed that things aren't going his way. Whereas with Franziska, she's so proud you're not going to get that. And Godot, it might have just been all an act, or he might have legitimately been caught off guard.
Well, I think early on he was caught off guard. I think his conversation towards the end kind of, because as he said, the first things he knew about Phoenix is that, essentially he was around when Mia died and didn't really stop it, and that he was involved with Dahlia, right? Those are like the only two things he knew. So he had this initial dark impression of Phoenix, but he also, decided to look into it and confront Phoenix in court. And in doing so, I think after that first trial, or somewhere along the journey of that first trial, he realized that Phoenix was an admirable man. And it went from, wanting to take him down because I hate him, to I want to help him grow because he is the heir in some ways to, he is one of the two heirs to Mia. Like, the aspects of who Mia was are ultimately, passed on to Phoenix and Maya. They both have elements of what, like, together they're both Mia, like, in a weird way. Elements of, and they're also their own person on top of that, but like, elements from both of them can be combined to create what is Mia.
But I do want to headlong head into this again, just because we're actually discussing the game. The LP is done. The row that we had, and it was a legit row for like a good long while, I actually slammed my desk and was yelling row, was because of the possibility that was mentioned that the trick locks that were put on the cage were magically conjured into existence. And if that happened, that, especially in a game like this, where it is investigative based, that is a huge can of worms. And like, at that point, I'm like, if that legitimately was the case, I probably would have checked out of this game right at the end. I would have been like, I would have checked out of this game because you can't do that, because that means that anything's on the table. Like, even if you want to say, you know, it's in this particular area, you know, because of magic, you know, it can only happen here, you know, we're just doing this as, you know, to create an obstacle for you, you know, that's like, that's just no, you can't do that.
Well, and once again, that's another conversation where I believed you absolutely at this point hated the series, and that, like, you know, that was, you know, that would have been the rage quit moment for you. I definitely felt that, but like
that would have, I probably would have
I thought you were essentially going along with it because, well, we started this, might as well finish it, right? That's the mentality I got from that conversation, was that you didn't like these games, and that. And
yes, because we
take away from it. That's how I felt.
Because
for your thing. Now, as discussed, that wasn't the case here. You know, you didn't feel that way in the end. But that's how I was reading it in that moment, and you know, that's how I was trying to. You know, I was trying to discuss why I thought it was, you know, not problematic of that. I do think one of the big things for me and why I'd be okay with that is because I didn't think those locks were really going to come into play of the actual murder investigation so much as they were just an obstacle to keep Maya away. So in my mind, you know, the locks being magically created, you know, wasn't going to bother me because I didn't think anything with them was going to be tied to the murder. At the time, because I thought Maya was just trapped in there, and I thought maybe Maya was trapped in there for like story reasons with her mother, and like the emotions she was feeling could have maybe created the locks or something. So at that moment, you know, I wasn't thinking that the locks themselves mattered to the overall murder plot, and that the murder plot was something else. And you know, eventually we got to different things and different stuff happened.
Well,
but yeah,
that's
right, we'll have to.
That's the thing, like, like, most things that we find that are, like, of note and, uniquely designed, they do come into play. So I can't write that off as, you know, a meaningless detail, because I don't know. Especially if it ends up in our case file.
What I mean. Meaningless detail is not what I mean there. I think it was gonna matter to the story, I don't think it was gonna matter to the case, right? They were an obstacle keeping us from Maya and potentially putting Maya in danger, and that's why they were important. But I don't think they were going to be an element involved in the murder, right?
And this is kind of why it ended up being as bad as it was, is because I don't fault you for trying to speak your piece, but, you know, if we're talking about something and you're like, no, I disagree with you, and no, I disagree with you again, especially if I don't explicitly know at the time why I don't like it. Like, I know I don't like it, but I don't know why. Like, that intersected, like, at the perfect moment, I, like, figured out the actual reason why I didn't like this. So I was actually able to make a solid point at the same time that I got pissed off, like, the most.
Right. Well, and there was, in my opinion, in that conversation, both of us misunderstanding what the other one was trying to convey and say. Because I remember one of the things that I felt the most hurt by is you accused me of gaslighting you. But what I was trying to say in that moment, and I think I rephrased it, like the next thing I said, I rephrased it better, wasn't that you are saying this, it was, this is how I'm perceiving what you're saying, which is different. Because gaslighting would be, I am accusing you and saying this is exactly what you said. Whatever you tell me doesn't matter because this is what you said. And that's not what I was saying to you. I was saying this is what I'm understanding you to say. And then I remember after you said the gaslighting thing, I sat and I rephrased essentially what was my same thought in a better way. And I think I used better terms to state that, like, I'm not saying that you believe this. I'm saying this is what I'm coming up. Like, this is my perspective of what I'm seeing and, like, how I'm perceiving what you're saying. So maybe I'm misunderstanding you and I need clarification, but, like, that. And I think that helped because that kind of helps boil it, you know, take the heat off, and eventually we got back on track. But there was that moment where I was ready to just quit the stream for the night because I was like, look, this isn't going anywhere. It feels like we're hitting our heads against a brick wall, and it's, you know, I'm getting hurt feelings about being accused of gaslighting, and and things like that, and you seem to be getting really heated, so maybe it's best to take a breath. But eventually we are able to get that breath without having to quit the stream. So that was a thing, and that was another reason why, like, it was like, if the game can get you this angry, like, is this something we should keep playing? Because, you know, I don't like getting into arguments with people. It's something I've been working on myself a lot, because I used to, back in the day, I used to get into, like, these pedantic nerd arguments over random shit in video games with people all the time. And it's kind of like an innate thing in nerd culture. I feel like it is that people get into these pedantic arguments about shit. That ultimately it just comes down to subjective reasons or like subjective views on a story. Like how one take away from the story versus the other one takes away from the story, or you know, things like, I like this element of the story versus I don't like this element of the story. And I feel like nerds can really dig it. Like, there's an element of nerd culture that causes people to really dig in their heels and just, like, argue back and forth the same thing over and over and over again until they're just both red in the face and super angry. And, you know, I eventually noticed that getting into these arguments would sometimes straight up ruin my day, if not just ruin part of my day for a time. And so I decided, you know, just walk away from them as much as possible. I still trip into them from time to time and end up arguing in a stupid pedantic way, but it is something, you know, I personally don't like doing and would rather get away from, which is part of why, if this game was going to make you so upset that these arguments were going to not naturally keep flaring up, I was worried about wanting to keep playing this game. Because one, I don't want to play something if I know you're having a bad time. You know, while yes, this series is about showing each other stuff, when it's my weeks, I'd rather that we're both at least enjoying the game. And if at any point, like, this game is just absolute trash and you have zero interest in playing it, then I feel like we should switch games. Like, even if it's my favorite game of all time, like, if you felt that way about Mass Effect, I think we should have quit Mass Effect, right?
Which, I mean, Mass Effect was good because it had that combination of, you know, there's enough story stuff to keep me engaged, while also
like Mass Effect.
Well,
I wouldn't say it was your favorite thing of all time.
No, it definitely wasn't, but like the dumb glitchiness of the game itself, and especially playing it on console, was definitely helped, because like it led to my favorite part of that LP was managing to somehow, through my own abilities, glitch into the glitch zone and then managing to get out of it.
In the first one, yeah, that was funny. There was also
but
that weird glitch thing with that one zombie that you made into a huge thing in the second game.
I'm pretty sure that was
the third game.
I'm pretty sure it was the third one, and I wish I could
know exactly where it was.
I wish I could remember it, because I named the whole LP that, and I totally forgot why I did that.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was, but I know where in the story it happened.
It was like really early.
Yeah, it's when you go and you meet Garrus in the third game.
But to kind of get back to the point, I did want to mention a couple of things, in that throughout my early 20s, I had the same realization as you. I used to be a lot more argumentative, and about, like, when I look back on it, the absolute dumbest shit that, like, you would never tell anyone to go to try to die on a mountain for these dumb points. I used to do that, and I used to have a lot more energy for that. And then I just eventually realized you need to fucking save your energy for things that actually fucking matter. And
which, in my opinion, basically no video game at the end of the day matters, because it's all just subjective entertainment.
But the other thing is that, if, like, especially with this, if I'm willing to sit there and put my time into theory crafting and trying to follow along and actually, like, taking the game seriously, that's probably a good sign it's actually engaging me. Because if I'm just out of it, like, I'm probably just gonna sound out of it. I'm probably just gonna start looking at the walls and making fun of, like, a character's dumb pants or stupid hat. And while I will still,
reality, you also make fun of characters' dumb pants and stupid hats all the time, so that's not a good way to gauge that.
Yeah, it's not, but it's like, you know, I am here to try to do a Let's Play, and I will exaggerate myself, especially for an anime game like this, especially for ones that's slow, and, you know, we're gonna be here for a while. Like, if a character's gonna look dumb and have a dumb name, yeah, I am gonna point that out.
Sure.
Especially with, like, like, you could tell I was legitimately, I was legitimately groaning when we found out that the guy's name was Luke at me. I was legitimately groaning at that.
That was so bad. It was funny.
It's like, this is so beyond fucking stupid.
I'll state that I'll try to keep the theory crafting thing in mind, because I'll be the way that even if you're being super critical on like the elements you don't like on the game and not bringing up too many of the good things in the game, that might be a good way for me to sort out whether or not you still care.
But unfortunately, like I was trying to get to before, if the game's like running on all cylinders and it's going along okay, it's having a good time, I'm probably not going to point that out, because I don't really feel a need to up until the end of the game, when I can actually sit here and discuss how good was the game. Even at the end of cases, I don't think I sit down and be like, well, that was a clever case, mostly because I think the game usually goes from a case to another case. So, especially if we don't have the time to actually do, wrap-ups at the end of our episodes.
Right, which sometimes we don't. I mean, I think we took an extra little longer time today. I do have the wheel pulled up so that we can spin the wheel. As I've currently decided, well, I don't know exactly what we'll play, and whether or not I might just say, we might land on something on the wheel, and I'll just go, I'm gonna respin it, right? That might be my feeling as we spin this wheel. But personally, there's a handful of things that are on the wheel right now because I've changed the wheel since the last time we looked at it. I took some things that were on and off and changed them around. In fact, there is currently a blank space on the wheel because I literally am not. I had Far Cry for a little bit. I had Far Cry on there for a little bit, and then I was like, I don't know if I want to do Far Cry, because even though I really like the series and I want to show it to you, it is just a lot of dead time of just me stealth killing dudes, because I do feel like a large strength of those games and why I love them so much is the gameplay, and I feel like that's not going to get translated to you if I'm the one playing. So it's going to be kind of I don't know, maybe we could do Far Cry, because there is a lot of fun characters and charismatic villains in the series, but most of the gameplay is going to be me crouching and sniping people, because that's the way I play that game a lot of the times. Is I go super stealth, but I go, while you can stealth take down people from behind and stab murder them, and there's all these different cool ways you can stealth take down people, I almost always find some high up place, figure out where all the enemies are, because you can mark them with a marker thing when you're just overseeing an area. And then once I have them all marked, I begin to one by one pick them all off, from the ones that are the farthest out into the base into the ones that are the deepest into the base.
Well,
same vantage point.
We did do a game that was similar to that, and I think we had similar results when we did 358 over 2 days. It was a lot of meaningless gameplay. I constantly had to be on you and was like, no, this is, there is good shit in here. I know this sucks, but...
It was good, but there was a lot of just boring me watching a thing get whacked.
Yes. So we did do that before.
I do the games, I don't know if it's a game I want to do, right now. As stated, and as we know, almost all of the games on my list all the time are RPGs or games that are very story driven, like these VN games like Phoenix Wright and Danganronpa, where they're not RPGs, but they're visual novels that are just entirely just story. There's large portion of story before anything happens. I mean, there was several points today, during that case you brought up, it's been a while since we had to actively do a game thing, and it's just been us listening to story and dialogue, which I think will be interesting when we come to the Persona games, because they are on my list and they are on the wheel currently, because the Persona games have a lot of that, but it's not in the way that this was having it, where you were like, oh man, it's been a while since we played the game. Because there will be moments where it'll have been a while since we played the game, but
I did think it was
the normal slice of life stuff. We'll be doing normal slice of life stuff and stuff like that. Instead of the core gameplay.
I did think it was worth bringing it up there, because like I said, that was probably when the case was just losing me, not entirely, but it's like I said, we were theory crafting about, is this actually possession or is she actually alive? It was like we didn't know at that point, so it's like
We weren't
it's getting
entirely sure. She was claiming to be dead, but maybe she wasn't. Right?
it's getting a little flimsy, and then you put on top of that, well, rather than doing the court thing, we've been sitting here for a while, and this story has just been happening, which I thought was appropriate to bring up there because it's like this is not going super well.
And I think compared to Persona, and we'll see what your mood is when we do get through those games. I do think the Persona games have, while there is a lot of not like text and reading, and well, I mean those games are fully voice acted. So when I say reading, actually, while there is the text on screen, we will also hear the characters say it. There will be just these moments where we're just kind of like going through every day of the week, and we're going to school, and there's still like gameplay, a lot more gameplay moments in the sense that like we'll pick dialogue options and stuff. We'll be in school, and one of the things the game does that's really cool and you will experience is we go to class, and we legitimately go to class. Like there is like a lesson. It ties into like the themes of the game and stuff, and like a lot of times the questions we're being asked in class tie to what's currently happening in the story. Like in a way, like we'll be doing something that's like the dungeon will be like medieval themed, and we'll get asked a question about like that era of history in class, right? It'll be shit like that happens. There's rewards if we get the questions right and if we get them wrong, there's not really a punishment if we get them wrong other than you don't get the reward. And eventually there'll be like a test, like there'll be a test day at school where we'll have to be like those lessons that we went through will come up on the test. So like hopefully we've been paying attention and taking notes because they'll be on the test.
Hopefully we didn't take a 3-week break. Whoops.
Right.
Better get out the notebook.
At the end of the day, there is an element to if this stuff, as for example, in the most recent playthrough in my first playthrough of Persona 3, I have been had a guide pulled up for all the class questions because at the end of the day, while it's interesting, I'd rather just get the right answer and get the reward and then just move on with it than like try to figure it out for myself or like try to take that time to really think, right? Because I do want to get to the more exciting parts of the story, which is where the main characters and stuff are talking and meeting about stuff, and they're going and doing things, and then like eventually we end up in the dungeon for that period, and we're doing like the actual gameplay where suddenly there's like not very much at all dialogue, and instead it's like all gameplay, because you kind of essentially how the game works is you're kind of jumping in and out of either you're doing VN gameplay or you're doing RPG gameplay, and it just bounces back and forth where there'll be portions where it's been a while since you've done a lot of RPG stuff, and you probably in that time you've been able to go to shops and buy some stuff if you need it, like potions and gear and stuff, or some of that stuff. You might have been able to do something to raise some stats for the RPG stuff, but you haven't actually been fighting things and doing like RPG battle stuff, right? And that'll be like a whole while of the game, like multiple hours will go without doing any of that, and then suddenly the next several hours are solid that, right? And it's because you go back and forth between a dungeon and the real world, and so the real world is the VN stuff, and when you're doing like the dungeon stuff, that's the more RPG combat stuff, and we'll go back and forth and stuff. So I am curious how if that gameplay would be cool. There is some things I learned about Royal, or that I remembered about Royal that are make me go, okay, there's a couple of things with this game that I'm gonna do different, because Royal has a different opening. So one thing with the Persona series is they all have different like anime openers, like think like an actual anime.
The intro sequence.
Yeah, they all have an intro sequence, and the like the version that's like got additional content and stuff that comes out after the first version, the platinum to the diamond, if you will, of these games has a different opening than the base one, and we'll only be playing Royal, which at the end of the day, as a game goes, and the story goes, it's the definitive version. Like you're just gonna play this because it's got the same story, it's got the same characters, like there is, and then it's got more on top of it. So it's just it's 5 plus more for the most part. There's not really any changes that really matter, but it does have a different opening, and I do think the opening to 5 is my favorite across the series. So I do want to show you the original opening to 5 when we get to that game. But I am going to close Ace Attorney now, and I'm going to send the wheel over to you.
Okay.
So we're going to do that quick.
There was something I wanted to mention again, but I completely forgot it now.
I mean, that's fine.
Oh, I was gonna say that I don't think I'm fundamentally opposed to, like you said, long story sections where they're just explanatorying and just going through events. I don't think that I'm fundamentally against them, but it's.
I mean, it's talking. It's the characters going through the day by day, right?
It depends if I'm like hooked into the story or not, because it's like, if I'm hooked in, I'm willing to go along with a lot more than I'm not, and like we saw, if I'm not hooked in, I might end up mentioning it while we've kind of been here for a while.
Right. Well, and at the end of the day, I mean, it's like every game. Like when I say, we haven't like done gameplay stuff in a while, it's a bit misleading in the sense that like I do feel like games of like RPG genres, this is just an innate thing that happens, right? You're playing a Final Fantasy game and you get to a town and suddenly there's like a lot of talking and you're not fighting stuff, right? It is very much like that. It's just a kind of a longer sequence of that because of the nature of the VN-ness of the game. And it is like the game we just played. Like, we do make choices and there is stuff we do during that time. It's just, we don't, there is gameplay that we could be doing instead, right? Phoenix Wright, what we're doing is all there is, but, in this moment, there is, other areas of the game where it is, solid, like Pokemon, turn-based RPG combat. So, some people that might be that's all they're there for. They don't care about the story. But at the end of the day, the Persona games are designed with story first as like the mentality. The opposite of them, the Shin Megami Tensei games, to my knowledge, are the opposite. So if you would want a lot more of the dungeon turn-based RPG gameplay of the Persona games, I've been told go play the Shin Megami Tensei games. If you want the more story-driven narrative games with then the Persona games are the ones you want, with the exception being, like, to my knowledge, I was told Persona 1 and Persona 2 are more like the Shin Megami Tensei games than Personas 4 through 6 or 3 through 5, that the series didn't like find its core like identity until 3. That's what I've been told. So there's that. But anyway, do you have the wheel pulled up? Can you see the wheel? Is that being streamed right now?
No, I just see your AI profile pic.
Okay, let me resend it to you. You might have to click it to get into it on Discord, so
oh yeah, it's doing that thing it does.
Do double check because I am streaming right now. Okay, so you see it. Alright, that's good. Alright, so yeah, we got it pulled up and everything, so let's spin the wheel here.
I really do love that you have the blank space.
Because I'm not sure what goes there right now, but I left it because I want to do 8 things on the board. It's just right now that spot is essentially respin, but I didn't want to put the word respin there because...
Oh!
I'm reading Ace Attorney again, to be honest with you here. I think it's going to land in Ace Attorney again.
Well, do you want to jump back into our suit, or do you want to spin it again?
No, I'm gonna spin it again, because so personally,
like not the not the other thing, but like, do you feel like we've been doing a lot of Ace Attorney lately?
I do, and so here's the thing I will say about the board right now. I'm not opposed to some of the things on the board. I really don't know if I want to do another Mortal Kombat again, because we also have done that more recently. Like, it's kind of been Mortal Kombat and Ace Attorney. Like, we haven't done any of these other things on this wheel, like, at all. These two things on, the Mortal Kombat and the Ace Attorney have been like back and forth what we've been doing for a very long time. So personally, I think I will state, while I'm not opposed to doing like the Pokemon Infinite Fusion game or Life is Strange games, and if we roll those, I'll consider them for a moment, and maybe I'll be like, yeah, okay, let's do that. The games I am heavily considering in my head that I feel like would be really fun to do is either finish up Danganronpa so that we can be done with it, or the Persona game for just another really long series, or get to Final Fantasy VII, right? Those are the essentially the ones I heavily have a bias towards right now. There will be days where we spin this wheel where I have zero bias and I'll just accept whatever we get on the first spin. But as I said when I brought up the wheel, probably like 20 or so minutes ago when I started talking about the fact that I have the wheel pulled up, I mentioned that there's a blank space because I'm not sure what goes there, and then I'm mentioning that there are things that I'm not really feeling that are on the wheel, and that while we'll eventually get to them, I'm going to choose that they're respun right now. So,
I think we probably should just take a break from Ace Attorney for now.
I agree. We're also at a good spot in the series to take that break because we finished the first 3 games, and now there's like a time skip and like stuff before the next game. So there is that, and I agree with that. So we are going to take a break from Ace Attorney. I do think it was funny that we landed on it first and foremost, but we'll take a second here and see what we get next, and we'll see how I feel about that. I am thinking maybe
Ace Attorney again!
No, I think it's going to be Persona. Believe it or not, I think we're going to land on Persona right now. Which is one of the ones I said if we land on it, we'll do it,
So, what... I know your plan was, I believe 3, 4, and 5 in an order.
So the picture is a 5, and the reason for that picture is we're doing 5 first, because it was my first Persona game.
I guess I was wondering what your plan was, because this one's going to be a project.
Yes, so for those who don't know, I do not know quite how long they're supposed to be as games. I do think there's an element to me that maybe took longer, because I do believe if I pull it up on how long to beat, in fact, I will do that while we have this. Can you still see my screen right now? Can you see?
Yes, I can see your... I don't know how to describe that. Your picnic plankers.
Yeah, okay, that's one way you could say it. I just say see the gay girls, but let's go to how long to beat.
To be honest, I didn't even know if there were girls.
Yeah, it's Hatsune Miku
and
Luca, which is weird because I'm not like into the Vocaloid stuff anymore, like I was a long time, like probably like 6 years ago or so. But I haven't done that.
I'm surprised that Persona 3 Reload is on the main screen there.
It came out literally like 4 or 5 weeks ago. Like it's not that old.
Yep, that's a number.
Anyway, Persona 5.
I
need to put the number 5, I guess.
I did see Persona 5. There was
we want to look specifically at Royal because Persona 5 right here is a different game. So
it has a bit more to it.
So main story plus extra is 113, and that sounds about right. I remember I put in like slightly over 100 hours, like 110 off the top of my head is how long it took me to beat Persona 5. It was my first Persona game, so I feel like now that I know what I'm doing in those games and stuff, there is a bit of a faster way I do stuff. Persona 5 Royal, weirdly enough, the completionist run is shorter, but the main plus extra run is fast or longer, and I find that really weird. Because, like, the first two to me prove that it's a longer game, so why is the completionist run shorter? And my only thought is, like, people who played this game and the people who definitely did a completionist run had a lot of the knowledge of this game, of Persona 5, when they went there, so there's, like, a lot of knowledge you can just transfer from this over. Like, you do know what's going to happen in the story, and you do know kind of...
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
There's things that you can like mentally know when they're gonna happen and like prepare for, even if they're slightly different in Royal, because ultimately there is gonna be some similarities or at least a vast amount of things. So I do feel like maybe that's why the completionist is, because I find it crazy that it's like 30 hours shorter. Like the completionist is 30 hours over when like the main plus extra and the main story are like 4 and 10 hours longer, respectively. So. Yeah, so that's Royal. Now, out of curiosity, I'm curious if that's the longest one according to this website or not.
Yeah, so, I would imagine it's probably up there, if not the heftiest.
Yeah, Reload is significantly shorter. It looks like, and from my experience playing Reload, I can feel that. Like I feel like I've gotten through the amount of Reload I've gotten through. I haven't finished that one. but I feel like I've gotten through the amount of that game that much faster, and I think there's a reason for that that we'll touch on, but I'll just state it's kind of a difference in how the dungeon works and in Persona 3 versus Persona. And Royal is, or Golden, which is the other one we'll play, which is 4. It's like the definitive edition of 4. Is 84. So yeah, 5 is the longest one. So we'll be starting with the longest one. We'll be starting that tomorrow then, I guess, as it's 1:30, and I don't really think we want to start it tonight, but I will go into my
yeah, let's make this a 24-hour stream, bitch.
No.
No.
I will go into my Steam, because there is something I did on my Steam. I actually did it today. To try to keep me, because as you know, and you've pointed out a lot of times, I have a bad habit of not finishing games, and part of it is eventually, even if I'm having a good time and really enjoying the game, eventually something catches my eye and I switch things. Like so like, for example, I haven't finished Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't finished Reload, and there's like 2 games that I decided I wanted to play like literally a couple days ago that like might steal me from finishing Reload, and Reload kind of stole me from finishing Baldur's Gate 3 after I got back on Baldur's Gate 3 after a bunch of other shit over the course of like 4 months took me away from Baldur's Gate 3 the first time around.
To be fair, there's definitely a respect for what you do, just having that shiny bauble syndrome. At least you're playing things that you probably know that you're gonna like, whereas right now I'm currently doing Romancing Saga 2, and it is a style of game that I just am not jiving with. And to be honest, Square's RPGs were pre-Final Fantasy VI were not really helping.
Gotcha.
So,
but yeah, so what I did though,
I do. Well, I was just gonna say that I do this because I believe that anything can surprise you, and if you put in the effort, sometimes, it can turn around and become a really good experience. But you have to try to find the good stuff.
And I'll add to that I think you put it, you hit the nail on the head when you called it shiny bauble syndrome. So it's not that these things I leave behind, it's not that I dislike them or that for some reason I grew to dislike them or something. I love the Persona games, right? I think they're really good. I did not finish Royal when that game came. I pre-ordered that game when it came out, got like the collector metal case for it and everything on my PlayStation at the time.
Hot damn.
And I put probably 30 or 40 hours into it before eventually something distracted me, right? I love that game. Like, that's a good game, and we're gonna get back to it. Baldur's Gate 3, top tier. Game of the year, yeah, for me, game of the decade. Like, it's one of the best games that I've played for in a very long time. I super love it, right? And like, as I've said, we're going on the second or third time I have not, I left that game and to not come back for a long period of time, right? And I do have the bad habit of, because I forget the story or forget elements of the story, by the time I get back, I do have to restart the game, which makes long games like Baldur's Gate 3 a particular dangerous one for me to leave behind. There is that,
I had that definitely happen. I know.
Oh, go ahead.
I know. I was just gonna say, I know you're talking about playing retro RPGs, because you do not get the utilities in the old games.
Yeah. And so one thing that I did today, actually, it's just started today, that I decided to do for the sake of trying to keep a consistency, and knowing me, it won't necessarily pan out, and it will, maybe I'll end up just ignoring it, because it is kind of just a self-imposed thing that I have to just choose to acknowledge and keep. I built so one of the things I do that I know not a lot of people necessarily do is I file all my games on Steam into different folders that I've made myself. Because you can make they call it collections on Steam, but you can make a collection. So I have one that's like, these are the games I've beaten, these are the games I haven't beaten, and and right now there's 97 games installed that I haven't beaten. If I turn off the installed only, there's 134 games in my haven't beaten pile on Steam. But you know, to try to keep myself to finishing games instead of bouncing around and never finishing anything by like, you know, playing 7 games but never finishing one of them, and thus there's 7 games on the not beaten list that stay on the not beaten list. I built a new list today that has overlap with the other list. So things that are on this list also show up on other areas of the on the other list. And this one I called Underway, and it's things I've officially started to the point where I'm saying I am going to commit to beating this, and I'm deciding that there can only ever be 5 things on this list. Right, so essentially, I'm only allowing myself to jump between 5 games, and if I want to add a 6th game, I have to finish one of the 5 games. So right now, I have Baldur's Gate 3 on there. I have Persona 3 Reload. I had the Ace Attorney trilogy on there. I've just now taken that off and replaced it with Persona 5 Royal. The other games that I have put on there were the games that I said literally earlier, like about a little bit ago. I said, you know, I'm playing a lot of Persona 3 Reload, but you know, just the other day there was like 2 games that potentially distract me, and that's because there was a Steam sale. I decided to like bum around the Steam store with like no particular thing I was looking for, like just randomly browse, and I came across an indie game that was getting really good reviews, and people were saying that it was really like emotionally like destroying them and stuff. And it was called it's an RPG called In Stars in Time, it literally came out in November, so it's only a few months old, but it had really good reviews on Steam. And I was looking at like I wanted turn-based RPGs because that is probably at the end of the day like my favorite genre of games. I know a lot of people don't like the turn-based combat. I like turn-based combat. It's probably my favorite kind of combat in video games is the turn-based stuff. So I think I was browsing that category when I saw this game come up as like, you know, under like, you know, best reviewed or something like that, or you know, it came up on one of the categories of like, hey, a lot of people seem to be liking this. Do you want to look at this? So I looked at it and I'm like, hell, people say this game is super, super, super emotional. You know, and it's got LGBT representation, which I like, and stuff like that. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play this game.
It's kind of reminding me a bit of One Shot, but only like a bit of it.
But yeah, so I don't know much about it other than its title and like some of the tags and things that were said, you know, things that it's super emotional in the reviews to it. So I was like, hell, I'll do that. However, when I was looking at it, there was another game that came into my mind that I was one of those games I picked up and was really enjoying and then quit on. And that's the other game that got added, and that's Amori. And I believe you have played Amori now, or something, right? You played Amori?
I think the most I got is that I know it exists.
Okay, so you haven't played it, but you know it exists. So I have some friends that told me it like completely emotionally wrecked them. It's a super good game. They really loved it, and I on their recommendation I bought it, and I was really enjoying myself. I was getting really I was like, man, like some of the themes and like emotional stuff in the story is super heavy, and I'm into that, and like I'm totally down for this game that's gonna wreck me emotionally. And I never really got to a point in the game where it wrecked me emotionally, but there was moments where I was like, damn, I can see that this game is going to do it. Like I am picking up the shit that they're laying down to see that this game is going to like this game is dark. Like I have right off the bat, you know the game is like a really dark tone, and like there's going to be some important implications on like mental health and stuff like that in this game. And I'm totally down for that, and I was really enjoying it. And like there's a lot of representation and like things that you're like, what does that mean? Because like that's got to mean something symbolically, and so you're like trying to put shit together, and I was really enjoying doing that, and I was getting stuff. I had a friend that was like watching me play it, and like I found a hidden boss in the game that he didn't even know existed because of how I play RPGs, which is I click on everything, I go to every corner, right? So there was like a poster on a wall that I decided to interact with because I was like, what's this poster? And if you interact with it, you find a secret boss. My friend literally had no idea that was there, and I was like, yeah, cool, I found something that my friend who literally recommended this game to me didn't even know about, and I was having such a blast. And then I just, you know, something else came around that distracted me. You know, maybe something new came out, maybe a new show. I got into a new show because that's a thing, right? As I mentioned to you, I don't think I've said it on stream, but I know I mentioned it to you before we started streaming. I've gotten into Buffy the Vampire Slayer because that's a show that I've always heard good things about. Once again, LGBT representation, you know, things, qualities I like. Vampires, big into vampires. Something that, you know, is kind of up my alley, and so now I've been watching that, and guess what? I haven't gotten back to Reload in like 4 days because I've been watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer in my free time instead. right? So that once again proves that not only do I leave games unfinished, I also in that same category leave shows unfinished, and sometimes a show is the new thing that distracts me from a game, or a game is the new thing that distracts me from a show. For example, there's a show called Owl House on Disney, good animated thing. Once again, LGBT representation. You'll find that's a very big theme with me. But that show I was watching, and I literally have like 2 episodes left of that show, and I haven't gone back to it because stuff distracted me. I'll have to get around to that eventually. But yeah, so there we go. We will start tomorrow. We'll start Persona, and hopefully this new keeping myself to 5 games thing will help me finish games, because it's probably been like a month or 2 since. No, it hasn't been a month. No, yeah, it's probably been 2 months, or roughly a month and a half since Baldur's Gate. I last played Baldur's Gate 3. Because I know when I got laid off, I had a lot more free time on my hands, and that was the perfect time to go back to Baldur's Gate, because that game has a lot of shit, and like I haven't beat the game, and I have almost 200 hours in the game, and I have yet to beat it. So like, if you think Persona 5 is long, wait till we do Baldur's Gate, because remember, I did say I want us to play Baldur's Gate on stream together. That was one of the things I stated at one point in time. However, I want to do it co-op. So I want I know you're upgrading your computer, so hopefully that will help it, because it's a graphically intensive game, and just a processor intensive game too. So I want that to be a thing that I know your computer can handle it, and then two, I don't want to make you buy it at full price. I'll wait till it goes, like as I said, I'm gonna wait till it goes on sale for a decent amount, and if you didn't buy it during that sale, I might buy it for you and gift it to you. It's just kind of like a here you go kind of thing. I know I mentioned that I think once before with that, but yeah, so
I did go down a Google rabbit hole because something attached it in Tears and Time. That was it. It was ringing a bell. I just couldn't put my finger on it, because the people who made it are Armor Games, and I was like, I know that before. I double checked it through their website, and this is the same Armor Games that had a few games get onto Retsuprey and made fun of. So they in fact are the same company that made the old Flash games back in the day. I was very surprised about that. They moved on to legit development.
Did they rename themselves? Because
no,
they didn't. So here's the thing.
No, it should be Armor Games.
So the publisher is Armor Games Studios. The developer is Insert Disc 5 is the name.
Oh, their publisher. Okay.
So, because I remember looking into who
that makes sense.
Who made this game? I didn't look at who made this game versus I clicked. I didn't look into details of if this is one person, Insert Disc 5, or if it's a company or what. I didn't look into any of that. I instead looked at I just on Steam I clicked the developer's name to see what else is on Steam that they made, and literally the only thing that's on Steam that they made is there is a prologue to the game that is called Start Again, a prologue, and it's tied to In Stars in Time. But when I looked into what the Steam store had to say about Start Again, a prologue, and what was in the In Stars in Time description, if it brought up the prologue thing at all, it essentially said that the Start Again, a prologue was essentially the starting ground for making the full game. It was sort of like a concept test. So to my knowledge, it is additional to the story, but literally what was written was that, and this is by the own game's advertisement on Steam. This isn't me going into forums or anything and listening to what random people have to say. This is just what was on Steam, not in the reviews or anything. This was just in the store information page on Steam. It sounded like it started as kind of a concept test of what would become In Stars in Time, and that while it is a prologue to the game, you don't need to have played it or even know anything in it to enjoy In Stars in Time and get the main bulk out of In Stars in Time. So what I decided to do then was, I'm gonna play In Stars in Time. If I enjoy it and I'm having a great time, then I will go back and maybe buy this prologue, because the prologue's $10.99. The In Stars in Time is $20. Now, In Stars in Time, I think I bought it on a sale again. I bought because it was, I think both of those, I think In Stars in Time was on sale, and then the other game I bought on sale was Divinity Original Sin 2, which is the game made by Larian that was the most recent game, like the RPG, like tactical RPG or whatever the genre is called that Baldur's Gate is and stuff. In my mind, they're just RPG games, but tactical RPG. Yeah. Okay, so it's the last RPG to my understanding that Larian made before Baldur's Gate 3. The last one they made is Divinity Original Sin 2, which I don't quite know the story of Larian or what their company is. Maybe one day I'll look into it, but like there are Baldur's Gate 3 is of course the third one, and I've played elements of the first two Baldur's Gate games, and they are very much just like Baldur's Gate 3, D&D the video game. However, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, even though I played them, didn't do a really good job at pulling me in enough to want to keep playing them. So like essentially those games made me just want to play D&D. Like I was like, why would I play this? I could just play D&D. Baldur's Gate 3 was like, hell yeah, I can play D&D when I'm not playing D&D, because now I don't need other people. Like Baldur's Gate 3 impressed me a lot more than Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 did for me personally. And so I was like, well, let's see if I've heard good things about Divinity 2. So I was like, let's see if Larian, if the elements in that game are the same and it's good at capturing me just like Baldur's Gate 3 was. So I bought that game to eventually get around and play as well. And I am curious what's all available in that game, as that game, well, it takes rise from, I don't know if Larian is made of people who used to work on the Baldur's games on a, for a different company and then left the company or something, or if they're just fans of the Baldur's Gate games. But I do know the Divinity games are kind of like, they are made in response to Baldur's Gate. Like, Baldur's Gate was the big game of the series, and then the Divinity games got made by Larian, because it has been a very long time since Baldur's Gate 2, to my knowledge. And yeah, so I figured I'd go try Divinity Original Sin 2 sometime. But that one's not so much. I figure once I beat Baldur's Gate 3, that could be the game that replaced Baldur's Gate 3 on my list of games to play out of the 5 games I'll play. But yeah, so alright. My long-winded tangent aside, tomorrow we will be playing Persona 5 Royal. However, we'll be starting it not playing Persona 5 Royal. Instead, we're going to start with me showing you the video for the opening of Persona 5, the normal one. So I will show you the opening sequence of that game. Then we'll boot up Persona 5 Royal. You'll see the new opening scene, opening sequence. See if you like that. I'll maybe see if you like that one, which one you like better, and then we'll go into Persona 5.
To be fair, I do have something similar planned for a project on my wheel, but I'll mention that when we get to it. But yeah, you guys are getting a triple hit this week. We are going to be doing an extra episode to make up for missing the weekend on Easter, because you have big Easter plans this year.
I do. Well, my cousin's birthday is always right around Easter. And so, we kind of end up doing a birthday party for him every year around kind of like a couple days before Easter. So I'll be going home Friday, and then Saturday is my cousin's birthday, and then, Sunday's Easter. So we'll be
I'm just, I can't really talk about the games I'm currently playing because, like I said, Romancing Saga 2 is not gripping me. Pac-Man World 3 is my current game, and it's fine. It's a pretty good 3D platformer. It's just it's not paced all that well. The characters aren't great. They do that thing where they try to make meta jokes, but they're not funny. So it's just kind of cringy, and that's really why I can't talk about the games, because as I've said in the past, a game really needs to have its story put together, because that's something I can really talk about. I can't really talk about the gameplay too much, because it's like...
Okay. Out of curiosity, can you see my YouTube right now?
I can see your YouTube, and
Alright, because my thought is, this is like literally like a minute and a half. We could end this as the teaser for tomorrow, and that might be a cooler way to do it, right?
Sure.
Show a thing that teases tomorrow. So let's do that. So this is the opening to P5.
It's It's got that. I don't know what I want to call it. It's kind of like PSP cutscenes.
Kind of. I was gonna say,
well, no, it's
the
not.
opening is a lot more stylized than like there'll be like actual anime like scenes in the game that are like straight out of anime.
I'm gonna kick you in the face. He's skating on the rain.
Yep.
They want to have wheelies, but they're banned. I mean, this is a very strange intro. Luxuria. So the bad guy is just a goblin? I'm honestly just confused.
Anyway, there we go. Thanks to Mary Station for uploading that so that we could watch that. But yeah, that is the opening to that, and you know it's one of those RPG openings where the whole thing is it shows some of the themes to the game, but I don't know if you're naturally gonna pick it up because it just looks like the characters goofing around and dancing and stuff for the most part, or like most of the characters goofing around.
Yeah.
It does the thing that I feel like a lot of RPG openers does, where while not telling you their names or anything, it shows you all of your party members. So even though you won't get any of them, like you won't get all of them right away, and they'll come in and out of the story, it does weirdly, if it is bothersome to some people, the openings for the Persona series will always spoil who all your party members are. So you'll see it and you'll be like, oh, okay, those people are all my party members, right? The people that were dancing were the party members, and then the three that were behind the computers are the other party members. And so it'll be more apparent that the three behind the computers are party members in the opening for Royal, as they are shown off more in the opening of Royal than just being like in the one scene with the computers.
No, we're gonna cut it. We're gonna cut even more out of it. We're gonna cut this intro in half. It needs to be faster and even more incomprehensible.
I was gonna say the four at the beginning that they have, like the four they heavily show, or five that they heavily show during the video are like the ones that I think they might have showed them all in order. Not gonna lie, I have to like double check, but they might have shown all the party members in order that you get them at the beginning, because the very first character you see is the player character, and then I know the second guy you see is the first party member you get. So it might have shown all of them in order. I have to remember exactly the order of some of the middle ones, and then in a way the last three were all shown at the same time, so you do not have an order for them because they all show up at the same time in the opening. But yeah, so we'll do that. I'm a big fan of the song. Life Will Change is probably my favorite Persona song. It's got some contenders from Reload now, but I'm a big fan of Life Will Change. And yeah, I mean, I'm hoping you'll like the music to the Persona games. They are kind of jazzy, and I know you kind of like the more jazzy music.
Yeah, we'll see. I've heard a few tracks, and some of them are good. Some of them didn't. Some of them are forgettable. So I think it's probably just gonna be probably a hit and miss sort of soundtrack.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know, it's all subjectable. So
probably not as bad as Pokemon soundtracks, but you know, probably not. I don't think I have a soundtrack full of bangers, to be honest, to compare it to.
I was gonna say, I do know the Persona series is well liked for its music. That is one of the things people seem to really like about it. And I feel like each person's gonna have their favorite. You know, to show you how different this can be, I went and I watched the openings to all of the Persona games the other day, when I got really into Reload. Like, I decided to look at all of the openings across all the series, because at the end of the day, you know, I'm not really much of an emulator person, so a lot of the ones that aren't available on PC, aren't the ones I bought on PS4 back in the day.
You're not me.
I just won't. I probably won't play those games. So
Which is fair.
P3 portable, 3P portable, P3 reload, P4 golden, and then P5 and P5 royal are basically the only ones I'll probably ever play myself. But I was like, I'm curious. Let me watch the openings to all these games. So I watched the openings to literally every single one of them, and then me and my roommate, who he's a big Persona fan, got into a discussion about it while I was watching them, and he ranked all the ones that he liked, and his favorite of all of them was the P4 vanilla opening. So the base game of P4, that opening song was his favorite one. So we weren't talking about the animation so much as we were talking about the songs. My favorite was Life Will Change, which is the one we just watched. That song was my favorite on him. That was up there for my friend, but his was that P4 vanilla. That song that was his number one was towards the bottom for me. I was not a fan of that song. In fact, both P4 themes were like my least favorite out of all of the themes across all the versions of the games. I didn't really rank, even though I did watch it, I didn't, on that ranking, I did not put 1, 2, and 2, 2, because there's a second 2 game.
There are two games, and it's a little confusing.
Yeah, it's like one's a sequel or something, but, to my knowledge, that is how those games were compared to, like, Golden and that were Golden and Fez and, Fez, Golden, and Royal are the, essentially the platinum versions of their base one, so it's it's the game plus version of them, and then portable is just they took base P3, they added the ability to be a girl in it, which is the only one where you can be a girl. They added the ability to be a girl in P3 portable, but it doesn't have the added story stuff from Fez, and then the rest are just there's only 2 of all the other ones, so that's the only one where there's more. Oh, and then Reload is like a entirely remake of 3 that will be getting the additional the later half, the added end epilogue story as DLC eventually. So by the time we get to that game, that will probably be out, because I'm pretty sure it's coming out like this summer or something.
So
when we play that, we will have it at that point. We won't be waiting for it. But tune in tomorrow for P5, and see that opening that we played, and
this is certainly gonna be interesting. But yeah, same time tomorrow, we're gonna give you your bonus episode.
Same time, same bat channel. I forget. Same bat time, same bat channel. There we go. That's what it is.
Same batshit nonsense. Well, I guess you just never know what we're gonna end up doing.
See, I'm just referencing Adam West's Batman show, because at the end.
Oh, okay.
Tune in next week. Same bat time, same bat channel.